Luo Langxiu is cold as ice, her hobby is drinking, and her rank is a warrior. Yifeng has a carefree personality. His hobbies are entertainment, and his rank is unknown. Lu Qingshan is arrogant, his age is unknown, he can read faces, his hobby is Luo Li. Probably the most mysterious character is Ning Xuanwu. His age, character, and hobbies are unknown. Only his rank is an excellent warrior. Penin, despite her attractive nature, is greedy, and her hobby is power and strength, and is considered an ordinary person. The main intrigue of this exciting story is who will ultimately become the strongest. Yifeng is a time traveler, a typical fool who is wronged by fate. A strange creature, a modifier of the world of immortals, suggested that Yifeng beat up the Taoist masters. By solving everything with the help of weapons, Yifeng can become an adventurer and the founder of one of the wushu schools. The young man's hero turned out to be lethargic. The Taoist masters studied the new arrival with curiosity. The young man asked whether in the world of immortals one could only become such a mediocrity. I told the modifier, "Welcome to the system of immortals." So an unremarkable young man found himself confronted with a useless system. The Taoist masters watched him closely, and one whispered to ask why they were spying on a simple man. The master barked at his companion to shut his mouth. He had an incomparable warrior spirit. The young man also used broken knives. The students asked him to give them to them. The guy told them to sort it out themselves. Those present rushed for the broken knife, and from that day on they became enemies because of the broken kitchen knife. Plus, the celestial being decided to hit on Yifeng. Looking at the guy, the girl decided that she needed to do something indecent. She said that she was ready to do everything for him because he was an incomparable god of war. Yifeng was stunned. If he was the peerless god of war, then why didn't he know about it? In the lands of Xianjiang, a sage cultivated immortality, and when he ascended, he said, "Greetings to all, I am Jia Hui." The sage said that he had learned a new path, and since then, a new generation of immortals began to be raised in Xianjiang. Jiangping is a small town where ordinary people live in peace and quiet. Looking at the sky, the residents said, "Someone has ascended again," Yifeng cursed. The young man was saddened. "These suckers are lucky. They coped again. It all started 5 years ago." While playing continuously, the boy suddenly died. The young man woke up and learned that this was the world of immortal cultivation. At first he was shocked, but then he thought, there must be some kind of system here. The next second the guy felt that someone grabbed him. Yifeng found himself above the clouds. A strange creature asked the young man if he was the one calling him. Looking at the guy, the creature was surprised that they were seeing each other for the first time. Releasing the young man from its embrace, the creature announced that he was a system modifier. The guy with a swollen face looked wide-eyed at his unusual interlocutor and remained silent. The system modifier said he understands that he is beautiful, but you shouldn't look at him like that. Suddenly, Yifeng vomited. The modifier was indignant. The guy wants to humiliate him. The modifier reported that Yifeng had obtained the best war spirit cultivation system. The guy said that then in this world he can cultivate immortality and train spiritual power. The system modifier will help Yifeng unlock his potential and give him a martial arts palace. Yifeng shed tears of joy. Now he could begin his path to cultivating an immortal. The system modifier asked in surprise, "What other immortal?" Turning to the guy, he said that that was not the point. Yifeng stared at the display with wide eyes. What spiritual power? He couldn't understand what they were talking about at all. The modifier was tired of this. The young man would figure it out on his own. There were still a lot of travelers waiting for him. Yifeng looked at the system modifier with confusion, and asked in confusion what he should do now. As a result, the guy went to the spiritual strength level testing center. Yifeng heard that he had no spiritual power. Looking at the young man, the master said that Yifeng and the possibility of becoming immortal were absolutely incompatible. For 5 years, wherever he went, the answer was always the same: he had no spiritual strength. Therefore, fighting monsters, dominating the world, all this had nothing to do with Yifeng. The path that others walked was one of unattainable dreams. It turned out that Yifeng was absolutely useless. A person without spiritual strength was good for nothing. One morning, Yifeng was getting ready to go to his shop. He looked into his piggy bank. There was no money left at all. A girl named Lo Li looked into the shop, and then it dawned on him these were monks. The girl drew her sister's attention to the books. She had never seen such books before. The young man smiled broadly at the visitors and politely asked what they would like. The warrior girl looked at Yifeng and thought that there were such extraordinary people in the town of Jiangping. Yifeng told Luo Li that she had a natural gift that would not be seen in 10,000 years. Luo Li smiled. Then she would choose the book of the mentor Ma Primordial Ether of the Universe of Lightning Glitter. But the sister unceremoniously grabbed Luo Li. It would be better to spend the money in a more useful place. The elder sister pulled Luo Li and said that the temple was in critical condition, but she demanded to buy a book. The angry sister shouted at Luo Li, saying that they were monks. Yifeng frowned. He really wanted to punch this stubborn nun, but he knew it was useless. And then Luo Li clenched her fists and screamed that she wanted the book. Her body began to change. She turned into a giantess. Yifeng's jaw dropped in surprise, and his sister walked up to the display case and said that they were buying a book. As she walked away from Yifeng's shop, the elder asked her to control her form in front of the mortals. Luo Li said that this book was interesting. There was so much new information, and suggested reading it together. Luo Langshu agreed with a sigh, since they had already paid for it. When she opened the book, she discovered some really interesting information. And then Lo felt as if she was being drawn into this book. The girl had the feeling that she was in a vast galaxy. Lo asked in confusion what kind of force was trying to fill her body. Suddenly the girl felt that her body was enveloped in the tentacles of a giant octopus. Lo screamed. The vile tentacles were penetrating everywhere. She didn't understand what it was and how to deal with it. Suddenly the monster disappeared and Lo found herself on the ground. Previously her training did not produce such results. So what happened now? Looking at her little sister, Luo Langshu was surprised even Luo Li's strength had increased several times. Luo Langshu remembered Yifeng. She needed to tell Master about this. Lu Qingshan, armed with a flaming spear, shouted at the giant monster that he had come for his soul. But just before Lu Qingshan was about to deliver the decisive blow, the monster was killed. A mocking voice announced that he had killed the monster. Lu stared at his opponent with wide eyes. Ning Xuanwu, who suddenly appeared, thanked Lu Qingshan for his efforts. He didn't have to exert himself too much. Lu exclaimed that his clan had been hunting this monster for several months, and Ning took advantage of the result. The Xuanwu clan leader chuckled and asked Lu what was wrong. If he wanted to fight, he could attack. Lu stopped in horror. Ning Xuanwu had just absorbed the monster's spiritual power. His level was enormous. Ning smiled and said that he was expecting Lu in 3 days, and that it would be a fight to the death. The Qingshan clan's fighters thought about whether they would need support, and Luo Li gathered the townspeople. The girl called on the citizens to help their clan. But the townspeople remained silent, and Luo Li thought that everything was down the drain. Yifeng wondered, shouldn't the townspeople be fired up with enthusiasm during a territorial war? The Qingshan clan trained hard in preparation for the competition. The fighters asked if there was any point in training the master would surely be able to win the battle. The coach shouted at the talkers. The coach said that the more difficult the situation Lu Qingshan found himself in, the more invincible he became. But contrary to his old comrade's words, Lu was close to despair. Master knew how he could compete with Ning. Lu had cultivated for many years, but was unable to reach the highest level. Master Qingshan had a fleeting thought that he should kill himself, but he was informed that Langshu was requesting an audience. Lu quickly pulled himself together and said in a firm voice that the student should come in. Langshu placed the book she had recently purchased from Yifeng in front of the master. The girl told about the amazing properties of the book, and the master listened attentively to his student. Lu asked if this was an ordinary person. Langshu confirmed. The master shouted that this was nonsense. Clutching the book, Lu exclaimed that this commoner had cheated her. This book was rubbish. It was useless. Lo asked the master to calm down. If she lied, the master might punish her. Lu Qingshan decided to follow his student's advice and opened the mysterious book. And then he was overcome by a strange sensation, as if he was being drawn into an incomprehensible sphere. The clan master felt as if he was being pulled inside the book. He saw the step and realized that it was his subconscious. The master realized that he was trying to escape from the Xuanwu clan, and no one could compete with him for many years. In his own subconscious, Lu realized that he had been so inattentive all these years. The townspeople saw a multicolored beam that rose from the territory of the Qingshan monastery. Yifeng was eating noodles at this time, and seeing a bright beam, he cursed. The book slammed shut. Lu found himself in the temple again. He had reached the highest level of military spiritual power. The Qingshan clan master turned to his disciple and thanked her. A calm smile appeared on Lu's face. He said that he was now confident that he would finish off the Xuanwu clan. The girl thought about Yifeng, and their clan must get him. Langshu remembered how she talked to him, how she didn't notice his talent. The master's apprentice imagined Yifeng's menacingly frowning face. Langshu's imagination painted for her the devastating consequences of this anger. Meanwhile, the young man was preparing food for himself. There was a noise in the street. People were shouting for someone to catch the dog. It was not a dog at all, but the king of the wolf clan, his strength exhausted. While scolding the weak and pathetic humans, the wolf king saw Yifeng ahead. And although his spiritual powers are now weak, it is still very easy to kill a person. Yifeng didn't notice the dog approaching, and then Yifeng's eyes and the wolf king's met. The young man grabbed the dog running straight at him. The wolf king did not expect such unceremonious treatment. And Yifeng asked when a stupid little dog wandered into the city. The wolf king was filled with anger. How dare this little man laugh at him? The boy saw that the pot of meat had overturned, and the wolf did not understand why the attack had not affected the mortal. Yifeng held the captured dog, and he looked at the young man in bewilderment, wondering what this guy was made of. The young man was hungry. He looked at the dog with appetite and thought that he would do for dinner. The king was horrified. Yifeng said the dog looked quite appetizing. The werewolf king fainted from fear. A girl was thrown out into the Jiangping market and threats were flying after her. The girl fell to her knees in despair. Was she really a loser? Yifeng asked if she was trying to steal his meat in that position. The enraged girl screamed at the guy not to make fun of her. But then the girl caught a delicious smell of fried meat and greedily inhaled the air. She quickly grabbed 2 kebabs and devoured them in an instant. Yifeng looked at the girl carefully and asked, "It seems she was kicked out of the Green Mountain clan." With her mouth full of meat, the girl turned to Yifeng and looked at him questioningly. The young man thought that this girl had the same problem as he did. He threw the keys to the girl and invited her in, saying that this was the key to the martial arts school. The guy said that he would buy spices, and she should come back and look after the house. Clutching the keys, the girl did not understand how this man could be like this. Half an hour later, Lu and Langshu entered the gate of Yufen Martial Arts School and asked if the master was there. Lu Jingshan and Luo Langshui were walking around the school. Lu looked around as if enchanted. The engravings on the school walls shocked Lu. These fighting intents told him that they were strong and he was weak. Falling to his knees, Lu exclaimed that this was temporary, because he was enlightened. But then a girl looked out into the yard and asked those who had entered whether the 2 of them were probably guests. Lu Jingshan and Langshui greeted the girl and said, apologizing, that they were from the Green Mountain clan. The girl was scared, wondering if the Green Mountain clan had come for her. The maid fell on her knees and cried out for them to forgive her. The girl lamented and said that she was already so thin that she would only be fit to be fed to dogs. Langshu extended her hands to the unfortunate woman and told her to stand up. Lu heard that Buddha had a friend, a Western god, who tests the believer with contempt. Perhaps this girl was sent by the gods to test them. Lu saw the girl take the duster, which meant the distractions were removed. Undoubtedly, this is the first test that the higher powers hinted to them about. Lu Jingshan exclaimed that the dust needed to be removed. Armed with buckets and rags, the master and apprentice began to clean up the dirt. The stunned girl tried to stop them, exclaiming that it was her job. In the evening, Yifeng returned home, and after listening to Langshu, said that he forgives them. Yifeng held the wolf and asked the servant if he wanted to eat some dog meat stew today. Li Qingshan drew the student's attention to her knife skills. The head of the Qingshan clan asked the student if she had noticed a wolf, which is the rarest type of demon. Meanwhile, the wolf lay tied up. Seeing that Yifeng was about to slaughter the wolf, Langshu said that if they ate him, the demons would never let the young man go. The guests were talking quietly. And then Lu exclaimed that the wolf demon had broken free and wanted to fight to the death. Yifeng was about to kill the dog, but the wolf fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Yifeng stroked the wolf's head and decided to make it his pet. The head of the Qingshan clan was moved to tears by this scene. But Langshu reprimanded the teacher. If the guy is kind, it will be easy to ask him for a divine weapon. Luo Langshu asked Yifeng to lend her this knife. Yifeng turned to the nun in surprise. Lu Qingshan threw his student to the floor, calling her a fool. The teacher and student looked at each other angrily. At this time, Yifeng calmly took the knife and approached his guests. The guy said he could easily lend me a knife. Lu Qingshan took the kitchen knife from Yifeng with trembling hands, unable to find the words to thank him. The Qingshan clan chief shed tears. It seemed that the heavens would not destroy the Green Mountain sect. At this time, Ning Xuanwu was informed that an envoy from Green Mountain had arrived. Ning and the envoy went to the sect's secret room. The youth said that what Ning Xuanwu feared had actually happened. Sect leader Xuanwu turned and looked closely at the secret guest. The spy said that old ancestor Qingshan had entered the realm of the martial king. Ning chuckled. He replied that he had been a fighting king for over 30 years. But the head of the clan was sure that if this were the only issue, the young man would not have sat there all evening. Recently, the Green Mountain sect's elder called all the disciples to the square. It was already quite late. Everyone was surprised and asked to gather around the sect's ancestral testing stone. Everyone knew that even if they hit him hard with a divine weapon, only a scratch would remain. Taking the knife he received from Yifeng, Lu stood in front of the stone, calculating his blow. Seeing an ordinary kitchen knife in the teacher's hands, Zhu rushed towards him as fast as he could. Coach Zhu reprimanded the speaker, and Lu Qingshan was preparing to touch the stone with his knife. The master carefully touched the stone with the blade of the knife, and a slight ringing sound was heard. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion, and the indestructible stone shattered into small pieces. The bright flash caused by the meteorite explosion was visible for many miles. Shinner lifted the wolf. How beautiful, the demon cursed. This meteorite is flying into pieces. Yifeng watched the meteorite's destruction from home. When he realized that it was a meteorite, he clapped his hands. The clan members looked at their master and the meteorite fragments in surprise. Lu Qingshan admired the weapon of unprecedented power. Lu decided that there was no point in using this devastating weapon unless necessary. Raising his knife, Lu exclaimed that the Green Mountain sect was saved. The Qingshan clan disciple told Ning Xuanwu that with Lu's abilities, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. The young man walked around the secret room and told Ning that there was someone more powerful behind them. Ning Xuanwu listened attentively to his spy. The young man, without waiting for an answer, asked if they shouldn't do something about all this. Instead of answering, Ning took out a blue pill and threw it to the guy. As he left, he added that when the guy had completed some more work, he would release him. After leaving the secret room, Ning Xuanwu saw Liner nearby and called out to her, telling her to come with him. Liner slowly turned her head towards the master and said with a smile that she couldn't wait. They approached the sword mound. Ning ordered her to open the mound. The students scattered in terror, and a swarm of souls burst out of the mound. The disciples did not think that the sacred weapon sealed in the mound would be so dangerous. However, Ning Xuanwu and Liner remained unharmed. With an evil grin, the Xuanwu clan master stated that he should not be underestimated. A sword shone among the mountain of skulls. Spirits continued to circle around the sword mound, guarding the divine weapon. Qingshen's disciples ran through the city streets in search of medical supplies. One of the students grabbed his head. There were less than 4 hours left until the fight with the Xuanwu clan. Juyin said that in the clash between the two clans, ordinary people would also suffer. The townspeople gathered their belongings and tried to get as far away from the dangerous place as possible. Yifeng, having gone out onto the mountain, addressed his fellow countrymen he had found a good place to observe the war. The townspeople were delighted. It was great. They had been waiting for this war for so long. The mountain is the highest point in the area, and you can see absolutely everything from here. Yifeng announced to everyone who wanted to watch the fight that binoculars cost 1 gold coin. 2 clans gathered at the foot of the cliff. The warring clans looked at each other in silence, as did their 2 masters. Ning Xuanwu said that he didn't think Lu would have the courage to come, and he replied that it was still unknown who would die and who would live. Without thinking twice, Ning Xuanwu pushed off the ground and rushed into battle. The enemies met one-on-one. Lu missed the blow. The disciples rushed to their master Lu, seeing that he had fallen to the ground. But the leader of the Qingshen clan quickly stood up and gestured to stop his disciples. Lu knew that if he hadn't read the book, he wouldn't have been able to fight. Ning Xuanwu laughed and told him to show off his divine weapon. Lu Qingshen was shocked that his sworn enemy knew about the divine weapon. The clan members were also shocked. Ning Xuanwu's smile became evil. The Xuanwu clan chief kicked off the ground, made a grand leap, and summoned the Soul Eater sword. Liner said that this sword could easily corrode the spiritual power of any weapon. The end of the Green Mountain, despite Lu's grins, he pulled out his weapon. Ning Xuanwu laughed loudly, shouting that it was just a simple kitchen knife. Laughter erupted from the enemy camp. The Green Mountain old man was using an ordinary knife. Laughing, Nin challenged his opponent to test the strength of his weapon. Lu, overwhelmed by the ridicule, thought it seemed he had lost. If the soul-devouring sword corroded the weapon's spiritual power, he would lose. Lu quietly asked Master Yu what he should do. To the master's surprise, he heard a loud hold on in response. The young man was furious if Lu had finished so quickly. Had he really made a dozen binoculars in vain? Yifeng's words inspired Lu Qingshan, who raised his head and looked at the mountain. It wasn't just Yifeng who shouted at Lu, but the rest of the townspeople were also shouting something while looking through their binoculars. The Qingshan clan master's mouth dropped open in surprise. Master Yu had brought so many people to cheer him up. Lu remembered Yifeng's face. His spirit was lifted. Master Yu was supporting him. What a great encouragement. Waving a broken kitchen knife. Now Lu Qingshan was absolutely confident of his victory. Ning asked his opponent if he was so scared that he took up a kitchen knife. Swinging Soul Devourer, Ning Xuanwu screamed for Lu to finally die. As soon as the Soul Eaters approached Lu, he swung his knife and rushed at the undead. It seemed as if the Sword Souls had surrounded Lu and were about to absorb all of his spiritual power. And suddenly a miracle happened. A golden light flashed and the souls crumbled to pieces. Soon, the golden whirlwind reached Ning Xuanwu, and in a matter of seconds, the Soul Eater was broken. The renowned and powerful master of the Xuanwu clan screamed in horror. Liner's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she called out to her master. At the sight of the battle of the masters, there was fire and dust. No one understood what was happening there. The Xuanwu clan disciples saw that the whirlwind from Lu's knife split the earth. Liner called for help from Ning Xuanwu, but the fighters were in no hurry to join the battle. Elder Zhu exclaimed, "They must put the Xuanwu clan in its place." But then Lu appeared and stopped the students, telling them not to pursue the losers. Lu said that Master Yu was watching this battle from above, and he wouldn't like it if they continued to pursue. Master Qingshan was confident that he did not want either side to be destroyed. Surely Yifeng wants them to maintain a balance to keep peace for the people of Jiangping. Lu said that even a lifetime would not be enough to understand the heart and mind of such a great man. Compared to this great master, they are as insignificant as ants. The townspeople realized that the battle had come to an end, and immediately headed to their homes. Yifeng was horrified. Could this really be all? So many binoculars had gone to waste. And then Yifeng heard a female voice. The young man saw Penning. The guy approached the girl and asked her with emotion if she had actually found time to visit her childhood friend. Penning said that she had no intention of meeting Yifeng. She was walking in the forest on the orders of the master. The girl, turning away slightly, said that she knew how Yifeng felt, and that she was very sorry. She joined the Green Mountain sect with the help of her brother. It had always been her dream to enter the Green Mountain clan for training. Poor Yifeng, who was once in love with Penying, looked sadly at the slender beauty. The girl, seeing his confusion, hastened to leave and suggested that they never see each other again. The traitor who betrayed his master asked his sister if she had found him, but she replied that she had only met a mortal. The young man frowned. She walks among mortals. Penning told her brother to listen to her. She clung to Brother Wu and asked for forgiveness, saying that she had met him by chance. Penning gently told Brother Wu not to be angry. He was the only one she loved. The young man, looking sideways at Penning, said that if it weren't for her appearance, he wouldn't have bothered with her. The boy knew he had to do something, otherwise the Zhuanwu clan would be angry with him. And then it dawned on the guy martial arts school, books. He asked if this guy runs a martial arts school and writes books. Penning replied yes. Brother Wu exclaimed that this was wonderful and rushed forward. This mortal would be the perfect target for the Zhuanwu clan to vent their anger on. Brother Wu laughed and exclaimed that if this man was just a mortal, he would be the scapegoat. Ning raged, yelling at the spy, "How dare you Wus come here without knowing anything?" The young man fell to his knees in front of the master and said that he had already found out that Lu had received the knife from the master in Jiangping City. This man owns a martial arts school. He will definitely get all the information. Ning asked what kind of nonsense this was. If there was a martial artist of such a high level here, how could he not know about it? Liner bowed to the master and said that she wanted to sort this matter out. Ning had already chosen someone. The leader shouted at Wu Chen. They usually restrict him. The time had come when he was needed. The clan leader frowned and asked the young man if he knew what to do. Yifeng fell into melancholy. He did not go out into the yard for several days, locking himself in his room. Zhongqing thought sadly. It seemed that the woman had injured him. The servant timidly called Yifeng. Without waiting for an answer, he entered the room and saw with horror that crumpled paper and scrolls were scattered all around and everything was covered in smoke. The servant was horrified. He had not seen the master for several days, and the room was in such a terrible state. Apparently the master was very sad. Entering the room, Zhong told Yifeng not to worry. He would never let him fall like that and could help him. Yifeng was going to treat the servant to barbecue, but it turns out he wants to work. And then it dawned on Yifeng's servant that he had jumped to conclusions too soon. The servant looked at his master with surprise. Perhaps he didn't want to show his sadness. Zhong sighed. It was such a pity that he was a guy and couldn't support the gentleman emotionally. Zhongqing asked what about his love. Yifeng clarified that he was talking about Penying. He was in love with her in childhood. Yifeng said women negatively impact the speed at which he earns money and how quickly he barbecues. Zhongqing looked at his master with wide eyes in surprise. And he told Zhong to go and sell books. Yifeng wanted to change the cart next month. Yifeng nudged him, telling him what he was waiting for. Let him go and work hard. Having taken several books, the servant went to the shop. While looking at the books, he didn't notice the hole in the threshold, tripped his foot, and fell. On the outskirts of the city of Jiangping, desperate cries of one of the townspeople were heard. He was begging for help. Wu Chen, hearing these desperate cries, held the poor guy by the head and called him an idiot. Having sucked the energy out of the poor guy, Wu Chen abandoned the dead body. Wu Chen heard the voice of an elderly man, who said that he did not advise him to appear in the city. The young man asked contemptuously. Perhaps the old man was joking. Who could forbid him from going to the city? The old man extended his hand and told the boy to die, and an energy of amazing power fell on Wu Chen. The guy was scared. This old man surpasses the strength of the martial arts king. A flame emanated from the old man's hand, which had an incredible effect. Streams of energy lifted the earth and rocks and mixed everything into one deadly stream. The martial artist cultivated an evil spirit, but the old man couldn't understand how he was able to avoid its attack. And then the old man realized that Wu Chen seemed to have some kind of protective artifact. He asked himself what this child had just pulled out, and Wu Chen saw the fear stone flash in his hands. If the emperor's treasure fell into the hands of such an evil cultivator, Jiangping would suffer greatly. Wu Chen thought with fear. Fortunately, he took this treasure with him, otherwise he would have died at the hands of this old man. Approaching the Yufen school, Wu Chen said that he had killed all the students of the other martial arts schools. This was the last one. The Zhuanwu envoy laughed evilly. He was confident that it would not be difficult to destroy the school. The earthquake stone was used by the founders of the Zhuanwu sect to kill immortals. Liner asked the master why he didn't send her to Yufen school. Ning had confidence in this young man, and said that they just needed to sit and wait for news. Activating a clot of destructive energy, Wu Chen threw it at the school gate. The energy flow, reaching the school gates, destroyed the board. The guy was looking forward to killing students with impunity. Suddenly, a protective hieroglyph began to flare up right in front of the intruder, and Wu Chen stopped. A second later, a weapon appeared in place of the protective hieroglyph. The young man immediately took out a protective stone, he cursed. But he has a stone, and he can do everything. In response to Wu Chen's overconfident statement, the weapon flew at him. The stone was unable to protect him. Wu Chen was killed by the weapon that protected the Yufen school from evil. The stone that Wu Chen had brought with him fell onto the pavement. Once the enemy was destroyed, the weapon disappeared, the dust settled, and only a stone remained next to the hole in the threshold. Zhongqing, with a bump on his head, went out with the master. And then Yifeng saw that someone had dropped a very beautiful stone. The young man picked up the ancient artifact, smiled, and then his gaze fell on the hole in the threshold. Yifeng decided that this stone should be inserted into this hole and sealed so that no one else would fall. The old master and Yifeng were at the table playing chess. The old man had already come to Yufen's school several times, trying to figure out who Yifeng was. Grandfather told Brother Yu with a smile that he couldn't see his level. Yifeng didn't understand why this old man came again. The old master laughed good-naturedly. He had come here to play many times, but he had never been able to see the true skill of the young man. The old man decided that Yifeng was practicing a technique that made it impossible to see his level. But if such a person existed, he would not remain unknown in the world of cultivation. The old man had long been tormented by the question of whether Yifeng was really superior to him. Lost in his thoughts, he stopped watching the game, and the young man said that he had lost. And then the old master saw the earthquake stone embedded in the threshold. Could it be that the boy was killed by Brother Yu? Yifeng stood up from the table and thanked his guest for the game. But the old man could not take his eyes off the earthquake stone. It was no wonder that Brother Yu was so confident. But the young man seemed to have underestimated him too. The guest called Brother Yu and asked him to evaluate it. A rake flashed in the old man's hands. Yifeng's eyes widened as he looked at the old man who was about to scratch his back with such an uncomfortable object. The guest was pleased. But the young man said that the tool was rusty and advised the old man to get rid of it, saying that it would be very inconvenient to use them. Yifeng interpreted everything in his own way. The old man was deliberately losing so that he would help repair the rake. The old man's jaw dropped in surprise, but Yifeng calmed him down, telling the old man to give him a minute. The guest gritted his teeth. Since this boy despised his seven-toothed rake so much, he would see what he could do. Yifeng was raking in the forge when Zhongqing announced that his grandfather, who had borrowed the kitchen knife, wanted to see him. Disciple Lu asked the master if there was really anyone serious in this hole. The master asked if she had seen the power of the knife. If she disobeyed Master Yu, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lu's companion accidentally put her foot on a beautiful stone, and the girl recognized it. The Qingshan clan disciple couldn't believe her eyes. There was an earthquake stone right under her foot. And this treasure is used here to close the hole in the threshold. But how did it get here? Lu, meanwhile, continued to walk forward. The student said that something was wrong with the owner of this place. Looking up, Lu and his companion froze in place as a dragon circled directly above the roof. The young man was raking a rake, and while he was working, a giant dragon circled in the sky. Lu's companion whispered that this couldn't be, that this strange young man had a seven-pronged holy rake in his hands. This is a legendary weapon used by the 9 heavenly maidens to destroy demons. The student stuttered and asked the master if this was really a precious artifact. Lu confirmed that it was a 7-pronged rake. Looking at the old man, Lu said that they should belong to him. Those who can use sacred items are at least at the level of a martial emperor. Lu said the man looked a bit like the madman who slaughtered 6 cities. The owner of the sacred rake, noticing the guests, turned to them, inviting them to come closer. Meeting the old man's gaze, Lu and his companion began to sweat in fear. But the old man calmly asked, were they probably here to see Brother Yu? If so, he invited them to come in and sit down next to him. Lu pulled himself together and asked, Brother Yu is probably busy. The student suggested leaving the knife and gift with the owner as quickly as possible and leaving. Looking at the forge where Yifeng was working, Lu said that it was probably too late, and Yifeng was wielding a hammer. The metal was ringing in the forge. He paid no attention to anything. After finishing updating the tool, Yifeng sighed with relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead. His work was finally finished. The young man admired his work. He had done it very well, and the rake glittered merrily. Lu was taken aback and whispered, this guy was able to upgrade the quality of the rake to the best holy item. Yifeng shouldered the rake and headed towards the guests. Lu considered himself a brother of Master Yu and was able to witness such a captivating scene. The owner of the rake realized that the young man had actually reforged his semi-holy object into a truly holy object. Handing the old man the rake, Yifeng said it wasn't free, but he would give him a discount. The rake had already cost Wu half his life and savings, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to afford it. Seeing the old man's long face, Yifeng asked if there wasn't enough money. How sad. But the young man said that if the old man didn't have enough money, he could take it for free. Old man Wu exclaimed that Brother Yu was his love. The old man said that he would remember his kindness. But he, Wu Yonghong, swears to be his servant and die if the young man says so. Lu, dumbfounded, whispered, This old man is indeed one of the 4 chaos madmen, the killing devil. It began to rain, lightning flashed, the old man made a fire sign and swore on his life that if he broke his promise, he would die. The embarrassed young man told the old man that he felt uncomfortable watching this. Lu said quietly, "He was able to see the vow of heaven and earth. Now he has nothing to regret in this life. This is a contract that can be entered into by beings at the martial emperor level." Lu was perplexed, since the young man had such a powerful person at his disposal. What was Yifeng's cultivation level? Wu told Yifeng that he had made a contract, so he would now do whatever the young man ordered him to do. The guy laughed. Could the old man seriously do everything he wanted? Wu said that he would definitely thank Yifeng for his kindness. Yifeng entered the house and, shaking water off his umbrella, thought how stupid this old man was. Disciple Lu said, "Even the murder demon contract is not the most surprising thing here." The young man finally noticed Lu and asked what the two of them were doing there. Hearing that the guests had come to return his knife and wanted to give him a gift, the boy was touched. The monks did not understand whether the flaming pearl was really just a glass ball for him. The guy picked up the pearl and added that this ball was so warm, it could be used as a heater. The monks of the Qingshan clan were touched that Lord Yifeng liked their gift. Yifeng brought a book and said that he had recently finished his novel and decided to give it to them in return. Lu's companion read the title of the book. She was sure that this book was full of martial arts advice. After bowing to Yifeng, the guests said that they had some business left in the sect, thanking him for his mercy. The girl grabbed the book and started running, Lu rushing after her. The servant announced that the carriage was ready. The guy was beside himself. He shouted how he could spend so much money. Didn't he ask to find a cart with scrap metal? Yifeng, one of the poor people of this world, said that he might become a billionaire when he returned home. The servant stared at his master in surprise, wondering what his plan was to become a billionaire. Yifeng patted the guy on the shoulder and winked, saying that he would find out everything when Yifeng returned. Lu and his companion returned to the sect. The master shouted that the advice given in the book was too complex and powerful, and Zhu Yun would not be able to follow it. But the girl clutched the book tightly and screamed for the master to give it back to her. Taking the book, Lu said that in ancient times, immortals practiced in Jiangping. But Zhu Yun couldn't understand what this had to do with the elder, since he was so young. Lu was sure that Mr. Yifeng was now practicing immortality. Yifeng rode up to a big house in a carriage. The young man was getting ready to play a big game. Taking his new novel, Yifeng entered the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Yifeng knew that he was now in a financial situation where he could not make ends meet. But he was confident that if his plan succeeded, he would become financially secure. The administrator recognized Yifeng and said that Boss Mao wanted Yifeng to go to the guest room. There were 2 bowls of green tea on the table. Mao exclaimed that he had read his novel and that he had respect for cultured people. Yifeng reminded the chairman of his promise to continue publishing his books. Mao Lin said that many people depend on him for funds, and such things do not pay for themselves. Yifeng looked at Mao with confusion. Mao said he could give Yifeng money to promote his book elsewhere. After all, Yifeng had saved his life, and he simply had to do everything in his power. A saddened Yifeng briefly replied to the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce that this was not necessary. Realizing he was getting nowhere, Yifeng turned and walked away. The young man's plan failed, and he walked out of the Chamber of Commerce building with his head down. Mao chuckled and looked after the departing Yifeng. His stupid books aren't worth a piece of shit. Her father's daughter came into his office and asked who it was that was visiting her daddy. The girl reminded her father of his promise to introduce her to the author of the novel. Mao replied sternly that this man would not make any more mistakes here, and his daughter asked in disappointment why. The chairman angrily replied that he was a country bumpkin and that this scribbling belonged in the trash. In response to her father's reproaches, Yun flared up. Even if she started doing business, it would not stop her from reading books. Enraged, Mao shouted at his daughter to shut up and ordered her to be taken away. The chairman demanded that the daughter be given the accounting statements and not released until she had reviewed them all. Yun burst into tears, but her inexorable father slammed the door behind her. Yifeng settled down near one of the doors. After all, life is not that easy. The guy didn't notice how the Lo sisters approached him. He told about his troubles. Lo Li said that his uncle gave him these fruits. Luo Li smiled at her sister and asked if she hadn't read them recently and said that they were wonderful. Langsu pinched her sister hard and shushed her to shut up. Luo Li screamed that she was in pain. Luo Li transformed back into a muscular giantess and screamed at her sister to let her go. Luo Li told Yifeng that he could eat as much fruit as he wanted. Langsu looked at the young man tenderly. The nun never expected that despite his strength, he had such a soft and gentle heart. Luo Li noticed that her little sister was in love with the author of the books. Luo Li thought, why not do him a favor? Turning back into a little girl, she said she knew how they could get his book published. The girl exclaimed that her father was the chairman of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, and that he could publish a book in a matter of seconds. Langshu was delighted. Her little sister made a great move. Luo Li said that she had one condition. She would help him with the seal if he gave Sister Shui a kiss. Yifeng and Langsu's mouths dropped open in surprise. Yifeng blushed with embarrassment. Yifeng spent many years alone, and finally he had a chance to get closer to this little sister. Since they themselves suggested it, he would sacrifice his first kiss. Yifeng thought, the truth is this lust is emptiness, and emptiness is lust. Langsu was beautiful. Yifeng was ready to hug and kiss her. Each world has its own cultivation paths, and there are rumors that paired cultivation exists. Contact with another body, the connection of yin and yang, the breath shared by two, can double the boundaries. Su decided that the master's heart was overflowing with love, but she did not intend to use it to advance her cultivation. Langsu said that her sister had acted recklessly and asked for forgiveness. Luo Li was indignant that she was saying such a thing. Yifeng didn't mind, but she was resisting. Sua embarrassedly said that she was not worthy of this, and suggested going to the Chamber of Commerce. Yifeng was upset. The Luo sisters took him to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce to talk to Luo Li's father. Seeing his daughter, the father exclaimed, Lichka brought a friend with her. Yin Xiong, the chairman of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, broke into a satisfied smile when he saw his daughter and niece. Lo Li rushed to her father, shouting that she was back. Yin Xiong, holding his unusual daughter in his arms, quietly said that it was time for her to learn to control herself. Lo Li immediately grew in size, and her father, who was holding her in his arms, fell to his knees and broke the new floor tiles. Yin Xiong asked his niece, Mr. Yifeng is an outstanding person, but he would like to know who he is. Yi replied to her uncle that even her highly respected mentor called him Mr. Yi. Yin was shocked. His daughter brought a man who was respected even by the head of the Green Mountain sect. Luo Li's father smiled and asked Yifeng how he liked the snacks. Yin Xiong already knows why Yifeng came and asked not to worry about anything. The chairman said that the Chamber of Commerce would be involved in publishing Mr. I's books. The manager reminded that the decisive moment has come in assessing the Chambers of Commerce. If they get distracted now, the Pingjiang Chamber will take over the market, the chairman barked. Is he really going to teach him how to run a business? Yifeng turned to Yin. There is no need for that. But Yin Xiong smiled and told the master not to worry about it. A delighted Yifeng bowed to the master of the house and said that he was very grateful. A few days later, the book The Great Treasure and the Goddess Zixia appeared in Jiangping. The first edition was instantly swept off the shelves. Luo Langshu also enjoyed reading Yifeng's new book. Clutching the book to her heart, she whispered, Only Mr. Yi could write something like this. Juwon ran up to Langsue and asked what happened in the clan. Everyone was wandering around doing nothing. Langsu, wiping away her tears, said that it was most likely because of Mr. Yi's book. Juyun's eyes sparkled. She took the book and said that she was going into seclusion. Xue was very surprised. Didn't Juwon just return from seclusion? The city was in a state of hustle and bustle, and the book's popularity in Jiangping was unprecedented. The girls sighed and asked when their heroes would descend from the colorful clouds. The townsman, looking at his beloved, said that if this love were to end, it would only be in 10,000 years. The monks who came secretly into the city were surprised by such fuss. A townsman on the tower noticed a man wrapped in a cloak who looked like a dog. It was Zhuanwu's spy. The monk reported that they found no trace of Wu Chen. The Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce held a meeting, and the Baofeng Chamber's income this month was significantly higher. If they don't find a way to crush their competitors, the title of first-class Chamber of Commerce will go to them. Mao Ling angrily thought that he had missed a great opportunity, and Baofeng had taken advantage of it. One of the board members heard that the author of the book first approached Mao, but he drove him away, and the entire chamber is suffering because of this. Mao Ling, his eyes flashing, shouted that he had his own methods for solving problems. Mr. Mao ordered that the offering be prepared and followed. Yifeng, as always, was busy preparing food for the whole family. Zhongqing, bringing a pot of vegetables, asked the boss if he had said that they would eat meat when his book was sold out. Yifeng replied thoughtfully that he was just trying to figure out how to make tofu taste like meat. Yifeng thought that now they should really have some money. Yifeng's thoughts were interrupted by the Yin family's manager. The young man thought that this was probably how gravity worked. Jumping out into the courtyard, Yifeng exclaimed that the manager had arrived just in time. Looking at the elderly manager, the young man wondered where the money was. With a bow, the manager handed over the card. On it were 100,000 gold pieces from the sale of the book for the previous month. Yifeng's face stretched out in surprise. The young man dropped the kitchen knife, looked at the manager and asked if it was really for him. Taking the card, Yifeng sighed. The Chamber of Commerce will deposit the money from the book sales into this card every month. The manager of the Yin family thought that the money was too little. Having bowed, the manager said that he did not dare to disturb the master any longer. As soon as the manager left, Yifeng broke into a smile. He didn't expect to receive such money. Out of joy, the young man kissed the servant, and the wolf, the household, was shocked by the master's behavior. Spinning around, Yifeng shouted that such a joyful day should be celebrated with dancing. While Yifeng was having fun, Mao Ling appeared at the gate. And then the guy saw that the gate swung open, and Chairman Mao appeared on the threshold. Smiling, Yifeng asked why he had come to see him. Mao smiled. He wanted to apologize for their last meeting and asked Yifeng to accept 1,000 gold pieces. Looking at the young man, Mao wondered if this would make any impression on him. Yifeng suggested that the guest get down to business. Mao shrugged and said that the era of cultural enlightenment had arrived. Yifeng replied that this contradicted Mao's own statements. The chairman replied that he was wrong. How could Yifeng take this nonsense to heart? He was sure that Yi was not a stingy person. But Yifeng replied that he took Chairman Mao's words to heart, and he, Yifeng, was a stingy man. Mao's face contorted with anger, and he shouted that Mr. Yi should be more polite. But Yifeng had already headed into the house and said that if he had nothing more to say, he should leave. Mao rushed after the young man and asked how much his assistance was worth. The guy replied that forcing someone in broad daylight was not the best idea. The chairman said he was offering 10,000 gold pieces. Yifeng pretended to be thinking. He waved his brand new card and asked if 10,000 gold was a lot. Mao was shocked. Did Baofeng really issue a first-class card with a minimum amount of 100,000? Entering the house, Yifeng told the servant and the wolf to show the guests out. As soon as Mao and his companion left, Yifeng started jumping around the house, laughing and shouting that it was so cool. Meanwhile, tensions were rising within the Xuanwu clan. The people sent to Zhangping found no trace of Wu Chen. Master Ning was dissatisfied and loudly asked where Wu Feng was. The young man replied that the student was here. Ning told him to scout out the situation, find Wu Chen and return to him with a report. A green robe flashed, and in that same second the young man disappeared from sight. Liner asked if everything would go according to plan. Ning replied that as long as Wu Feng wore the mantle of agility, no one could match him in speed. Even if someone manages to get a good look at him, they won't be able to see his body, and therefore won't be able to harm him. Yifeng and his servant were going to a feast in Baofeng's chamber. He ordered the wolf to guard the house. The beast mentally bared his teeth. If it weren't for his wounds, he wouldn't have been trapped here. Looking out of the carriage, Yifeng blew a kiss to Wang Chai, telling him that he was a good boy. The wolf thought how he wanted to escape. He had lived with this man for a long time, but did not know his strength. It was clear to the wolf that as long as these paintings hung here, only a few people in this world would be able to harm this place. And yet he was left to guard the house. And then the wolf felt a very powerful influence. Someone very strong was approaching the school. A green cloak flashed and Wu Feng landed in front of the school, with an old man selling sweets walking right in front of him. Unable to wait, Master Ning's disciple kicked off the ground and knocked the elderly man down. Wu Feng headed to Yufen School. It was the only school in the city he had not yet checked out, and the young man felt the remnants of Wu Chen's aura. Is he really dead? It seems like the one he is looking for is right here. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with malice, and he said that first he would not leave this place unturned. Laughing, the young man exclaimed that today he would kill all the inhabitants of the school. But as soon as the enemy appeared on the school grounds, the paintings painted by Yifeng began to glow with a golden light. Golden figures emerged from the walls of the Yufen school. The Xuanwu clan envoy screamed as the strange figures struck him with blow after blow. The cloak of agility did not help, and soon the attack of the school guards was crowned with success. Wu Feng shouted that such a force had never been seen in Zhangping town. Scraps of a green cloak and several bones fell onto the paved floor of the Yufen school courtyard. Having dealt with the enemy, the golden figures returned to their places in the paintings. The wolf looked at everything that was happening in confusion. The heavenly demon suddenly burst into tears. One of the golden figures stroked his head. And suddenly the wolf understood everything. Yifeng's martial arts had reached the realm of the martial god. Yifeng left the wolf here to heal his wounds with the help of this warlike essence. There is no use in complaining in his heart about guilt. It is better for him to try to become a good dog. If he can't become a good dog, he can't become a ruler. Wang Cai exclaimed that watching over the Elder's Gate was the greatest calling. There was a meeting at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Yifeng became their blessing, and their profits skyrocketed. The council members agreed that they should be extremely polite to Mr. I. Yinsheng said that the master reluctantly accepted the 100,000 gold. The chairman of the Baofeng Chamber said he intends to increase the payout percentage. It was proposed that they receive 10% of the proceeds, and the rest of the money should go to Mr. I. Yinsheng agreed, saying that it was decided. Langsu smiled. Lu told her to maintain a good relationship with Yifeng. The spy was at a loss. He did not find Wu Chen, and the guy who went to inspect the school did not return. The merchant told Yu Wuz that he owed him 103 liang, but he was only willing to take 100. Yu Wuz grabbed the merchant, asking how a mortal dared to demand a high price from him. And then Yu heard Penning's voice. She was talking to some mortal on the street. Penning saw Yifeng and told him to stop chasing after her. Yifeng turned around and replied that he was just passing by, and if she hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't have noticed her. Penning frowned. This young man irritated her. Then Yu came up and told Penning that she had been with him for so long, but she couldn't get rid of the shameful connections. The girl clung to the spy, but would she have even looked at him? The spy's hand burst into blue flame. Swinging at the young man, Yu said that he would simply finish off this mortal. Yifeng recoiled in fear, but suddenly Langsu appeared right in front of him. The girl cried out that Mr. Yi should not dirty his hands. Yu didn't even have time to gasp before he got hit in the teeth. The spy exclaimed that it hurt. Smiling, Luo Li asked with a smile, "Is that really so?" To finish off the impudent man, Luo Li dealt another crushing blow to the spy. A confused Pennin watched her friend lying on the pavement. The sisters immediately asked Mr. Yi to forgive them for disturbing him. Yik raised his head and looked at his sisters in confusion. Pennin was also at a loss as to what was going on. The girl didn't understand why the sect leader's disciples spoke to Yifeng so respectfully. Langsui asked Penying what her name was, and the girl fell to her knees and replied that she was Mrs. Luo Lan. Langsu touched Penying's forehead. Looking at Penying, Luo Langshu said that her skills were not enough to join the Green Mountain sect. The girl asked who was so bold as to allow her to join them. Langsui said that Penying was expelled from their sect. The girl burst into tears. Why, was it really because of this Yifeng? Langshu slapped Penying, who immediately fell silent. Zhu looked coldly at Penying and warned her that if she dared to touch Mr. Yi, she would wipe her off the face of the earth. Pening, shedding tears, thought that she had paid a lot to get into this sect, and now she had lost everything because of Yifeng. Ning and Liner were meditating. The master said that meditation is the foundation of enlightenment, but he heard something disturbing her heart. They sent Wu Chen and Wu Feng to scout, but now that she thinks about it, she finds that move reckless. Considering the brother's violent nature, they will rush to the master to kill him. Ning replied, "No matter who created the weapon, would Wu Chen and Wu Feng be able to counter it?" Liner told the teacher that this was why it would be better if she personally came down from the mountain and dealt with it. Liner entered the hotel, and the young man asked how he could help his dear guest. The girl asked if there was a man in the city who wrote books and ran a martial arts school, and if the young man knew who he was. The hotel worker said that such information is not easy to obtain, and certainly not free. Liner stuck a dagger into the table and asked what he had just said. The worker replied that the man's name was Yifeng, and that he would take her to his house. At this time, Yifeng, humming songs, returned from the feast. The young man did not forget about his beloved dog. A pleased Wang Kai rushed to meet the owner, and Yifeng offered to see what he had brought him. Having unwrapped the package, the young man offered his pet a treat. But the demonic wolf ran away barking, and the offended Yifeng said that it was rude. A few minutes later, the wolf returned, holding a bone in its teeth, which was all that was left of Wu Feng. The bone that Wang Chai brought back was shimmering with the blue energy that Wu Feng had cultivated. The young man decided that the dog had stolen some meat from somewhere and was therefore full. The wolf decided that the elder knew what was going to happen. At this time, Zhongqing brought out a piece of cloak and asked what it was. This thing definitely didn't belong in the house. Yifeng decided that it was a rag. No one has cleaned the house for a long time. I need to take this rag and wipe off the dust. Looking at the pet, Yifeng decided that the dog liked to drag all sorts of trash here. It was not such a problem. Carefully picking up the bone, Yifeng thought that it would be a shame to throw it away. The young man cheerfully threw the bone, telling the dog that it was now his toy. Liner watched this scene as she grabbed the bone right in front of the heavenly wolf's mouth. Surprised, Yifeng didn't understand why she needed this bone. Liner gritted her teeth, a shadow falling across her face. But the wolf still tore out the bone and returned with it to the owner. Blood gushed from the guest's eyes and mouth. Approaching her, the young man suggested going inside. He was not a very good doctor, but he knew a little about medicine. But Liner jumped back in horror and waved her hands, saying that she was fine. And then Yifeng realized that this bone belonged to her family. Liner decided that this guy could see right through her. He was a real demon. Master Ning's apprentice turned around and ran away. Liner turned around in horror. Yifeng said that if you did something wrong, you must pay, and offered to write these bones on his account. Yifeng told the servant that since the girl was able to stand on her feet, everything was fine. Liner returned to the clan and told them that there was a master in Jiangping, and both brothers were killed by him. Jumping up from her seat, Nin ordered her to tell him everything she had managed to find out. There was no trace left of Wu Chen, and all that was left of Wu Feng was a bone, but the man played with it like a dog toy. The sect leader exclaimed in anger. He wanted to instill fear in him, Ning Xuanwu. Ning asked about the treasure. The girl replied, he used the earth-shaking stone to close the crack in the steps, and he tore the mantle of agility into rags to wipe away dust. The clan members asked the teacher to calm down. Ning laughed evilly, saying that this man was even more ruthless than him. The girl added that he wanted her to convey his words that if you did something wrong, you must pay for it. The master's eyes flashed with anger. He took these words as a challenge. The chief exclaimed, this man wants to kill them all, they will not sit and wait. Ning, his eyes flashing, exclaimed that he would personally cut this man's throat. The city of Jiangping lived a peaceful life. No one suspected that one of the war clans was preparing for an attack. The clan council announced that the plan to destroy the Yu Fen school and recover the treasures was ready. Liner introduced the young man to the teacher and said that he was ready to die for them. His name was Zhang San. Ning Xuanwu ordered to go to the martial arts school and find out everything. Liner added that she couldn't even see the man's strength. The school is permeated with a murderous essence. He must not show hostility. Otherwise, he will suffer the same fate as Wu Chen and Wu Feng. Ning thought he was missing something. Ning told the boy not to worry. If he didn't come back, the clan would take care of his family. Liner understood. The teacher realized how terrible their enemy was. The guy asked what if he returned after completing the task. Ning replied that if he returned back, he would elevate him to the rank of a direct disciple, and he himself would choose any of the elders as his mentor. After eating, Yifeng sprawled out in his chair. Zhang cleaned up, saying he loved serving his master so much. Yesterday the weather was chilly, and I suggested taking down the paintings and letting them dry in the sun. Although these paintings look useless, they look good as decoration on the school walls. Suddenly, Yifeng heard someone apologize and ask if there was anyone there. But Yifeng said he would check it himself, and Zhang had done so many things, so he could go and rest. The Xuanwu clan envoy stepped carefully into the school courtyard. The spy, turning his head, thought that the school was not half as good as the others. Smiling at the guest, Yifeng said that the school was offering a discount to anyone who decided to enroll during these days. Zhang San smiled and greeted him, asking how to get into the Xuanwu sect. The spy cursed under his breath. He had said too much, and now the same fate awaited him as those two students. Meanwhile, Yifeng was thinking about how best to explain the way to the Xuanwu sect to his guest. Seeing that the owner of the school was silent and thinking about something, Zhang San decided that he was finished. But Yifeng explained the way. Zhang San was stunned. The young man told him the way to the sect. And Yifeng was upset. Even such a young man looked down on his school. The more Zhang San looked into this young man's eyes, the more he looked like an ordinary mortal. The spy chuckled and noted that the place was rather deserted. Zhang San decided to provoke the owner if he didn't answer. It would mean that this man was not a martial arts master. A strange guest told Yifeng that he should open a restaurant instead of a martial arts school. An indignant Yifeng silently pointed Zhang San towards the door. The Xuanwu sect envoy was amused. He laughed loudly and exclaimed, "Of course." Now Zhang San was absolutely sure that this guy was definitely a mere mortal. He ran back. The guy was literally flying. This school is the most ordinary. Now he will definitely be elevated to a direct student. Yifeng thought about his unexpected guest, that being so stupid at his age was simply a shame. And then the young man saw with horror that old man Wu had returned to him again, and not alone. After bowing, he told Yifeng that he had come to visit him with his friends, and there were 3 more creepy old men standing behind him. Wu Yong asked. They didn't bother him. The guy invited everyone to come into the house. One of Wu's companions asked how a mere mortal could invite them, martial arts masters, to his place. Another asked if Wu hadn't told him where the tablet containing the purest martial essence was. Old man Wu hissed at his brothers. He took them with him, and here they are causing a scandal. They are over 1,000 years old, and they argue like children. And then one of the guests saw a stone shaking the earth. The guest's eyes sparkled. This was an artifact of imperial rank, and he decided to use it to repair the crack in the steps. And then they saw with horror a scrap of fabric. They recognized it as the cloak of agility. The old men trembled. Selling this artifact, a person will be able to buy a mountain for himself. One of Wu's friends asked Yifeng where he found such a wonderful thing. The young man casually replied that it was just a rag. It was a little shabby, so he decided they would use it to wipe dust. The guests bowed low and said. Yifeng asked them to stop bowing. Zhongqing wiped all the paintings and hung up the last one, sighing. He was finally finished. The defenders separated from the paintings. Wu's companions stared at the entities with wide eyes. Wu Yong greeted the sages. The entities circled above the guests, and they, smiling, admired them. Yifeng didn't understand why these old men were so happy. Maybe they had been denied hospitality in the past. Turning to the guests, Yifeng said that there was a mess inside and suggested that they sit in the front. Having seated the guests at the table, he asked them to wait a minute. One of the masters exclaimed, "Such pressure! How powerful a warlike entity lives in this place." Wu clenched his fists and whispered, "He must be the god of war himself. What a joy to meet the god of war. It's no wonder they can't see his level. The master of the school is a celestial being from the immortal world." One of the old men said that this entity was so powerful that he could no longer bear it. Yifeng's neighbors looked at the shaggy old men. These old geezers looked like decrepit ruins. Yifeng and Zhang were carrying tea, chess, and treats, and the young man asked in surprise why the guests were sitting outside. The masters answered sheepishly. They had arrived in such a hurry that their feet were covered in mud. They decided to sit here. Yifeng smiled and said, "So be it. They are honest people who earn their living from farming. Let them do what they want." The young man told Zhang to hang up the sign and go prepare dinner, and asked him to take care of the old people. Obeying the master's request, Zhang hung a sign with a protective hieroglyph above the entrance. The old men saw that the protective tablet was emitting a soft golden light, and tears began to flow from their eyes. Lord Yi knew that they would not be able to comprehend the essence from the front room, and ordered the disciple to hang a tablet with a softer essence here. Passers-by were horrified by the old men who sat near the school, and when they cried, they became even uglier. Jiang San returned to the Xuanwu clan and knelt before the clan leader, with all the clan members gathered around. Ning smiled widely and asked how he was able to get out of there. It was just wonderful. The young man reported that this man did not possess any incredible powers. He was an ordinary mortal. Ning Xuanwu was shocked, his eyes flashing. He sternly asked the young man if he was lying. Jiang San raised his right hand and swore on his life that he was not lying. Ning narrowed his eyes. He didn't know whether to believe this strange guy or not. Jiang San continued regarding the two disciples. He suspects they may be alive. Ning whispered. They hadn't met yet. But this Yifeng had already become a headache for his clan. Liner objected. There's something strange here. Ning's eyes were glowing. He would find out for himself what was in this school. The elders turned to the disciples to carry out the leader's order. The people of Jiangping scattered, and a ferocious crowd appeared from nowhere. It was the Xuanwu clan members rushing towards them. As she approached the school, student Ning saw strange people drinking tea right in front of the gate. Liner pointed out to the teacher that there were some old people sitting in front of the school gate. Maybe it was a trap. Ning, frowning, replied that they had already knocked the arrows. Enough chatter. He's going to attack, and they must not let anyone leave the school alive. The old geezers are probably the owner's relatives. These old men are blind and deaf, and they lack the sense to run away when they see danger. Ning Xuanwu shouted at the old men that he would crush them all into dust along with this school. Wu Yong asked what kind of noise it was. What kind of sick freak dared to disturb the peace? Opening his eyes, Old Man Wu saw that Ning wanted to attack. The clan leader saw that this was the aura of a great martial artist, and there were 4 of them. Before him was the martial artist Li Moze, the master of the destiny score, a unique sacred relic of heaven and earth. Chu Shikulin raised a rebellion in his clan, slaughtered everyone, processed their skulls into artifacts and wears them on himself. Sun Zhug was born with a flaw. His meridians were destroyed, but he stepped onto the dark path and changed his destiny. Ning almost attacked Master Wu Yonghong, the wielder of the 7-pronged divine rake. Ning Xuanwu cursed. What are 4 great martial artists, 4 famous psychopaths doing here? Nin decided that he needed to get out of here, but he didn't have time to do it. One of the old men grabbed him by the leg. Sun Zhuge, holding the leg of the insolent man who dared to attack them, calmly finished his tea. Linger shouted to the students that these old men looked suspicious, and they should help the teacher. But suddenly Liner hit an invisible wall and she couldn't take another step. The girl could not overcome the barrier. She did not understand who could have installed it. Sun Zhuge grabbed Ning and hissed. They, the bastards, came to cause trouble. But they, the cockroaches, are obviously tired of living. At that very moment, the clan members who had arrived at the Yufen school were horrified to see the death energy above them. A powerful entity pounced on Ning Xuanwu's disciples, killing them and turning them into dust. Of all those who came to the school, only Liner remained alive. The frightened Ning paid his respects to the 4 elders. Wu Yong asked Ning Xuanwu how he, a dung beetle, dared to attack them. Smiling and bowing, Nin asked the Great Ones not to be angry. An unfortunate misunderstanding had occurred. Ning would not dare to show disrespect to the Great Masters. His only plan was to destroy this school. Chu Shikulan extended his flaming hand and exclaimed, he wanted to destroy this school, so he should not expect mercy. Ning slapped his cheeks. The younger generation is so green. They don't know what mistake they made and asked to forgive him. Wu Yong stopped his comrade who was about to deal with Ning Xuanwu. Old Man Wu said that they could easily grind these people into dust, but then they would inevitably stain the floors of the school. Ning Xuanwu was shocked. Li Moze told Ning that he wanted to kill him right now for interrupting their meditation. Ning hit his forehead on the ground, repenting. Chu Shikulang said, if his ancestor Ning Jutian were alive, he would not have dared to cause trouble in this place. The master angrily asked if he really thought he had surpassed his ancestor, and then Yifeng's voice was heard. The master barked at Ning to wash his dog's face without offending the eyes of a decent person. A dumbfounded Ning Xuanwu listened in amazement as these great warriors called the young man Lord. Wu pointed at Ning Xuanwu and said that he came too, but Yifeng interrupted the old man. He himself knows everything. Ning Xuanwu looked at the guy. Could this really be Mr. Yi, the 4 famous madmen who wanted to become his disciples? Yifeng smiled and said it was okay. He knew that the old people like to make a fuss over the younger generation. Sun Zhuge respectfully asked Yifeng what he was going to do, a question the youth had not expected. Turning to the elderly guests, he asked in surprise why they were asking him. The elders said that this was his school, and of course the decision was his. Looking at the frightened Ning Xuanwu, Yifeng said that since he made a mistake, he must bear the consequences. There is nothing they can do but give him another chance. Whether he learns his lesson depends on his fate. Hurrying to the shop, the young man headed towards the gate and shouted to his guests to take care of the culprit themselves. Yifeng knew that when old people pick on him, it was a real pain in the ass. Ning Xuanwu was surprised. This strange guy was leaving, and he seemed to still be alive. Mr. Yi said that the masters should observe this man, but not for very long. The master entrusted the matter to them to test whether, if this problem is not solved, it will affect the life of I, and perhaps even their destinies as well. Apparently, this is how Mr. Yi expresses his anger. Ning couldn't understand what all these looks meant, whether he could go. Mr. I is so attentive to the guests. He wanted to say that the youth should be punished, but in a fair way. Wu Yong turned to Ning Xuanwu and demanded that he hand over his backpack. Ning thought that none of this mattered. He had the last artifact. With its help, he could get out of here. Handing the pouch to Wu, Ning said that it was the clan's only treasure. Old man Wu tossed the artifact to his comrades and turned to Ning Xuanwu, telling him to stand up. A delighted Nin waved his hand to the elders and said that he would probably go and would not dare to disturb their meal. But the masters were not going to let the impudent fellow go so easily. Sun Zhuge sent him a gift. Flashing his one eye, he said, "This is his divine poison. It will spread throughout the body, starting from the hand, in 3 days." Sun Zhuge explained that Lord Yi had said not to take his life by killing him, so whether he survived or not was a matter of luck. As a parting blow, the great master gave Ning a hearty punch, so hard that his teeth flew out and blood came out of his mouth. The head of the Zhuanwu clan returned to his mountain. He could not believe that he was still alive after meeting the 4 great masters. Ning was furious and took it out on Zhang San, beating him half to death. Ning Xuanwu was furious, beating the guy, he asked, so he said he misunderstood him. The remaining clan members turned to the leader, asking what they would do next. These few people are all that remains of the clan. Does he really want to continue his revenge? The clan leader looked at his poisoned hand in confusion. Ning dealt a fatal blow to Zhang San and said that the feud between their clan and the martial arts school had ended. Liner asked what was inside the school. All the clan students had disappeared. The master replied that he had met 4 founders of martial arts, 1 martial arts genius, or even a lord. Addressing the clan members, Ning said that they must now defend themselves against the Green Mountain clan. Liner, who had been listening attentively to the teacher, asked what the master meant by this. Their clans had fought for millennia, but Ning could not imagine that a power masquerading as mortal would fall to their land. Lu was able to befriend him and received weapons. If the Zhuanwu clan turns a blind eye to this, Qingshan will exterminate everyone. Ning was sure that they had to do everything to appease the young master of the school. The master told Liner that she should use her beauty to seduce the young man and become his woman. It hurts her pride. She is like his own daughter to him. But now the future of the Zhuanwu clan is in her hands. The girl wasn't exactly against it. She was just afraid that he might not like her. Liner had always worshipped strength. But if she lost her grasp of the situation, then how would Ning leave the clan to her? The beautiful disciple of the Zhuanwu clan lowered her head and thought. She looked up at the teacher and firmly stated that student Zhuanwu understood everything. Chairman Pingjiang was in despair. The visit to Yifeng had failed, and Mao Ling was wondering what to do. The technique that always worked didn't work. Competitors got ahead of it. Mao looked up and saw his beautiful daughter, who asked her father in surprise why he had called her so suddenly. Mao Ling asked the girl what she thought of the author of Dream of the Red Chamber and Great Bao. Yun said, although she only knows him from books, she thinks he must be an attractive young man. Mao chuckled. This was exactly what he wanted to hear from his daughter. He confessed to her that Baofeng had beaten them in sales thanks to the book, and the first-class awards to Chambers of Commerce would soon begin. Mao said that he wanted her to have a good relationship with Yifeng. Yun told her father, there is no need to explain anything. She understands everything. Mr. Yi is a wonderful person. Zhong said that these things were left to him by those 4 grandfathers. The wolf was delighted at how many precious artifacts there were. Yifeng looked at the strange things with bewilderment. Couldn't he just give them money? What was he supposed to do with this junk? Suddenly, Yifeng saw a paper umbrella. This object seemed familiar to him. The heavenly demon wolf frowned and watched the master closely. A song from the drama Legend of the White Snake about Bai Sujin popped into the young man's head. She practiced for 1,000 years and became immortal. Seeing the open mouths of his household, Yifeng said it was cosplay and asked them to help him move this junk to the storage room. Yifeng, with the help of a servant and a wolf, dragged all the old people's gifts into the storeroom. The wolf, looking at the pantry, whined. As soon as the elder walked through the doors, a dark, terrifying aura appeared. Yifeng lay in the rocking chair and whistled a tune, while Wang Chai sat next to him and howled in terror. Hearing that something was bothering his pet, Yifeng kindly patted him on the head. The wolf realized that the elder was not at all worried about this situation, but what was hidden inside the pantry. Yin Xiong approached the door of Yufen's school to hand Mr. Yi an invitation to the poetry session. Langshu warned her uncle to be careful. Yifeng was taken aback. The requirements for participation in the meeting were very high. So why did the chairman personally bring the invitation? Yin Xiong exclaimed that he had become a new star in the literary world. If Mr. Yi could spare a moment to drop by the meeting, it would be a great honor for everyone. Yi Feng took the invitation and said okay, then he would come and have a good time. The young man believed that he had to see which would be stronger knowledge of this world, or its 5,000-year-old cultural heritage. The annual poetry meeting began on the banks of the Chengxi River in Jiangping. Yi Feng also came. He was interested. But when they started reading the poems, the young man was shocked. The crowd cheered enthusiastically, and he wondered in surprise if these were Jiangping's greatest talents. Unable to bear it any longer, Yi Feng shook one of the ardent admirers, telling them to wake up. Liner also appeared there. Disciple Ning found out everything about Yi Feng and donned the guise of a mortal girl. Liner approached Yi Feng and pretended to twist her ankle, screaming loudly. Noticing that the girl was trying to make eyes at him, the young man decided it was time to run away. Deftly dodging, Yi Feng hurried to move away, realizing that he was almost in trouble. The men leaned over Liner and asked how the guy had the strength not to hug such a beauty. An angry Liner clenched her fists, and the young man slipped away from her. And then Liner was surprised to hear that another beauty had started hunting for the young man. Mr. Mao's daughter unrolled the scroll with the portrait, looked closely at Yi Feng and quietly said, "They finally met." Showing off her ample bosom, the girl introduced herself as the daughter of the chairman of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Yunair. Yi Feng muttered hello and thought that the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce was after him again. Yun heard a mocking voice. After all, she was still trying to attract Mr. Yi's attention. This was ridiculous. Enraged, Yun turned to the stranger and replied that the only ridiculous thing here was her, and who she even was. Liner haughtily replied that she was someone Yun could only reach in his dreams. Yun clenched her fists in rage, and the poets listened to the squabble with their mouths open. One of the poets said that on the lemon tree a lemon grows, and they are under the lemon tree, and their love blossoms. Yi Feng heard someone calling out to him. It was Peining. She called him a scoundrel and asked why he was following her. Ignoring her, Yi Feng moved on. Penning was furious, but Yi Feng replied that there was nothing to talk about. Penying screamed. He thinks too highly of himself, wrote a book and thinks that Langxiu can always protect him. He will forever remain trash, and she is a sorceress. He will never be worthy of her. But despite Pennon's cries, the young man continued on his way without even turning around. The only thing he did was raise his hand and say that her speech was good. Pennon screamed that he deserved to guard his worthless school. No girl would look at him. Then Yi Feng heard someone else appear behind him. He carefully looked over his shoulder to see what was going on. Some girl caught up with them and gave Pennon a resounding slap in the face with all her might. Turning around, Yi Feng saw that Yun had caught up with them and hit the screaming Penying. The townspeople spoke to each other in horror. The mortal had just struck the sorceress. Seeing Penying's blazing aura, Yun quickly retreated and hid behind Yi Feng. Penning asked. Now she was scared. The impact of her 9th-level martial art could crush mortals like ants. But Penning was interrupted again by another blow. This time it was Liner who hit the girl. Penning looked up and saw the beauty. She asked who she was. Liner replied that she was an admirer of Mr. Yi. Another admirer because of this little book. Girls look at Yi Feng like he's a saint. She thought what a pity that such a beauty was an ordinary loser, just like him. Oh, these helpless mortals. An angry Pennon glared and summoned her weapon. She was sure that she would punish these people severely. Liner told Yi Feng that it was not proper for a man to interfere in a girl's affairs. Penning turned to Yun and told the foolish mortal that she had been the one to disrespect her first. Yi Feng's ex-lover demanded that the girl kneel. The former nun was furious. Why Yun hadn't bowed to her yet, hitting the girl, she laughed loudly. Penning looked at Liner. This girl hit her harder, which meant her punishment should be more painful. Taking the sword, Penying pointed it at Ning Xuanwu's disciple. The girl lunged, but to her surprise, the red-haired beauty was not frightened and did not howl in pain like Yun. Liner held the sword pointed at her with 2 fingers. She gripped the blade with 2 fingers, and it trembled in Pennon's hands. The girl was horrified. She realized that the person in front of her was far from a mere mortal. Soon, the Green Mountain sect disciple's weapon flew out of her hands and pierced the pavement. Liner, fluttering her long eyelashes, asked with a smile why her sword was so hard to hold. Does a 9th-level disciple who can't hold a sword deserve to be called a spellcaster? Liner spanked Pening's cheeks painfully again. Hitting Liner, she demanded that she answer whether she was worthy of this title, and asked who she was. Pushing the girl away, she asked if she was worthy of the title of sorceress. Penin, stuttering, answered that she was not worthy. Liner replied, okay, and once again hit Penning hard, throwing her into the water. Yi Feng thought that women's squabbles were a terrible thing. Liner walked up to Yi Feng and bowed to greet him. The young man told the red-haired beauty that he remembered her and thanked her for her help. The Zhuanwu clan's foster daughter couldn't believe that Yi Feng recognized her immediately. But Yi Feng reassured her, saying that everything was fine, and turning to Yun, he also thanked her for helping him. Mao Ling's daughter smiled. Mr. Yi is so polite. Yifeng said that as a token of gratitude he was ready to treat the girls to dinner today. Yifeng's touched fans accepted his invitation. The beaten pennon climbed out of the water, sat down on the steps and cried bitterly. Udze, hearing the sobs of his beauty, ran to the embankment and called Pennon. The girl raised her battered face and called out to her brother Udze. The young man was horrified at what this beauty had become. Taken by surprise, he hit the girl and, cursing, asked who she was and why she was wearing his pennon's things. The crying girl grabbed Uz, saying that she was his pennon. Yifeng's fans beat her up, and he must take revenge. The spy looked with contempt at the girl, whose face had turned into a mess. He said that her face was ruined, so why did she need his help? Udze hit Pennon so hard that she fell down the stairs. The young man was angry. He didn't have time to touch her, and the girl rolled down the stairs from the blow. The beauty thought that everything that had happened was a lie, that they were all the same, that they considered her a worthless thing and mocked her. Remembering Udze's gaze, Pennon exclaimed, "Right now he is looking at her the same way as the others." The faces of Langsu and Linner appeared before the girl's mind's eye. Pennon burst into tears. She wanted to be treated with respect. Was that really so much? She rushed at her tormentor Udze. He treated her like dirt. The young man screamed for the bitch to take her hands off him. But Pennon declared that he would never be able to get rid of her, and with these words she pulled him under the water. Yifeng, returning home, found the wolf sitting in front of the shed with artifacts, shaking in fear. The boy stroked his pet, asking Wang Chai what was wrong with him. The wolf barked quietly, saying that he was scared. The young man asked his dog if he was sad, but the wolf was looking at the barn from which a dark aura was emanating. And then it dawned on Yifeng. He decided that the dog was yearning for his girlfriends. He was in love. The guy looked at the wolf and said he knew what he wanted to say and promised to come up with something. Zhongqing greeted the gentleman joyfully and asked how the poetry session went. Yifeng laughed. If he were to play Du Diju with the girls from Yihong Entertainment House, he would invite these two ladies along with him. By the way, he hadn't visited them for a long time and decided to go play. The servant sighed heavily. Zhongqing turned to his master. He asked Yifeng shyly if it was interesting to play Du Diju. Yifeng kindly pulled the young servant's hair and said that he wouldn't understand even if he explained everything. Zhong blushed. He often walks past this place and constantly sees beautiful girls doing indecent things. The poker deck in this world was invented by Yifeng, and it was he who taught the girls to play Do Diju. The sun was setting and a soft twilight fell over Jiangping. Linner reasoned. Even though Mao Yuner was a fool, her appearance wasn't that bad. Xuanwu's student found herself near the martial arts school again. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at this dinner reminded Linner that the future of the Xuanwu clan was in her hands. Zhong heard the guest say that she had come to pay her respects to Mr. Yi. The servant reported that the master was not at home. Linner was surprised. She thought he would be at home. She would like to know where he is now. The servant replied that the master had gone to the Yihong Entertainment House to play Du Diju with the girls there. Xuanwu's student asked what kind of game this was, and Zhong turned away in embarrassment. But the red-haired beauty did not lag behind. The boy blurted out that this is a game played by a man and a woman. Linner gasped and laughed. Zhongqing said that it was time for her to go, and that he needed to train. And then the girl's attention was drawn to a piece of the Cloak of Agility. She immediately summoned a valuable artifact, the treasure of the Xuanwu clan. The moment the piece of cloak was in Linner's hands, she heard a wolf howl, and the servant exclaimed, "How dare she steal something from them?" The guy grabbed the knife and ran towards Linner. He didn't expect such an action from her at all. The nun said, "It's just a rag. Why shouldn't he give it to her?" Zhong sternly told her to put the rag back. Linner's gaze became hard. She asked, "If she doesn't put it down, he is a child. What can he do to her?" The servant swung the kitchen knife. The force that emanated from the knife was terrifying. Linner fell to her knees. Unable to withstand the pressure, the treasures of their sect were no match for this knife. The frightened Linner handed over the piece of cloak and said that she would return the rag to him. The angry servant told her not to even think about stealing anything from the school, be it a rag or a piece of Wang Kai's wool. The young man's eyes were glowing. This was his sweet home, and he swore to protect his master, Wang Kai, and everything that was here. Zhong warned that if she tried to steal anything from school, he would not spare her. The demonic wolf slowly approached Linner. The girl was overcome with anger. Okay, he's a boy, but the pathetic dog thinks that he can bark at her. Wang Cai asked if what Zhongqing showed her was not enough, and suddenly the wolf howled. The frightened Linner felt a stream of energy pierce through her body and push her back. Blood gushed from the girl's mouth. She didn't understand what had happened, or whether some dog had really done it to her. But when she raised herself, she saw that it was not a dog, but rather a heavenly demonic wolf. On the table in the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce stood a bottle of spring flower infusion, which is said to ignite passion in a person. Mr. Mao explained to his daughter that if she wanted, then tonight was the perfect time to give the gift of her life. The girl looked at the bottle. Why not? When she met Yifeng, she immediately realized how wonderful he was. Yifeng spent his free time at the Yihong entertainment house. The half-naked beauty whispered to Mr. Y that she was ready. Yifeng and his partner became close. The girl said that the gentleman was rude, and he replied that he had a very large one. The young man's partner, laughing merrily, said, "Enough of this cunning," and demanded that he show her. The indignant waitress ran into the room and exclaimed that the girls from the Yihong entertainment house were selling their art, not their bodies. The girls apologized and said they would pay 300 yuan for the screen. After finishing playing cards, Yifeng went out into the hall. He didn't know whether he should act cold or friendly. And then a man stood next to Yifeng and said cheerfully that he was apparently waiting for a girl. He introduced himself. His name is Wang Xuan, and he is here for the same reason. Vanya stared at his beloved's graceful leg. A busty beauty entered the hall, and the lover rushed towards her. A pleased Wang Xuan told Yifeng that he wasn't just talking. The beauty asked Xuan if he knew this man. The owner of the establishment enthusiastically welcomed young Mrs. Mao. Bowing, he asked if the red-haired beauty was with her. Yifeng waved to the girls in a friendly manner. "Oh, so the girls are the honored guests of the generous Mr. I." Yun tenderly treated Yifeng to various delicacies. Linner hoped to show the young man true sensuality today. The red-haired beauty offered Yifeng some wine. The guy decided not to refuse, since it was already set, and drank it in one gulp. Yun, smiling, offered Mr. Yi another piece. But Yifeng was already full and said that he didn't want any more. He felt as if someone was trying to trick him out of his money. Suddenly, Linner asked permission to massage his shoulders. The nun's strong and skillful hands rested on the boy's shoulders. Yifeng felt like his blood was boiling. Yun took off the boy's boot and began to massage his tired feet. Yifeng held on with all his might to keep from screaming from the thrill. But if he can't even withstand a massage, he will become a laughingstock. Having broken free from the hands of the beauties, he screamed that it was very painful for him. An angry Yifeng asked the girls if they were happy now. He started shouting and said that he was not used to this and that he did not like it. The competitors looked at each other angrily. Unexpectedly, Linner invited the young man to spend the night together. She wanted to have sex with him. Yifeng asked her if she had played Dodiju before, and she said no. Then they will rent a room and play until they are completely exhausted. Linner was embarrassed. He spoke without any embarrassment. The guy said that Dodiju is played by 3 people. He invited Madame Yun to join them. The nun was shocked. My God, he wants to have a threesome. The young man added that if there is a large group, 4 people can play. Yifeng ordered the room to be prepared, and the requisites for the Dodiju to be brought. The young man promised Yun to teach her how to play, but Linner saw him as a monster. Yun invited Linner to spend a pleasant time with Mr. Yi. Madame Mao told the nun about the intoxicating drink her father had given her. Linner walked to the window and sent a message to the master. Ning was pleased. After this night, his clan would return to its former glory. The clan members asked what the leader was so happy about. He replied, Linner had already penetrated into this master's heart. If everything works out, there will be no room left for the Green Mountain sect. Old Mr. Mao anxiously awaited news from his daughter. The messenger informed him that she had used a flower potion. An overjoyed Mao Ling exclaimed that this was wonderful. Members of the house asked what made their chairman so happy. He replied that he would bring this little Yifeng over to him. His daughter and Yifeng will soon announce their engagement. Would Mao Ling lie about the future of his own daughter? As a son-in-law, Yifeng will agree to work with their Chamber of Commerce. Meanwhile, the room for the Dodiju was ready. Yifeng made sure that the table was sturdy enough and called the girls. The beauties asked shyly, "Does the gentleman want to do Dodiju on the table?" Linner carefully touched the table. Mrs. Mao patted the surface and sighed. The nun whispered to Yun, "So they will do it on the table." Both beauties quickly climbed onto the table and asked where to start. But Yifeng pushed the beauties off the table, telling them to move over. The guy laid out the cards on the table and said that the rules of the game of Dodiju are very simple. The young man explained the rules of the card game in detail. The girls' faces lengthened. They had misunderstood everything. After dealing the cards, Yifeng suggested making small bets. He himself put his favorite dagger on the line. Linner was sure that this was an artifact of terrifying power. The nun was left with the last treasure of the Zhuanwu sect, the twin swords. Taking out the swords, Linner asked if she could put this down. Looking at the divine artifacts, Yifeng replied, "That'll do." The girls were still hoping for the effect of the intoxicating drink, but for now, they decided to play. Linner decided to try to win Yifeng's priceless blade. Yun took out a copper circle and asked if she could put it up. The nun was stunned. This piece of copper looked like one of the keys to the secret kingdom. Each of the girls hoped to win valuable artifacts. The night flew by while we played cards. The sun rose and the first roosters crowed. Yifeng showed his cards and won again. The young man laughed. He had already lost count of how many times he had won. The guy suggested that we take a little rest, and that he would step away for a minute. The girls lost their most valuable artifacts. They realized that if they didn't do it now, they would have to pay. Yun rushed to get the bottle, and Yifeng suggested continuing the game in the evening. The girls tried to take back the lost valuables. The young man frowned. The ladies just can't give up. Having taken the artifacts, he said that they would be able to get revenge and get them back. Yun gently took the guy's hand, saying that he hadn't taken a sip of water all night. She invited Yifeng to sit down and have a drink. But the guy poured tea into cups and invited everyone to take a sip. The girls resolutely drank the intoxicating drink. Yifeng drank it in one gulp. Now the girls just had to wait a little. Linner playfully asked the young man why he didn't relax in their company. The guy felt hot and asked why it had become so hot here. The beauties understood that it was working. All that was left was to take the last step. Linner whispered, "Mr. Yi's clothes smell so nice." Yifeng decided that the nun had a fever, her face had turned red. Yun exclaimed that the sound of heavy breathing had given away Mr. Yi. Yifeng was surprised how they could have guessed. Yun has made up her mind, victory or defeat, everything is decided in one fell swoop. Linner pulled the guy's hand to his chest, promising to suck all the juices out of him. Yifeng didn't think they would notice, but he really needed to go to the bathroom. The girls were shocked, all their efforts were in vain. Yifeng ran away, answering the persistent call of nature. The door slammed and the girls were left alone. Yun asked what they should do now if he doesn't come back. Unexpectedly, the girls came closer and kissed. Linner said she didn't mean to. It was all because of the intoxicating drink. Yun asked to wait for Mr. Yi, but the nun knocked her down onto the table. Linner's head was spinning. After all, there was a girl in front of her. Yun tried to fight off the nun, screaming for her to leave her alone. Mao apologized, saying she didn't mean to hit Linner. Yifeng finally made it to the toilet. What a bliss it is to be where you need to be. While the guy was relieving himself, the girls became entwined in an embrace. The beauties succumbed to the drink's influence and experienced happiness. Opening the door, Yifeng loudly said that he was back. The guy's eyes widened when he saw the beauties kissing. Wow. He quickly ran out of the room. Now he was sure to have a sty in his eye. Yifeng was upset. There were many beauties here, and none of them belonged to him. Yun returned to the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Upon learning of what had happened, Mao Ling clutched his heart. His daughter was unsuccessful, lost a priceless treasure, and slept with a girl. Yun fell to her knees. She never thought that this would happen. Old Mao whispered, "Now it's all over. It was all in vain." Ning Xuanwu couldn't believe that his student spent the night with another girl. Not only that, she lost the Dark Star swords in Dodiju. The clan leader punched the wall. He laughed bitterly. This was a blow of fate. All efforts were in vain. Ning sent the student to Xuanwu Cliff for a year of seclusion. The legendary Shanhu Mountain stretches far beyond the clouds. The canyons of these mountains are full of birds and look calm and peaceful. 4 martial arts masters were walking along one of the canyons. Sun Zhuge warned his friends that this place was very dangerous. Suddenly, giant vines attacked the craftsman. It was Li Mozi who captured his friends by trapping them in a magic cube. Taking the sacred rake in his hands, Wu Yong cursed the traitor. But Li took the treasure away, saying that it should belong to him. Hiding the rake, Li said that in ancient times this was a battlefield. He created many layers in the canyon, so that even the gods would not be able to rescue them. Friends asked Li Mozi why he was doing this. He replied that they knew nothing about him. All the treasures were kept in that martial arts school. But the real treasure is Mr. I. The old men roared at how Li dared to tarnish Mr. Yi's name. Li Mozi smirked. Why shouldn't he dare? Li is not afraid of him. He will push him off his pedestal and make him an ordinary mortal. The masters did not understand what Li wanted to say. He chuckled. Once every 10,000 years comes the yin day of the yin month of the yin year, and that day is tomorrow. Chu Shikulin asked, had the heavenly martial seal been with Li all this time? This seal is powerful, but whoever uses it will condemn himself to eternal torment. His soul will not be reborn. But Li answered Old Man Wu, but he knows how to appropriate someone else's luck. Li Mozi dreamed of taking over Yifeng's destiny. Wu screamed that he was crazy and wanted to bite the hand that feeds him. Instead of answering, Li Mozi shot at old Wu. Wu Yong was injured. Without spiritual powers, he might die in a few days like a mere mortal. The masters frowned. This bastard had lost all humanity. Li smiled, his time almost up, and thanked Wu for introducing him to Yifeng. Life went on as usual in the Green Mountain clan. The doors swung open and Lu Qingshan returned from seclusion. Langsu's faithful student greeted the teacher and said that the healer Lu Dasheng was waiting for him at the door. The clan leader was shocked that he was not informed about this. Su made excuses. She decided not to disturb the teacher in solitude. Lu Dasheng grumbled. He was forced to wait for half a month. Lu Qingshan greeted Teacher Lu and apologized for his mistake. The healer asked to borrow a flaming pearl for a rare potion. The head of the clan replied that they did not have the pearl. He gave it to his benefactor. The healer demanded to be taken to that benefactor. Lu Dasheng needed to get this pearl at any cost. He demanded to give it to him. Qingshan explained that their benefactor had saved their entire clan. The healer frowned. He really wanted to see this man. The clan leader replied to Teacher Lu that he really couldn't. The healer grabbed Shuo and asked again if they agreed to help or not. No need to worry. He would just take the pearl. The healer began to strangle the girl in front of her teacher. Qingshan gritted his teeth, and finally he shouted that he agreed. Lu Dasheng released Shui. He knew that this was how it would end. At Yufen Martial Arts School, everything was as usual. The demonic wolf watched the strange barn in horror. Seeing the dog suffering, Yifeng decided to nip the problem in the bud. Taking a scalpel, the guy was preparing to castrate the dog. Unable to bear the horror from the barn, the wolf ran away. He didn't understand why the aura coming from behind the door was bothering him. The heavenly demon wolf realized that it would soon break free. It must be a wild monster or a demonic creature. Wang Kai saw with horror that the lock on the barn door was broken. The doors creaked and began to open. Soon they swung open and something burst free. The frightened wolf jumped into Yifeng's arms, shaking. A skeleton's foot stepped onto the threshold of the barn. An angry skeleton with knives sticking out of its head walked out onto the lawn. The wolf cursed. He couldn't understand what it was. Nature began to make noise. The skeleton walked straight towards Yifeng. The wolf, looking out from behind the elder, examined this dead and terrible thing. A powerful pressure emanated from this dead creature. Yifeng met the skeleton with his fist, saying that it scared him to death. After hitting it a few times, the guy said that this thing was scaring him with its laughter and squeals. The young man locked the skeleton in a barn, but it learned to open the lock. The wolf opened its mouth. The owner treats the skeleton like a toy. The skeleton muttered resentfully and crawled away. Yifeng demanded that the old junk speak like a human being. The blow knocked off the skeleton's head and the boy bruised his arm. Yifeng grumbled that the old rag had his head turned backwards. The skeleton adjusted his head, returning it to its place. The young man threw a hooded cloak over the skeleton. He demanded that they cover themselves and not hang around everywhere, scaring people. Yifeng didn't know what to do with this nonsense. You can put it in the yard, but the little rascal can move. The young man, while stroking the dog, decided to eat some walnuts. But when he picked up the nut, he saw the skeleton's head again, and his appetite immediately disappeared. The skeleton became sad and his owner abandoned him again. Meanwhile, Li Matsu was already near Yufen School. The old man realized that everything had fallen into place. It was time to begin. Standing on the roof, Li saw that Yifeng had fallen asleep in the courtyard. The old man was sure that Mr. Yi would fall asleep forever. Thunder crashed and Li Matsu whispered with a smile, "The time has come." Powerful magical currents descended upon the Yufen School. The townspeople, frightened by the severe thunderstorm, fled to their homes. Li began a magical ritual with Yifeng at the center. At Li Matsu's call, powerful streams of magic descended from the heavens. The magic chains that were supposed to seal Yifeng's spiritual powers began to spin. Old man Li rolled the dice to count his fate. A purple sword appeared in the sky and flew towards the sleeping youth. Li Matsu was triumphant. Now all the treasures would belong to him. Yifeng yawned sweetly, ignoring the magical attack. Old Li was satisfied. The spiritual powers had already been sealed. But contrary to expectations, the guy did not die. The sword had no effect on him. Li Matsu's jaw dropped in surprise. The old master could not understand how the young man had done this, had he really swallowed his sword. And Yifeng slept soundly, dreaming of a Bugatti. Li Matsu wondered why the ancient powerful attack had no effect. He decided that thanks to his sophisticated defense, Yifeng's strength was still with him. The old master did not give up. Destroying a worthy opponent was more pleasant than crushing an ant. He ordered the life-stealing goo to come out. The magical parasite moved towards the sleeping youth. Yifeng suddenly woke up and swatted goo away as he flew towards her. The guy grumbled, "Where do these flies come from? They prevent him from sleeping." A stunned Li remembered Wu's words about eternal torment. Yang warned that his soul could never be reborn. Li Matsu was terribly frightened. He had broken the great law of the world. The frightened old man decided that he had to run. With all his strength, he ran away from Yufen School. He didn't understand why things turned out this way. How Yifeng was able to slap his goo. Even the god of war could not crush him with his palms. Apparently this man's fate is so unshakable that it cannot be shaken. Li lost, so he needs to get out of here. Suddenly the old man saw something strange hovering above him. The frightened master asked who it was in front of him. The skeleton in the cloak stretched into a creepy smile. His eyes flashing, he asked the old man if he was leaving already. Li Matsu rushed away, feeling an indescribable oppression. Has Yifeng really given up on chasing him? We need to save ourselves. But the skeleton silently pursued the old man, and he could not bear it. Li shouted that he was the strongest martial artist of his generation. Apparently the stalker is looking for trouble, and he will get it. A powerful explosion occurred on one of the sky islands. Healer Lu realized that martial artists were fighting there. Lu Desheng, saying that he needed to check, rushed to the battlefield. Li Matsu angrily asked how the skeleton dared to stand in his way. The old man attacked his pursuer with his most powerful skill, but the skeleton didn't even pay attention to it. Master Li was shocked that this was possible. It was his most powerful attack, but he remained unharmed. Li Matsu realized that he had only one thing left to do: run. But then he felt a giant hand hovering over him. The old master could not overcome this pressure. The hand slapped him. Li asked why, since he hadn't insulted him or done anything offensive. The skeleton asked the old man if this was true. The surprised master asked if it was Yifeng in front of him. But the skeleton replied that he was not the master, but only his servant. Motse was stunned. The incredibly powerful master was just Yifeng's servant. Could it be that Mr. Yi is really immortal? The pursuer replied that the owner could not be immortal. Throwing off his hood, the skeleton said that his master was a god. Li Motse was sweating profusely. No, this was impossible. How could such a creature descend to this place? The skeleton added that he was the master's servant, and also a god. The old man chuckled and decided that this guy was trying to take him by fear. Surely this skeletal outer shell is some kind of trick. As if in response to the grin, a huge bolt of lightning struck the old man. Li Motse whispered in horror. Was it really thunder from heaven? And then the old man felt himself becoming covered in ice. A blizzard and snow fell on him, and he turned into a block of ice. The next second the earth opened up and fire burst out. Huge tongues of flame danced around Old Man Li. The fire was replaced by a whirlwind. The old man, caught in the tornado, began to scream in fear. Finally, Li Motse fell back down where he had been. The skeleton said if he still didn't believe, he could show me something. A portal to return to the past sparkled at the tip of a bony finger. Old Man Li's entire past life flashed before his eyes, and now the skeleton decided to show him a vision of the future. Motse looked at his hand and screamed. Right before his eyes, his hand, like him, began to decay. Horrified, the old master realized that he really was facing a god. The skeleton sighed sadly. How boring. Clenching his bony hand into a fist, he told the old man to forget everything and die. Falling to his knees, Li whispered. He was so blind that he encroached on the fate of a god, dying. He barely audibly said that he was terribly sorry. Lu Desheng watched all this with curiosity. He was horrified. The famous martial artist was killed so easily, he had to run. And then the healer saw the skeleton, and he asked, "It was funny, wasn't it?" Bowing, Lu said that he was just passing by and offered the healing remedy. The skeleton frowned and asked if he really needed a healing potion. The skeleton told Lu to hit himself in the face 100 times and get out of there. Not daring to disobey, the healer slapped himself in the face. Qingshan, seeing teacher Lu beating himself, was extremely surprised. The clan leader asked why the healer was punishing himself like this. The sun came out, Yifeng stretched, he slept very well. Yifeng asked the servant where the scarecrow was, and he replied that it was here but had disappeared somewhere. The guy decided that this asshole had gone off to cause him problems again. Indeed, the skeleton was traveling through the city streets. He was attracted by the shops where there were many beautiful girls. Unnoticed by the eye, he looked under the skirts of beauties. The girls asked what this strange gust of wind was. The skeleton looked at the young girls with burning eye sockets. Such pictures literally made him lose his dead head. Beauties were a delight to his eyes, a cosmic bliss. A trembling, bony hand reached out to the elastic young bottom. But at that moment, an angry Yifeng jumped up. Having hit the skeleton, the guy called him a shameless mug. The townspeople were shocked. Mr. Yi was beating up the supreme being. Having put the skeleton in a bag, the young man hurried to take it home. The surprised city residents watched as Yifeng ran away. The guy returned to the martial arts school with his loot. He was incredibly angry because he couldn't get rid of this walking skeleton. The skeleton looked out of the bag and timidly at its owner. He held out his cloaked hands and muttered an apology. But Yifeng was furious. The skeleton was still trying to act cute. A bony hand appeared to greet the owner one last time. Seeing the bony face, the guy became terribly angry. The servant told the enraged Yifeng that the people from the Pingjiang chamber were asking him to come and collect the money from the book sales. The guy decided to pretend that they had lost the money, but Zhongqing exclaimed that this was not possible. The boy suggested taking this money and giving it to those in need. Yifeng laughed. His stupid servant was too honest and would get into trouble when he left him. Zhong shouted that he would not go anywhere and would protect his master and the school until the end of his days. Smiling, Yifeng entrusted himself to Zhong's care. He instructed his servant to go instead of him and collect the money. The sun was setting, but Zhongqing still had not returned. Yifeng couldn't let the skeleton roam around. It would lead to disaster for him. He took the skeleton apart bone by bone and hid it in different places. The young man said that the skeleton would never see the light of day again. Having thrown the dead head from the roof, the guy told the skeleton to die. And then Yifeng heard that something bad had happened. His disciple Zhongqing was attacked and died. The owner of the martial arts school was shocked by this news. As fast as he could, Yifeng ran after the townsman towards the boy. Pushing through the crowd of curious onlookers, Yifeng saw the battlefield. Zhongqing lay wounded in a pool of blood. People sympathetically said that the master could only take his body. Yifeng lifted the servant's head. He was still alive. The guy took his wrist and felt his pulse. Picking up the boy in his arms, Yifeng ran to school, demanding that Zhong remain silent. He would not let him die. At school, the boy turned out all the supplies of healing potions and herbs. The wolf told Zhong not to be afraid of anything. He was already home. Yifeng repeated that no one would dare to offend the boy again. The injured student of the Yu Fen school was coughing up blood. Tears welled up in the wolf's eyes. He was sure the boy was on the verge of death. Only the potion of the immortals can help in this situation. Zhang's eyes were clouded over, and blood was coming out of his mouth. The young man placed a resurrection pill into the servant's mouth. The wolf knew that this was only a temporary remedy. The potion of the immortals was needed. Yifeng whispered to Zhang to go to sleep. When he woke up, everything would be fine. The guy clenched his fists. He thirsted for revenge. No matter who it was, they will pay for it with their own blood. The skeleton locked in the well heard everything. Mao Ling yelled angrily at the assassin. He justified himself by saying that the little servant turned out to be a good fighter and killed several people. Mao shouted that the weakling was just looking for excuses. Mao Lin's son told his father to let them go and forget about them. Chairman Mao lowered his head. He was about to be removed from office. He thought that Yifeng's death would be a way out for him. Mao Yi asked his father not to despair and pointed to the 3 fighting spirits. They can easily deal with a mortal who just writes books. Mao Lin smiled. Martial spirits, heaven-breaking gang, this is excellent. However, Yun felt that Yifeng was not so simple, and that there might be problems with him. But Junior Mao was confident that the cultivators could handle him. Mao asked his son if hiring these 3 wouldn't cost them a fortune, and he reassured his father. All they want is 100 young beautiful girls. Mao Lin could not believe such luck. As soon as they help solve the problem, he will give them 200 beauties. The spirits replied that they needed a day to rest, then they would deal with the mortal. Yifeng went to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Yin Xiong, seeing the guest, ordered that tea be brought to Mr. Yi. The chairman bowed and offered the guest tea. But the guy was gloomy, his fists constantly clenched. Yin Xiong was afraid that he had somehow provoked Mr. Yi's anger. Suddenly, the young man asked if their ward could hire assassins. The chairman of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce was at a loss. Yifeng said that someone tried to kill his student and he wants revenge. Yin Xiong was shocked. Who dared to do such a thing? If this matter is not settled, the whole of Jiangping will be burned to the ground by Mr. Yi's fury. Yifeng asked if Yin Xiong had any options. The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce thought for a moment. He said that there were options, and asked who attacked his student. Yifeng thought it was someone from the Pingjiang Chamber, but there was no evidence. As he was leaving, the young man asked for the head of the attacker to be brought. Yin Xiong ordered the horses to be saddled and set off for the Green Mountain sect. He told Lu Qingshan the story of Mr. Yi. The clan leader vented his anger by exploding the stone. This is outrageous. Mr. Yi's anger is understandable. His favorite student almost lost his life. Qingshan tasked Yin Xiong with finding out the truth about the attack. The Green Mountain clan will ensure that justice is done. Shu told the clan members about the attack on Mr. Yi's disciple. Luo Li added that their benefactor was barely holding back his rage over what had happened. And Zhu Yun said that they should resolve this issue for Mr. Yi. Otherwise, they will not be able to bear the force of his anger. The clan members murmured their approval. Everyone was ready to avenge Mr. I's student. Lu Qingshan ordered the orders to be transmitted throughout the clan. All the clan's disciples will descend from the mountain under the leadership of Zhou Yun. They will make those who went against Yifeng regret having been born. Meanwhile, all establishments of the Baofeng Chamber have been temporarily closed. Outside Jiangping, the Green Mountain clan was preparing for battle. A carrier pigeon brought a message from Yin Xiong to Qingshan, informing him that the culprits were the Pingjiang Chamber. Mao Ling was appeasing the mercenaries when he was informed that something was wrong. The Baofeng Chamber has closed its shops and is preparing active actions against their chamber. Mao was surprised that they were declaring war on their ward. The chairman left his son in his place, since Baofeng is connected to the Green Mountain clan. One of the battle spirits casually said that there was nothing to worry about. Mao's son was confident that from now on, their house would rule all of Jiangping. So let the music play and the girls dance. As soon as dusk fell, guests arrived in the city. The Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce continued to revel in unbridled joy, and dragons appeared in the sky above Jiangping. The Green Mountain clan army flew towards their enemies. In Lu Qingshan's hands, a knife of unprecedented power gleamed. The servant ran into the hall again and rushed towards Mao Lin. He shouted that Yifeng's people were already at their gates. Chairman Mao shouted that they shouldn't barge in so unceremoniously. The servant said that there were a lot of people there. They wouldn't get rid of them so easily. One of the battle spirits killed the noisy servant. The soldiers told Mao that his men did not seem to trust them. The mood for fun had already disappeared, and the bandits went to meet the uninvited guests. They ordered that even more beauties be brought to them. Mao really hoped that the bandits would destroy not only Yifeng, but also the Baofeng Chamber. The fighting spirits waddled out into the street. They were even curious as to who was so blind. But when they saw the army of the Green Mountain clan, they were taken aback. This isn't a battle, it's more like a war. All the opponents have a very high level of cultivation. Seeing the bandits in the courtyard of the Chamber of Commerce, the dragon roared loudly. The warriors pointed their weapons at them, and the bandits were confused. The fighting spirits have lost their nerve and are not ready to fight the clan. Moreover, Qingshan had a strange and powerful item in his hands. The head of the Green Mountain clan stood on the dragon and looked down sternly. Mao Ling, coming out into the courtyard, was stunned by the sight of so many warriors here. But he was sure there was nothing to fear, because they had 3 warlike spirits on their side. Only the warlike spirits were no longer going to fight. Mao asked the mercenaries if they would win, but they didn't understand whether the old man had gone blind. A whole army of strong warriors is attacking them. Mao became worried why the elders were not saying anything. Suddenly, the leader of the trio hit Mao, calling him a crazy freak. He said that Mao didn't give them enough wine, so they were leaving. If Mao needs anything, let him find Mr. Zhao. Lu Qingshan watched the bandits carefully from above. Confused, Mao asked who this Mr. Zhao was. The speaker of the house recalled that the bandits had vowed to help them get rid of their enemies, but the warlike spirits were in a hurry to escape. Pushing off from the ground, they rushed away, but an unexpectedly powerful stream of energy blocked their path. The bandits saw with horror that the ground beneath them had cracked. Qingshan asked them. They seemed to be involved in this matter too. The trio scolded Mao Lin. This piece of shit had really let them down. The leader answered Lu. Yes, they are connected with this matter. So what? They are the elders of the skybreaking gang from Nansha. If Lu Qingshan touches them, he won't get away with it. The head of the clan wondered if this could start a war between them or not. The clan master ordered 18 guards to be left at the gate. The rest must destroy the gang that is tearing apart the skies in one day. The fighting spirits were stunned by this order. How dare Qingshan destroy their gang because of a mortal? Lu growled that he would tear the leader to pieces for insulting Mr. Yi. The head of the clan ordered the capture of the bandits. Mao Lin was stunned these fighting spirits were captured without resistance. Now Lu Qingshan looked at the chairman of the Pingjiang chamber. Mao Lin and his son fell to their knees in fear. Lu asked if they were the ones who sent the people who attacked Mr. Yi's disciple. Young Mao realized that this was his chance to get rid of his father, and he shouted that he had nothing to do with this matter. It was all his father's fault. This old geezer is to blame for everything, but he has nothing to do with it. Qingshan watched with disdain as his son betrayed his own father. Mao Lin asked why the clan leader led the attack because of Yifeng. Who the hell is this man? Lu replied that without him, the Green Mountain clan would not exist on this land. Lord Yi hid his cultivation, but the pathetic trash Mao almost crippled his disciple. For this, the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce will be destroyed. Mr. Yi gave Mao so many chances, but he turned out to be an ungrateful fool. Mao Lin understood everything and terribly regretted what he had done. Turning to the bandits, Lu said it was their turn now. But the fighting spirits slipped away with a laugh, inviting Qingshan to join the gang. Su said that these 3 were practicing dark paths, different from the heaven-breaking gang's techniques. Qingshan guessed that these 3 had lured him into a trap, so that he would start a war against the gang. The clan head ordered the Luo sisters to hand over the father and son to Mao Yifeng. He himself, with his guards, went to the gang that was tearing apart the skies. Despite it being nighttime, the Luo sisters brought the prisoners to the school. Su walked through the school courtyard and didn't recognize her. The girl was surprised at how quiet it was here today. This was nothing like the martial arts school she remembered. Yifeng stood by Zhongqing's bedside. His life is out of danger now, but he still hasn't woken up, which is bad. Yi reported to Yifeng that the Mao father and son were behind the attack on Zhong. The boy went out into the yard and saw the prisoners that Lo Li was holding. Father and son Mao fell to their knees. Mao Ling exclaimed, it was all his fault, his son was innocent. The old man, shedding tears, said that he was ready to answer for everything. The sisters were surprised that Mr. Yi was really going to do it himself. Xu watched the mysterious young man closely. Old Mao begged them to kill him alone and spare his son. The young man screamed. It was his father's fault. He didn't know anything about it. Luo Li called Mao's son impudent. Yifeng raised his hand, demanding that everyone be quiet. The guy looked at Mao Lin with burning eyes. He said Mao's blood was like dirt. His life was worthless. He couldn't pay for what he had done with his life alone. Taking out the dagger, Yifeng said that he had to go another way. Putting a dagger to Mao's son's throat, the boy said that he would return the favor. Tears streamed from the old man's eyes and he screamed, "The boy is not guilty of anything." The frightened son started screaming and begging his father to do something. Mao's son hit his forehead on the ground, asking not to kill him for his father. Mao Ling rushed to the tree, asking to be allowed to pay with his life. Yun, with tears in her eyes, screamed at her father to stop. Everyone turned to face the girl. She fell on her knees before Yifeng and begged him to spare her father and brother. Mao Lin managed to tell his daughter that he was very sorry, but she would have to take care of her brother. Shouting that he would pay with his life, old man Mao hit his head on the tree trunk. Yifeng, holding a dagger in his hand, silently looked at the corpse. Yun burst into tears. She loved her father. Mao's son congratulated Yifeng and asked if he would let him go now. Yifeng replied that he needed the head of the person behind all this. He remembered the wounded Zhongqing in a pool of blood. The young man asked if he had fallen into the hands of the murderers. Would they have spared him? Yifeng slashed the dagger across Mao Ling's neck. The head of the Pingjiang House chairman was separated from his body. Turning to Yun, the guy said that she had every right to seek revenge. The girl replied that her brother really had nothing to do with the attack on Zhongqing. Yifeng decided to let the younger Maos go their separate ways. The guy swore that he would definitely wake up Zhongqing. Lu Qingshan and his guards flew to the Skybreaking gang. The Green Mountain clan was trapped. Juwun shouted at the leader to leave. The gang was not so simple. Lu heard how the small clan dared to attack the Sky-Tearing gang. Qingshan looked at the gang leader in surprise, and he once again asked loudly how they dared. In front of them is the Emperor of Martial Arts. It turns out that the gang's power extends so high. The head of the clan asked His Excellency his name. The bandit leader said his name was Ye Bei. This name was well known to Qingshan. A talented youth, a genius of cultivation, who became the king of martial arts at the age of 20. A monstrous talent who will compare to him in 20 years. Ye Bei realized that Lu knew him, which meant he would die at his hands. The clan leader felt a powerful attack. The disciples screamed in horror that the Green Mountain clan had no intention of offending Ye Bei. The gang elders insulted their eldest first. But Ye Bei objected. They were the first to destroy the 3 gang elders. From his point of view, the entire clan deserved to die. Lu took up the knife and said he would fight for his elder with all his might. The kitchen knife became golden with furious energy. The bandit chuckled. An attack of this level was useless against him. And suddenly Ye Bei felt that he was wounded. How Lu could get through his attack was all because of that kitchen knife. The bandit exclaimed that Lu had no right to use the divine weapon. Only he, Ye Bei, deserves to receive it. The gang leader rushed to attack Qingshan. He fought back for a long time, but still missed the blow. The knife given to him by Yifeng fell from Lu's hands. The teacher found himself sealed away along with the rest of his clan. The kitchen knife ended up in Ye Bei's hands. Lu Qingshan warned that if they angered his senior, the heaven-breaking gang would cease to exist. The bandit was very interested to see this elder. Ye Bei looked through Lu's memories and saw Yifeng. The bandit was sure this guy still had a lot of worthwhile things. Leaving the clan in captivity, the gang leader went to visit Yifeng. The sun rose, a new day began. Ye Bei landed in the courtyard of Yufen Martial Arts School. Checking Lu's memories, the bandit realized that he was in the right place. The Emperor of Martial Arts looked around carefully. He glanced at the protective hieroglyph, but felt nothing. A skeleton was making a voice from the depths of the well. His powerful aura lifted the well lid. An aura of a mysterious deity of this world flowed around the well. The aura grew stronger and soon covered the entire school. Ye Bei looked at the paintings on the walls of the school with interest. The bandit did not feel the vibrations of the combat entities. The guest also noticed the earth-shaking stone built into the threshold. Ye Bei walked around almost the entire school courtyard and didn't meet anyone. He decided that if he took over this school, it would be just great. But there is no owner, and simply taking it means stealing. And the bandit began to kick the gong to attract attention. The wolf sensed a sign of hostility, and the Emperor of Martial Arts came to visit them. The wolf was sure that the elder would sort everything out. The gong continued to buzz persistently. Yifeng walked out into the yard with a basket of vegetables and asked Ye Bei what he was making noise about. The bandit said he came to give his martial arts school a kick in the pants. The guest chuckled and said that he was challenging Yifeng to a duel to the death. The young man looked silently at the strange visitor. Ye Bei chuckled. Weaklings are always easy to anger. Yifeng sighed heavily. The guy told the guest to get out of here. He doesn't want to fight. The guest is not his opponent. Ye Bei's eyes turned bloodshot. This little man has no shortage of impudence. The bandit shouted that if he came here, he would definitely give a kick. Yifeng sighed again. Well, if the guest wants to fight so much. Without letting go of the basket, Yifeng said, "Let's fight." Ye Bei was a genius from birth, the pride of his generation. How dare this worthless mortal speak to him like that? This Yifeng pretends that he is all great and powerful. The enraged bandit rushed into battle. He decided to kill the arrogant owner of the school with one blow. Ye Bei shouted at Yifeng to go to hell. The young man calmly awaited the attack. Dodging, he said, it was quite intricate. But in martial arts there are only 3 rules. Be fast, be smart, and be ruthless. With these words, Yifeng knocked out his opponent. The young man asked who the guest was trying to show off in front of. The renowned genius and formidable bandit lay sprawled on the floor. He couldn't understand how this was possible. He, Ye Bei, had never been humiliated like this before. The angry bandit decided to use the deadly dash technique. Rising, he rushed at his opponent again. Ye Bei shouted at Yifeng that he had to die today. Instead of answering, the young man threw a basket of vegetables at the guest. The gang leader whispered that this couldn't be. Yifeng noticed that his guest had a strange look. He asked Ye Bei who he was staring at. The guy called the guest a weakling, asking where he got so much courage to challenge him. The young man demanded that the guest say what he wanted. Ye Bei gritted his teeth, offended. He summoned the heavenly soul pearl, ordering it to kill Yifeng. The bandit shouted that this was his deadly weapon, so the guy was already dead. Yifeng kicked the annoying guest. After breaking the pearl, the guy said that Ye Bei was really a pain in the ass. He asked the bandit if he wanted to kill someone with this broken bead. He must have gone crazy. Ye Bei was stunned. This guy called the priceless artifact a broken bead. Yifeng said the guest had no chance of winning. The bandit realized that Lu Qingshan was telling the truth about the elder. The gang leader decided it was time to run away, but suddenly he received a kick in the back. Yifeng is kind to people, but this does not extend to enemies. This idiot challenged him to a duel to the death. Stepping on the enemy's spine, Yifeng was about to finish off the intruder. If you come to kill, then you yourself must be ready to die. Ye Bei pleaded, telling the elder that he was wrong and asked him to let him go. The guy asked why they should let such an impudent fellow go. The young man pressed Ye Bei's head to the ground with his foot. Another second and Yifeng would crush his head like a nut. But then the young man heard Zhongqing's voice. It took Ye Bei a second to break free, and Yifeng noticed the sign of the sky-breaking gang. The young man shouted after the enemy that he remembered him, would pay him a visit in a few days, and they would resolve this issue. A frightened Ye Bei returned to the sky-breaking gang. He was sure that if this man showed up here, he would raise the gang to the ground. Now the leader had no doubts about Lu's words regarding his elder. Ye Bei hoped that maybe he still had a chance to stay alive. The head of the Green Mountain clan believed that they would all die here and now. Lu Qingshan, turning to Lord Yi, exclaimed that he and his clan had no regrets. With a wide smile, Ye Bei told Brother Qingshan that there had been a terrible misunderstanding. The leader ordered the seal to be removed from the clan immediately. Then Ye Bei smiled and invited the entire clan to enter the gang's house. By order of the leader, a feast was arranged for the guests on 10,000 tables. A puzzled Qingshan asked the gang leader what he was planning. Ye Bei insisted that he wanted to apologize to all the people of the Green Mountain clan. To show his sincerity, the leader of the gang drank first. The clan leader wondered what would happen to his clan members if he died here. Lu came to the conclusion that courage lies in living humbly for something. Ye Bei decided to dispel Qingshan's doubts. He ordered those 3 scoundrels to be brought here. The heads of the gang elders flew off their shoulders. The leader said to hand them over to the clan and apologized for the delay. Lu was curious what the bandit would do next. Qingshan decided to play along with Ye Bei and offered to end the feud between their clans. The pleased leader said that he wanted to offer them treasure. The bandit snapped his fingers. In front of Lu was a box of precious sandalwood cigars. The head of the clan looked at them in confusion. They seemed to be ordinary cigars. Ye Bei explained that after one sip of smoke, Lu would soar like an immortal. Qingshan lit a cigarette and stars began to spin around him. The clan leader admitted that these cigars were truly magnificent. Ye Bei thought back to Yifeng, wondering what in the Green Mountain clan was worthy of his attention. Lu asked Hedye what he had done to deserve such a gift. The gang leader laughed, the gift not eclipsing Lu's eyes. The host and guest looked at each other in silence. Qingshan decided that sooner or later Ye would show his foxtail. The Green Mountain clan members relaxed and ate and drank to their heart's content. Ye Bei diligently treated Lu, adding more food and pouring more wine. Eventually, Qingshan got drunk, and the leader asked him to take his guest to rest. Looking at the clan leader, Ye thought that this old man was so naive. The scout reported to Chief Ye that he had collected information on all the elders of the Green Mountain clan. The scroll records their abilities, hobbies, and personal qualities. The scout said there was a problem with Ju Yun. She doesn't just like pretty faces, but young men like White Lotus's bandits won't be able to find such an innocent person. Ye Bei laughed and said that they were in no hurry. The scout asked if they had to accept this clan with such solemnity. Head E replied that it was absolutely necessary if they wanted to survive. Qingshan thought seriously, and even his knife was returned to him. It seems Ye Bei encountered someone stronger and got scared. And then Lu remembered that the leader had really gone to meet with the elder. So that was why Lu felt his breathing was ragged, and he was definitely injured. Apparently, Ye Bei found Yifeng and was beaten half to death by him. Now the gang leader wants to save his life by pleasing the clan. Qingshan was afraid that if the clan was connected with the gang, it might die along with it. Lu realized that his clan had to get out of here immediately. But near his room, Qingshan saw 2 beast girls. The hooligans told the old man that they had come to serve him. These are his secret ideals of beauty. Lu began to pray fervently. The beauties asked him why he was chanting the name of Buddha. Why didn't he relax? Gathering his last strength, Lu Qingshan pulled himself together. After breaking away from the beast girls, the clan leader loudly cursed Ye Bei. Qingshan dived into the water, cursing that it was terribly cold. The gang leader saw everything and realized that Lu had guessed his plans. Chief Ye smiled. The old man is strong, but his clan is in a gang. The scout asked if the man was really that terrible. Ye Bei replied thoughtfully, he is not a human. He is an immortal, or even an entity close to a god. The gang's scout turned pale and was covered in large beads of sweat. The next day, Qingshan angrily shouted at the beast girls. They both seemed to be off the chain and wouldn't give him a break. As he flew out of the room, Lu shouted, "The Green Mountain clan will not fall victim to intrigue." Upon seeing Ye Bei, Lu called him names and said that his clan would not stoop to the level of his gang. The bandit showed Lu with a smile how his clan members spend their time. The head of the clan was horrified in just 2 days. Everyone had succumbed to the gang's tricks. Oh, here comes Ye Bei's brother and his future daughter-in-law. Qingshan saw with horror Zhu Yun in the arms of a young man. The young man asked Yun if Mr. Lu didn't like him. Happy Yun told the teacher that she and many clan members had found love here. The gang leader said to Lu Qingshan with a smile, "Now they are matchmakers." Ye clapped his hands to the beast girls and suggested that Lu not get angry. The beauties clung to the old man, and Yi suggested that they come to terms with what was happening. Putting his arm around the girls, Lu said they would discuss the rest later. They will go on a one-day retreat together. Yifeng walked along the path on Mount Mufu. The young man searched for Tianxin in the mountains to heal Zhongqin. Among the beauty of Mount Mufu there stood a small estate. A beautiful girl was sleeping in the garden with a book on her face. It was Yifeng's latest novel. The maid called out to her mistress, who fell asleep again while reading this man's books. It seems the lady is really sick with these books. Bai Piao Piao, clutching the book, asked what kind of person could write like that. Suddenly there was a knock at the estate gate. The girls were confused. No one had ever come here before. Madam sent Mao Mao to find out who was there. Yifeng was standing at the gate. He said he was going to get some herbs and asked for a place to stay for the night. The maid reported to her mistress, and she ordered him to be let in. The young man politely thanked him for his kindness. He noticed that the owner of the estate was a beautiful, thoughtful girl. Yifeng realized that this beauty had an excellent character. The guest impromptu composed a beautiful poem in honor of the hostess. The maid frowned and told the young man to follow her. Piao couldn't believe that an ordinary person could write such a poem. For some reason, this young man attracted Piao's attention. She thanked the guest for a good poem. The sky was covered with clouds and it started to rain heavily. Having entered the mistress's room, the maid reported that everything was ready. And then she saw that Piao had written down the poem that the guy had composed, wondering if she had fallen in love with a mortal. But Piao told her not to talk nonsense. Even if he is good, he is mortal. They live in different worlds. Piao's heart has long belonged to the author of this book. Meanwhile, Yifeng started cooking. For dinner, he decided to cook rabbit with vegetables. An hour later, the rabbit was ready, giving off a wonderful aroma. Rabbit meat with a jug of good wine is simply delicious. The delicious food and drink put Yifeng in a poetic mood. He read a poem about a quiet night. It reminded him of home, friends, and brought on a quiet sadness. Piao came up quietly from behind and said, "This is a very good poem." She asked who could compose such a thing. Yifeng said Li Bo. The lady asked, "So his name is Li Bo?" The girl introduced herself. She is Bai Piao Piao, and this is Mao Mao's sister. Yifeng decided to treat the hostess to dinner. The girl thanked him and took a piece, but the maid was dissatisfied. After trying it, Piao was surprised. This dish was so delicious. The young man smiled, saying that the lady was too kind. Piao was surprised that he wouldn't respond to her praise. The maid became curious and also took a piece of meat. This mortal slightly interested the celestial. Bai Piao asked the guy what he thought of her. Yifeng replied, "She is as beautiful as a celestial being. She can conquer countries and subjugate cities." The girl smiled and asked if he liked her. The young man answered in the affirmative without a shadow of embarrassment. Piao asked why he liked her. Taking a sip of wine, he replied, "A modest girl with graceful manners is a perfect match for a noble husband." The owner of the house said that she could not understand this phrase. Piao asked if he liked her. Why didn't the master look at her? Yifeng explained that although he liked her, she was still not his. Anything that does not correspond to the ritual should not be looked at. The girl smiled. She learned a lot today. While pouring tea, she asked if he seemed to be from around here. Piao asked the guest to share his story with her, but the young man replied that he did not want to tell. His story was too long and complicated, from another world. Having apologized for her rudeness, Piao got ready to leave so as not to disturb the young man. But after taking a few steps, the girl stopped. One question tormented her. Turning around, the girl asked the guest if he read books. While devouring the rabbit meat, the boy replied that he didn't read books. This answer greatly surprised the romantic Piao. She felt very sorry. They could have become good friends. The next day, the frightened maid came running to her mistress. Mao had a book in her hands. She found it in Li Bo's room after he left. Piao remained silent. He didn't even say goodbye to her. The girl wrote down the poem she heard from a guest yesterday. The woman exclaimed that this mortal was trying to steal the lady's book. Piao pulled out her book. They were the same. It seems that Mr. Li forgot this book. The maid was surprised. He said that he doesn't read books. Perhaps Mr. Li also has secrets of the heart. Madam told Mao to handle the book carefully, and they would return it to Mr. Li. Yifeng realized that he had forgotten the book he put under his pillow to soften his nerves. The three old masters were still trapped by Li Mozi's seals. Chu Shikulang and Sun Zhuge supported Wu as best they could, sharing their energy with him. They said they wouldn't abandon their old friend. Wu Yong thanked the masters with a smile. Zhuge said that he was worried about Lord Yi. Suddenly Shikulan saw Yifeng. The old men couldn't believe their eyes. Yifeng was walking straight towards them. The guy also recognized Wu and his friends and decided to come over and say hello. What a coincidence. They are also in the mountains. But what are they doing here? The old men screamed in horror for him not to come any closer. There were seals all around. Yifeng couldn't hear them, thinking they were greeting each other loudly. The masters saw with horror that the boy had stepped on an ancient seal. They were sure that their benefactor would die now. But nothing happened. He calmly walked towards them. A couple of minutes later, Yifeng approached the stunned old men. The guy leaned over and asked in surprise what they were doing there. Wu said that they had been unable to get out of here for a long time, and thanked the guy for coming. Yifeng was puzzled, but it was just a puddle, not a swamp. The guy decided to help the old people and extended his hand, inviting them to come along. Zhuge explained that they were trapped and couldn't just walk out of here. The young man was stunned. Was he supposed to carry them out of a dirty puddle in his arms? The old men's eyes widened. Only Mr. Yi could call the terrible seals a dirty puddle. Yifeng pulled the old men out of the trap by the hand. The masters were shocked at what level this guy was that he could do such a thing. They all happily thanked Yifeng for his help. The masters said that Wu was injured and asked the young man to look at him. But Wu said sadly, he cannot be healed. He is doomed to die. The guy looked at the wound and it really was serious. Old man Wu was sure that no one could help him anymore. But Yifeng said that although the wound was serious, it could be healed. The young man took some grass out of the basket, spat it, rubbed it, and walked up to Wu. He applied a herbal mixture to the wound and told her to hold it with her hands. The old man obediently pressed the medicine, although he did not believe that it would work. But after a few minutes, the old master felt better. Suddenly, Wu soared into the air with a joyful cry. He couldn't believe his luck. His dantian was restored. Wu Yong fell to his knees in front of the young man. He asked Yifeng to allow him to be his servant and to give his life for him. But the guy replied, "There is no need to be so polite. These are just herbs." But Wu did not lag behind, and Yifeng agreed that the old man could help him in business. The guy sent Wu to Zhangping and decided to continue his journey. The old man asked to go with Yifeng and carry his things. The guy was horrified. These 3 old stumps couldn't get out of the puddle. Now they want to climb the mountains with his help. He rushed forward, shouting at the old men to forget about it. The delighted Wu whispered that Mr. Yi was like the sun. 2 demons guarded the medicinal herb Tianxin. He Yu reported that the demon lord would personally come for Tianxin. Raven He Yu instructed him to properly guard the medicinal herb. And then the raven saw Yifeng, who had descended on a rope to pick some rare grass. He finally found Tianxin. Now Zhongqing will be saved. An angry He Yu rushed at the man. The demonic raven aimed straight at the young man, but he deftly waved it away, throwing the bird away. He Yu hit the rock. He didn't understand how the mortal avoided his attack, and Yifeng didn't understand where this stupid little bird came from. The raven demon came to his senses after meeting the rock. Calling the young man a freak, He Yu sent a deadly growing whirlwind at him. The guy waved it off and asked what the hell was going on. This crow must have lost his mind. Raven couldn't believe it. His attack dissipated into thin air. Enraged, He Yu rushed at the human enemy again. Hitting the bird with a shovel, Yifeng shouted for the stupid crow to get out of here. Finally, the young man was able to calmly dig up the medicinal plant. Now you need to find the Shuilin grass. It grows where water flows. The demon lord asked menacingly if someone had stolen his Tianxin medicinal herb. He demanded to be taken away. He would kill this man himself. Meanwhile, Yifeng approached the water cave in search of Shuiling. Seeing the dead raven, the chief demon asked where that man was. The worm replied that when he left, the man was here. The demon lord was furious. It instantly grew to gigantic proportions. A small man dared to steal what belongs to the demons. The lord summoned 18 great demon princes. Demons began to flock to the lord's call. The dark princes appeared one after another. With their eyes ablaze, they awaited the orders of their master. Finally, they asked the demon lord why he had summoned them. The lord replied, "A man came to his mountain, stole the Tianxin and killed He Yu. They must find him within half an hour." The ruler longed to devour his flesh and drink his blood, and the princes obeyed. And the demon lord sent the worm to guard the Shuilin grass. "We can't let anything happen to this medicinal herb either." The demon decided to absorb the Shuilin and then deal with the man. Shuilin is already mature. It is necessary that nothing has an impact on her. Upon entering the cave, the demon lord heard Yifeng's voice. The young man said that it took him a long time to cut this Shuilin grass. The stunned demon asked the guy who the hell he was. The worm said, "This is the man who stole the Tianxin." The lord was looking for this little man, but he didn't think that he would come straight to his lair. He also dared to steal a recently ripened Shuilin. The demon lord screamed, "This is completely unforgivable." Having called upon his combat skill, the lord shouted for the man to die. Suddenly, the demon lord felt a man's leg on his back. Yifeng was surprised at how big the turtle was. The demon angrily snapped his teeth as a man trampled his worthy body. The lord shouted again that the man must die. The young man lifted Mr. Turtle by his tail and said that he was indeed strong. Yifeng slammed the stubborn turtle's shell onto the ground. The lord was horrified. Was his strength really worthless in the face of this man? This is the biggest mess the demon has gotten into since becoming the overlord. The guy screamed, "Do such big centipedes really exist?" The worm demon immediately pretended to be dead. The young man was surprised why the huge centipede suddenly died. The demon lord also decided to pretend to be dead. No one can see anyway. Yifeng was surprised. It seemed that the big turtle had also died. It would make a wonderful soup. Now the young man needs to find the Yunlu flower. The surviving worm told the princes the terrible news: the demon lord was about to be made into soup for God. The demon lords asked Yifeng what happened. He said that a man broke into the lair of God, stole the Shuilin, and seized the lord. The Grand Leopard Prince asked how Yifeng survived. The centipede replied that he had fought with a man, and after the fight with the ruler, he had become weak, which is why Yifeng survived. 18 great demon princes must find a way out. The leopard and the eagle listened attentively to the centipede's scary story. The great demon princes shed tears. The leopard said that Yifeng needed to rest, and they would take on the task of rescuing the overlord. The delighted centipede quickly disappeared from sight. The leopard called on the Grand Dukes to resolve this important matter quickly. The eagle noticed that this man was stronger than the demon lord, but apparently not by much. The great monkey prince supported them, but they couldn't handle him. And to cook soup out of the lord is a challenge, a declaration of war on the demons. This man wants to break them. We need to inform the rulers of other lands and ask for help. Everyone agreed with this. It looks like the demons have a powerful enemy. The princes contacted the demon lords from other lands in the mountain range. In the face of a common enemy, the demon lords put aside their enmity and grievances and came to their aid. The demonic creatures of the mountain range have united. They issued a general order to destroy the enemy. Yifeng was wandering in the mountains looking for the Yunlu flower. The young man cursed. It seems he got lost. And then he saw a lot of people ahead. They should know the way. The guy heard a shout. He was asked who he was and where he was going. 2 spellcasters appeared above the young man. Yifeng greeted him and asked how he could get down from this mountain. The monk replied that he didn't know the way and suggested that the guy roll from there. The young man frowned. Why be so rude? He just asked for directions. The caster flared up. How dare a mortal snap back? But then young Mrs. Li appeared and asked what had happened. The monks reported that a silly mortal had appeared from somewhere here. The girl looked at Yifeng, and he really was mortal. She showed the young man the way and warned him that it was very dangerous here. Having thanked him, the guy moved on. He didn't understand why it was dangerous here. Perhaps the spellcasters are being overly cautious in uncharted territory. The demons were ordered to destroy all humans on the mountain range. A crowd of demonic monsters ran out of the forest and attacked the cultivators. The great prince of the mountain eagles shouted, "All the people must die." Li drew her sword and entered the battle. Where did the great demon prince come from? The warrior's weapon gleamed coldly, bringing death to her enemies. She pushed off the ground and rushed to help the monks. The girl didn't understand what the hell was going on here. Looking around, she saw 2 more great demon princes. The great monkey prince fought with her monks, and soon the great boar prince ran out of the forest. Her clan members were no match for such powerful monsters. The girl swore that something was going on here. Li grabbed the snake that was attacking her by the throat. Using the soul search skill, the girl found out what was causing the commotion. She was shocked that someone could be so powerful. Taking advantage of Li's distraction, the 3 demon princes attacked her simultaneously. Yifeng finally got out of the highlands. Seeing a small pond, the young man decided to take a swim. He was tired and happy to dive into the water. Having undressed, he climbed into the water. What bliss it was. Suddenly something whistled next to the guy. Something large fell into the pond, splashing Yifeng with a wave of spray. Looking at the surface of the water, he decided that a pebble must have fallen from above. But suddenly a girl surfaced. The young man's surprise knew no bounds. Did the sky just drop a girl on top of him? Yifeng carefully pulled Li to the shore. She was alive. The guy lit a fire and cooked food for himself and the stranger. Young Mrs. Li remained unconscious for a long time. Finally, she began to come to her senses and, opening her eye, saw that very mortal. Sitting down on the grass, Li asked the young man in surprise, "Is it him again?" Yifeng handed her some fried fish. It would help her gain strength. The girl replied that she was a sorceress and had no need for such things. The guy was scared. Did she really come here to take his turtle? Li asked the young man if he was afraid to be on that mountain range. Yifeng, while eating, asked what he had to be afraid of here. The girl replied that if he did not leave this ridge as soon as possible, he would die. The guy replied that he couldn't leave. He still needed to collect some herbs. But he is curious to know what happened. It turned out that many demonic monsters live here, some of them very strong. And something happened to the owner of these lands, the demon lord god. Yifeng didn't understand almost anything Li said, but it sounded absolutely amazing. The girl said that the demon master was captured by a very strong man. This man not only stole the lord's treasures, but also captured him alive. The mighty man said that he would take the demon lord to his home. He also promised to make soup for God, which provoked the anger of the demons. Yifeng glanced at the turtle. It was a great hobby. He liked it too. Li said that because of this, the demonic monsters were ordered to destroy all the people they met. The girl concluded that if the demons caught the young man, he he would have no chance of survival. As she left, she said that the guy should leave the mountain as soon as possible. Yifeng stopped Li and offered her some medicinal herbs, since she was injured. The girl laughed and said that she appreciated his kindness, but she had no use for mortal herbs. Pushing off the ground, the sorceress instantly disappeared. The young man thought, this mountain is not a scary place at all. He met several animals, but they were not dangerous. 3 days later, the forest was littered with the corpses of demons. Li, having finished the fight, was transported to her forest refuge. The girl cursed these 3 days she had been constantly fighting with monsters. The entire mountain range is overrun by demons, making it impossible to escape. It seems that besides that mysterious master, Li is the only one left alive. Even she couldn't escape, even though she had reached the level of a martial arts king. She thought about that young man, and suddenly she saw him. He was walking, humming a song. The girl was in shock. He was safe and sound. The demons are unable to lift weapons or are simply blind. Yifeng, seeing the girl, waved his hand at her in a friendly manner. Li couldn't believe that he, a mere mortal, was still alive. She sincerely wished the young man continued good luck. The guy was sure that this lady was a little crazy. The mountains couldn't be as dangerous as she said. Yifeng gave Li his excellent home remedy for insects and snakes. The girl knew that mortal medicines were useless for her, but out of respect, she still accepted the gift with gratitude. The demonic beasts gathered to report the situation. Almost all the people of the mountain range were exterminated, except for the martial arts king. It was just reported that another person was spotted in the forest. The eagle cried out, "Whoever the little man may be, kill him without pity or mercy." The demons scattered from the top of the mountain range in search of the man. The Grand Duke of Eagles noticed a familiar figure on a forest path. As he went down, he realized it was the centipede Yifeng. The eagle was sure that he was resting in the cave after his injuries. Yifeng stuttered as he said that he wanted to check if there was any trace of that person. The Prince of Eagles asked if he had found anything. The centipede replied, "This man is definitely somewhere nearby." The demonic insect randomly pointed out the direction of the search to the eagle. The Grand Duke of Eagles praised the centipede for its observation. The eagle suggested that Yifeng go with him and find out everything for himself. The scout reported that their target was ahead, but the man had sprayed poison on the area. The eagle told the great prince of snakes that they would have to take care of this matter personally. The eagle prince invited Yifeng to go with them. Peeking out from behind the bushes, the demons realized that in front of them was a mere mortal. A crowd of demonic monsters ran towards the sleeping Yifeng. But the demons, approaching the poison, immediately died. The centipede, looking closely, suddenly recognized a familiar back. It was he, the very same monster who had captured God. Yifeng screamed in terror, his many legs giving way. The eagle prince and the snake prince were surprised to see Yifeng lose consciousness. Descending lower, the eagle asked the centipede what he was doing. The two great demon lords opened their mouths in surprise. It seemed that Yifeng had died. And then the great demons saw a man sleeping peacefully. The great demon princes did not understand whether this little man was really so brave. Suddenly the demon princes felt like they were dying. What the hell was this? Morning came, Yifeng stretched sweetly. Looking around, the young man was very surprised. His potion was truly amazing. There were insects, birds, animals, and even a snake scattered around. He thought that the poison only worked on insects and snakes, but they all died. The boy was hungry, and having picked up the great prince of snakes, he decided to make soup out of him. The poison began to dissipate, and the eagle cried out, "They can't just sit and wait to die." And then the great prince of eagles saw with horror the Lord God hanging on the tree. The prince's head spun, and he whispered with tears that this could not be. Seeing the eagle, Yifeng said that it would make the meal even better. Yifeng slowly crawled into the bushes. He had to run. But then other princes appeared on the path of the unfortunate centipede. If the leopard finds out that the eagle and the snake are dead and he has escaped. Yifeng pointed towards Yifeng and said that the man was injured. The centipede hurried the leopard, saying that everything was very bad. The grand leopard prince grabbed Yifeng and roared what had happened. He replied that he, the eagle and the serpent had found that man, but the princes had perished. Yifeng could no longer fight and crawled for help. The leopard burst into tears. They were lucky to have such a friend. The leopard roared, "They will save the demon lord and avenge the great princes of eagles and snakes." All the demons were preparing to unleash their power on the impudent man. Suddenly Yifeng saw a flower that looked very similar to the one he was looking for. According to the map, this was the very place. Leaving the basket with his things, the young man went to the mysterious flower, at which time demons jumped out into the clearing. The leopard roared, asking where he was, and then the prince of monkeys saw the Lord God hanging on a tree. The great leopard prince shook with anger. The princes roared out an order to save the demon lord. But after taking a few steps, the demons fell under the influence of Yifeng's poison. The menacing monsters swayed and fell to the ground. It got dark in the forest and a bright moon rose. Saddened, Yifeng still found no trace of the Yunlu flower. Returning to the clearing, he didn't understand what the hell was going on. Lifeless animals lay near his basket. But he did not prepare a potent poison, only to repel snakes and insects. Looking at the animals, the young man thought what an unfortunate oversight. But game dishes are quite rare and tasty. But how will he get all this down the mountain? To abandon all this is a waste of nature's gifts. And then a system notification appeared. Yifeng received a new task. The system modifier congratulated the guy on the new task. Having asked what the task was, the young man heard that he was to practice hunting and cooking. The guy shuddered, but not that. The modifier suggested changing it if you don't like it. The system modifier smiled and announced the new mission. He must practice playing the guitar to the level of a god. The modifier whispered that he would receive a riding horse as a reward. The young man was angry. Why the hell did he have to play that damn guitar? As he disappeared, the modifier shouted that if the task was failed, Yifeng's martial arts school would be taken away. Taking the guitar in his hands, the guy whispered, "This is simply inhumane." Taking the guitar in his hands, the young man struck the strings and began to sing. Aunt Li Renhao told the Wuwang clan leader that if anything happened to her niece, the Li family would never leave the clan alone. The Li family is one of the 3 influential families, and conflict with them cannot be allowed. Aunt Li said that the only demon they met was this centipede. Seeing them, she pretended to be dead. She would make an excellent medicine. Flying over the forest, the head of the Wuwan clan looked down in surprise. The clearing was littered with the corpses of demons, including the great demon princes. The demon invasion was a serious problem, but who killed them? The clan leader pointed at Yifeng and said, apparently it was him. The cultivators looked at the young man carefully. He looked like a mortal. But the sounds of his guitar music contain a powerful spiritual force. The clan leader was confident that they should welcome him. Yifeng was dissatisfied with the result. He needed to practice more. The guy raised his head. The spellcasters were flying again. The young man was angry at the system. He also wanted to be a spellcaster. The 2 cultivators bowed to Yifeng, calling him senior. The young man looked at the monks in surprise, and they looked at him, wondering if this was really a mortal. But a mere mortal cannot play like that. The guy said they were mistaken. He was mortal. He came to the mountains for herbs. The head of the clan was surprised that they had really made a mistake. But then Li Jiaxin saw a turtle hanging from a tree. The cultivators recognized this turtle as the demon lord god. Yifeng noticed the 2 of them staring at his turtle. He exclaimed that he would not give up the turtle. He was going to make soup from it to improve the health of his student. The head of the clan and his companion were terrified. The cultivators bowed and replied to the elder that they would not dare touch his turtle. Yifeng decided that these spellcasters were stupid. He said that he was mortal. The cultivators decided that this man was hiding his cultivation. Bowing once more to the young man, they said that they were attracted by the music. Yifeng was delighted. It turned out they liked the way he played. Since they were so polite, the guy decided to sing for them again. He touched the strings of his instrument and sang about rivers and stars. The cultivators were shocked by how unbridled the spiritual essence was. Bowing, the monks thanked the elder for his kindness. Thanks to one song, they saved 100 years of perfection. If something is needed, let the elder say. The young man smiled. It was so sweet of them. Yifeng said that he could not bring the carcasses of these animals down from the mountain. The head of the clan did not understand that the elder only had to wave his hand. Did he really realize that Li had a space ring? This ring is capable of holding anyone, even a human, the guy said with a sigh that apparently they couldn't help him. Li thought, the elder gave her such an opportunity, but she does not want to give him something. Li Jackson called out to her elder. She handed him the space ring, saying that it would help him. Instantly, all the animals were drawn into the ring. The head of the Uvan clan was perplexed as to how they could give away such a valuable thing. Jiaxin said she took the risk to seize the opportunity. Suddenly, the head of the clan saw the shovel. It was a divine artifact. And this man just carries it around with him. Who is less than a martial arts genius could carry such an artifact. This means that he is a martial arts genius. This young man is stronger than they thought. Giving him the space ring was the right decision. Li Renhao meditated while healing her wounds. And then the girl saw that the teacher and her aunt had returned. The teacher asked Li what happened on the mountain ridge. The girl said that the demons of Lord God created chaos because they could not find the man who had captured the Lord. The teacher asked, Lord God, this is such an old turtle. They saw this turtle and met that man. He is very strong. Li opened her mouth. Did they really meet that person? Since Renhao is not injured, the senior monks should quickly descend from the mountains. And on the way they can see their elder one more time. But young Li said it was better for them not to disturb this elder. The girl noticed that she had more important things to do now. Auntie said that nothing is more important than meeting with the elder. Taking her niece's hand, Jiaxin pulled her along with her. The old nun said, now it's Renhao's turn. The girl asked to let her make sure that another person was dead. She encountered the mortal several times, and a huge crowd of demons was heading in his direction. The teacher didn't understand what to worry about. He was probably dead. Aunt reminded that the only thing that can change anything is the power in her hands. The satisfied cultivators saw Yifeng. Great, he's still here. Turning to the monks, The young man recognized young Li. The clan leader and elder Li bowed respectfully to the boy. Ren Hao couldn't believe her eyes, it was that very man in front of her. Night fell on the Yu Fen martial arts school. Wang Cai missed his master unbearably. Suddenly the demonic wolf heard someone calling him. It turned out to be a skeleton. The wolf asked the grandfather what he wanted. The skeleton asked if he was really that old. The frightened wolf showered the skeleton with a ton of compliments. Realizing that he was flattered, the wolf decided to continue the performance. He said he was impressed by the skeleton's aura even before it came out. The skeleton listened silently to the wolf's flattery, and the wolf declared that the skeleton was the standard of the strongest demonic creature. The skeleton replied that they could become friends in the future. And now the wolf must move the lid. Someone is approaching, and the owner is not at home. The wolf sank his teeth into the well lid and moved it. A powerful stream of energy burst out of the well. The skeleton immediately began to collect the parts of its body that Yifeng had hidden. Soon, almost all the bones were back together. A stunned Wang Cai watched the supreme magic. Here the bony hands returned to the shoulders. The legs were reattached to the thighs. The head that Yifeng had torn off returned to its place. Finally, the skeleton began to look like itself again. The skeleton's eyes flashed. He was back. The heavenly demon wolf looked at his brother with admiration. He barked to his brother that it was amazing. But suddenly the skeleton fell apart with a crash. He asked where his spine was. Wang Cai immediately brought it. Now the skeleton stood firmly on its feet again. He wrapped himself in his cloak, and the wolf exclaimed that his brother was very handsome. Instead of answering, the skeleton lightly kicked Wang Cai to finally shut him up. The wolf closed his eyes in fear. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to see that he was floating in the air with the skeleton. The whole of Jiangping lay before them, as if on the palm of their hand. The moon also rose over the mountain forest. Young Li couldn't believe that the mortal was the elder. She asked her aunt if this was really the one they were talking about. The aunt hissed, demanding that her niece greet the elder. The girl decided that the teacher and her aunt had become victims of deception. Yifeng understood why the spellcasters had returned, and with a girl at that, they are no different from mortals, and expect him to do them a favor in return. Elder Li said that Elder's song was the most precious to them. The young man greeted Ren Hao, saying that they had met again. The girl looked at Yifeng in confusion. He definitely didn't have any spiritual powers. The guy took young Li's confusion for ignoring her. Ren Hao said that she had met him before. Maybe they misunderstood something. Suddenly, the girl's gaze stopped on the turtle. She had already seen it. The girl was horrified. Her aunt confirmed that everything was correct. This was the turtle she was talking about. In the hands of this young man is the Lord of Demons God. Before her was the very powerful man everyone was looking for. Now she understood that he survived because the demons were not a threat to him. Young Li fell to her knees in front of Yifeng. How stupid she was. The young man said he was perfectly fine and there was no danger here. Yifeng was pleased. He had collected a good harvest of herbs. But young Li was burning with shame. The clan head was glad. It seemed the elder liked Ren Hao. The aunt immediately told the guy that her niece was very talented. The clan leader added that even he was stunned by her talents. But the young man quickly said goodbye, saying that he still had things to do. The guy grumbled to himself, who cares about Li's genius? Auntie sighed. You can only meet such a person once in a lifetime. Ren Hao replied dreamily. She would never see that kind smile again. And then the girl said that the elder had already bestowed his mercy on her. He gave her a bag of medicine, but she didn't take it seriously and lost it somewhere. The clan leader and aunt were horrified. She had lost the divine artifact. The girl burst into tears. Auntie said this is a great loss for the Li family and the Wuwang clan. Ren Hao swore that she would definitely return the elder's gift. The aunt asked how she could find the bag alone. The senior monks decided to call their people for help. This precious little bag must not fall into the wrong hands. Yifeng finally found the Yunlu flower. His journey to the mountains is over. The contented young man whispered that he really missed Zhongqing and Wang Cai. Skeleton and Wang Cai were transported to the Green Mountain clan's territory. The skeleton sat comfortably in Qingshan's rocking chair. He decided to wait here. The wolf was circling nearby. The skeleton hissed at the wolf, saying that the show would begin soon. At this time, 3 cultivators flew towards Green Mountain. Lu Qingshan yelled at Ye Bei for tricking his student into marrying him. The head of the Green Mountain clan grumbled that the bandit was following him everywhere. Ye Bei really wanted Lu to put in a good word for him with Yifeng. But then some unknown force pulled Ye Bei to the ground. The bandit was confused and completely lost control of his body. Looking up, he realized it was all about that man in the black cloak. Ye Bei asked the stranger who he was and why he stopped him at this place. The skeleton chuckled dismissively in response. The bandit got angry, they attacked him, and now they're treating him like this. He shouted at the stranger, asking how he dared to attack him, Ye Bei himself. The skeleton decided that the bandit was too noisy and broke his knees. The cloaked figure suddenly grew huge and asked Ye Bei if he knew he was wrong. The shaking gang leader asked the elder if he had unintentionally insulted him. The skeleton replied that Ye Bei had not insulted him. He added that the bandit insulted his owner. This means that it is his duty as a servant to punish the guilty one. Yibei was terrified. He couldn't resist this skeleton. How dare he insult its owner? And then it dawned on him. This was retribution for his visit to Yifeng. The gang leader was sweating profusely. This guy was even more powerful than he thought. The skeleton grinned. It seemed the bandit had realized what was going on. But it is too late to repent. Yibei must suffer the most severe and grave punishment. Lu Qingshan whispered to the disciple, "This is Master Yi's servant. They had better not interfere." The bandit looked at the skeleton with wide eyes of horror. Yibei, in tears, begged for another chance. Juyin asked the teacher why they were kneeling. Lu replied to survive. The demonic wolf slowly approached the bandit. Suddenly the wolf growled that his ears hurt because of Yibei. Turning to Qingshan, the gang leader begged him to help him. Juyin asked the teacher if he could help, but he barked at the idiot to shut up. Yibei, sobbing, begged for his life, promising to do whatever he was told. The skeleton said that the bandit must show his sincerity. The bandit hastily confirmed that the elder was right. At that very moment, a mountain of valuables appeared in front of the skeleton. Yifeng's servant noticed that all these treasures were a pile of rubbish. Yibei must find 1,000 spiritual treasures. The bandit whispered that this was a completely impossible task. The skeleton asked the bandit if he didn't want to, but he shouted that he would do anything. Then he added that he would try, but he couldn't get that much. The skeleton agreed that he couldn't, and then the wolf asked what about the beautiful girls. The inexorable servant of Yifeng thought, not a bad idea. He laughed. This is wonderful. Wang Chai is a real talent. The wolf was happy. He was praised. The gang leader was still kneeling. The skeleton approached him and said that if he could not obtain 1,000 spiritual treasures, he would replace the missing ones with girls. In 7 days, Yibei must deliver everything to the martial arts school. Yibei exclaimed happily, he would definitely find girls for the elder. The skeleton said okay, and now the bandit can get lost. Turning to Lu, the skeleton said that they could go too, but next time they shouldn't come to school empty-handed. In his haste to escape, Enbei almost knocked down the healer Lu Dasheng. The healer cursed, shouting at the boy to learn to fly. Seeing the skeleton's aura, Dasheng wondered if a treasure was appearing there. Having descended, the healer saw with horror a skeleton in a cloak. Dashen realized that he was finished. It was him again. He had to get out of here. But the skeleton was not going to let the curious healer go. Lu Dasheng felt an incredible force pulling him towards the ground. The healer fell to the ground with a scream. Dasheng, shaking, said that he was wrong and asked to forgive him. The skeleton asked the healer menacingly if it was him again. The spirit's eyes flashed, and Dasheng had no shortage of impudence. Apparently the last lesson wasn't enough. The healer swore he was just passing by. The skeleton asked the wolf what they would do with him. Wang Cai looked closely at the cunning healer. Smiling, the wolf and the skeleton agreed that the punishment would be sincerity. They stripped the healer naked and let him go like that. The brother asked his sister why she was in such a bad mood. The sorceress replied that the release of her favorite writer's novel had been postponed again. The brother offered to treat his sister to a delicious dinner. At this moment, a naked Lu Dasheng flew past the cultivators. The healer, shedding tears, flew for clothes. The wolf looked at the disguised skeleton with admiration. He dressed in Lu Dasheng's clothes. The skeleton was in a hurry to get to school. He had to get ready for the holiday. It was a beautiful sunny day in Zhangping. There was beautiful music playing in the Yufen martial arts school. The skeleton and the wolf, lounging in Yifeng's chair, admired the beauties. Beautiful girls performed erotic dances. The skeleton was overjoyed. How wonderful. Opening the chest with Yifeng's gold, the skeleton said, "It couldn't be better." Throwing handfuls of gold, the skeleton ordered everyone to sing, dance, and have fun. The beauties diligently pleased the skeleton. They are ready to do anything for this box of gold. Wang Cai reminded him that it was time to end the feast the owner might return. The skeleton completely forgot about his owner. And why does the wolf remind him of him at such a moment? And then the skeleton realized that Wang Cai was right. The owner had returned. Pushing the girls away, the skeleton rushed forward. The wolf could not understand what was happening to him and where he was running. But the skeleton didn't have time to hide. Yifeng caught him by the head. An enraged Yifeng growled, "The little rascal was having a good time here." After giving the skeleton a kick, the young man screamed for it to die. He knew that the skeleton would cause trouble again. The frightened wolf shook behind the door. The guy was angry. This scoundrel had squandered his gold coins. The young man asked the skeleton if he really thought he was in heaven. The girls watched with concern as the guy beat up the skeleton. The wolf thought with fear that only his brother was capable of withstanding his master's rage. And then Yifeng saw that his box of gold was empty. The guy froze. These were all his gold coins. Clenching his fist, the young man shouted that this time the bastard had really gone too far. Hitting the skeleton, Yifeng shouted for it to return his money. The guy cursed. Even he wouldn't allow himself to do that. After beating the skeleton, the young man tried to calm down. "You need to breathe more slowly, otherwise he will play the game because of this bastard." Tears ran from the boy's eyes, but he told himself that he had to be patient. Lu Qingshan told the teacher that he did not listen to his advice at all. Lu Dasheng insisted that he had to obtain the flaming pearl today. This old scoundrel rushed into the Green Mountain clan naked yesterday and scared the students. The clan leader warned the healer that one more step, and he wouldn't even have the opportunity to regret it. Lu Dasheng arrogantly said, "What nonsense," and walked into Yufeng's school. Seeing the young man, the healer asked if he was Yifeng. The young man stopped and asked the old man who he was. The healer smugly showed a white flower on his chest and said that he was Lu Dasheng. The guy replied that he was hearing this name for the first time. Seeing Qingshan, Yifeng invited him to pass through and told the healer to get lost. Dasheng frowned and sternly asked the guy if he had the flaming pearl. Yifeng didn't understand what kind of pearl this was. He didn't know. The healer was overcome with anger and shouted that he would be merciless with the boy. He promised to break the boy's bones and raze his stupid school to the ground. But then Dasheng's gaze fell on a skeleton sticking out of the ground. He instantly recognized his clothes and black robe. Good heavens, Dasheng realized how he got into trouble. The healer immediately fell to his knees in front of Yifeng. The young man did not understand what this strange old man was doing, and he, with a bow, presented the elder with a ring of space. Having put down the ring, the healer ran towards the exit as fast as he could. He was incredibly happy that he remained alive and was able to escape. But then Dasheng felt the young man's hand on his shoulder, and he demanded that he return. The old man came and started to assert his rights, then fell to his knees and threw the ring, asking what was the matter. The healer muttered that he wanted to deliver a couple of things. Yifeng was furious. Did he really have stupid written all over his forehead? Someone called out to the young man. It seemed more guests had arrived. Wu and his two friends were standing at the threshold. The guy asked why they came. Old man Wu reminded that Mr. Yi wanted to plow the wasteland. Qingshan and Dasheng looked at the three founders of martial arts with wide eyes. Wu Yong said his old friends wanted to come with him. Yifeng decided that they needed work. Dasheng was stunned. The mighty founders of martial arts were fighting over plowing the land. Apparently, Mr. I is the one who is at the top. The guy sympathized with the old people. It was not easy for them to survive in the world of cultivators. Ordinary people, unlike cultivators, need to earn their living. Yifeng agreed. 3 are better than 1. It is difficult for Wu to plow a large area alone. The old men joyfully thanked the young man. The young man felt so sorry for these kind, smiling old men that he cried. The guy said that he would pay them 100 gold coins for the work. Yifeng asked if they had brought their instruments. Seeing that they had nothing, the young man said that he would have some tools. The school owner Yufeng asked the old people to wait for him. After some time, he handed over the tools to the old masters. Wu Yong got a rake. Chu Shikulin had a pickaxe in his hands, and Sun Zhuge was clutching a brand new shovel. The masters could not even imagine that they would receive 3 divine artifacts at once. Now they have in their hands a huge force capable of shaking the earth. After handing out the tools, Yifeng said, 1 for each. Wu stuttered, "This must be a beautiful dream." The young man was surprised how they would work if he didn't give them the tools. If they broke them, he had more. The cultivators were shocked by how many divine artifacts Lord Yi had. Looking sideways at Dasheng, Wu asked who he was. Qingshan was not surprised by this. Even in Mr. Yi's kitchen there were divine artifacts. The good old men are gone, but the bad one is still here. The young man decided to deal with him so that he wouldn't dare to bother him anymore. Yifeng sternly asked the healer what the hell he was doing here. Dasheng fell to his knees, feeling like there was a wall of fire around him. He was so frightened that he couldn't immediately find what to answer. He stuttered as he told the elder that he was looking for a job. He heard that the young man needed to plow the land. Yifeng remembered that he seemed to have told his neighbors that he wanted to plow the land. The guy told the old man to get up and stop making stupid jokes. The cunning Dasheng said that he arrived in a hurry, and that he didn't have any tools either. The young man said that there was a shortage of servants in the house, and whether the old man could handle such work. He exclaimed that he would take on any job. The healer asked the master to tell him what work he had prepared for him. Yifeng asked if cleaning manure would suit him. Dasheng's face lengthened. He didn't expect this. The boy was worried that Wu and his friends would fall into the dung pit and drown. Although Lu Dasheng is not young, he looks strong and is suitable for this job. At first, this proposal made the healer angry, but the prospect of obtaining a divine artifact overcame pride. The healer beat his chest and said that he was good at cleaning up manure. The guy promised 30 gold pieces after cleaning up all the manure, but he warned that if Dasheng ran away, the guy would be cruel. Having discussed all the conditions, Yifeng ordered the old man to follow him. Lu Dasheng shed tears in anticipation of receiving the divine artifact, but the guy led the manure collector in a completely different direction. When the healer asked, he replied that he didn't have the necessary tool in his shed. Yifeng's neighbor, Uncle Wang, noticed that few young people these days agreed to clean up the manure. The neighbor handed Dasheng 2 buckets for manure. The confused healer asked the elder if this was the instrument. The young man pointed to a large pile of manure, telling the old man that this was his work for the day. Wang ordered Dasheng not to scatter or drop anything. The arrogant healer filled the buckets with manure. Gritting his teeth, he set to work, still hoping to obtain the artifact. Qingshan finally dared to approach Yifeng. The young man said that Zhongqing was at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce and asked Lu to help bring him from there. While the guy was busy, the skeleton managed to make legs. Lu Qingshan arrived at Baofeng's chamber on Yifeng's instructions. Sui told the teacher that the boy was still unconscious. The girl took care of him all this time. The teacher praised his favorite student. But Mr. Yi's only student is in poor condition, and the doctors cannot help him. Qingshan was puzzled. Zhongqing was very weak, he couldn't even cultivate. How Mr. Yi could accept him as a disciple is unclear. Xu and Qingshan carefully brought Zhongqing back to school. By this time, Yifeng had prepared a healing decoction from the herbs he had collected. After pouring the required amount into the boy's mouth, Yifeng quietly said that it was time to wake up. Suddenly, Zhongqing coughed. The cultivators were stunned. This is truly a divine medicine. Qingshan felt the young man's pulse, and his surprise knew no bounds. The head of the clan did not understand how this was possible. It was incredible. A completely new, full-fledged meridian opened in Zhongqing's body. But this is not a human meridian. This is a descendant of ancient gods who have not been seen for 2 million years. When the Xinjiang continent opened up to the world, there were 10,000 people living here. Humans were on the verge of extinction when a new force arose among them. The sons of God came and fought for the sake of ordinary people. They were powerful, and they had a different structure of meridians. They led humans to dominate the continent. The descendants of the gods were encountered less and less frequently. The last such case was 2 million years ago. Nowadays, it is believed that the celestial meridians have disappeared. The only way to revive them is to give a person who is on the brink of death a healing potion to awaken them. Lu Qingshan sighed thoughtfully. He witnessed the awakening of the celestial meridian. Apparently, Lord Yi had long ago realized that Zhongqing was a descendant of the gods. It's all a big chess game of Mr. I. Qingshan wondered who he was in this game, a pawn or just a lucky guy. The Green Mountain Clan chief exclaimed that Mr. Yi was amazing. The old man burst into tears. This light and confident smile holds many secrets. Yifeng said that his dear disciple needed to be given some rest. Once Zhongqing woke up, the young man decided to give Qingshan the rest of the healing potion. The head of the clan could not believe his luck. Yifeng asked that this be considered a reward for the help provided. Zhongqing reached out and grabbed Yifeng's clothes. The young man sat up in bed and looked around in confusion. Tears ran from his eyes and he whispered that after death he could still see his master. Everyone approached the patient's bed, and then the boy asked in horror if the gentleman had died too. Sobbing, Zhong said it was his fault for failing to protect his home. Yifeng gave the student a painful slap on the forehead. The boy screamed, saying that it hurt. The owner of the school told Zhong to stop talking nonsense. Everyone is alive. The cultivators were delighted. Even the descendants of the gods trust Mr. Yi. Zhong smiled. If he was so dear to the master, then next time he would try harder. But Yifeng said that next time Zhong should run away. The guy said sternly, "The true meaning of martial arts is the ability to save your life in a situation where you are sure to lose." Lu was touched by the greatness of Mr. Yi's knowledge. Suddenly, Qingshan felt a wolf's paw on his face. Wang Cai decided that the old man really did have a stupid expression on his face. The demonic wolf rushed towards Yifeng and licked him instantly. Having taken the decoction, Qingshan and Shui bowed and left with gratitude. The master and his beloved disciple returned to the Green Mountain clan. Zhu asked the teacher what had just happened to Mr. Yi's student. Lu congratulated Sui. She became one of the 2 luckiest people in 2 million years. The girl didn't understand what the teacher was talking about. And the second one, apparently, was him. Lu exclaimed. Zhongqing is not just a disciple of Mr. Yi, he is a direct descendant of the ancient gods. They witnessed how Lord Yi awakened the descendant of the gods. And this concoction is at least level 9, if not immortal level. Lu decided to take the first sip. The clan leader felt an incredible explosion of power. He instantly reached the intermediate level of a martial arts king. The effect of this decoction turned out to be too powerful. After some time, the head of the clan returned in a great mood. Qingshan took another sip of the magic brew. He told the student to drink everything that was left, otherwise the power of the brew would dissipate. Langsu saw that the teacher had risen into the sky again. As he rose, Lu shouted at the student to drink faster. Zhu obediently swallowed the magic liquid. At that very moment, the girl was filled with delightful energy. As she ascended into the sky, she instantly progressed through the ranks of a martial arts specialist. She also quickly passed the levels of martial arts fighting spirit. In a matter of seconds, she reached the highest level of martial arts fighting spirit. Having ascended, she caught up with her teacher in the heights. She shouted to the teacher that it was an indescribable feeling. This feeling is like a memory. It's like being confronted with several of your other lives at once. The girl gained the experience of several hundred years in a matter of seconds. She returned to their clan hall again. Looking into the container, she saw that there was still sediment left there. The girl decided to take another sip in the hopes of reaching the level of a martial arts king. Qingshan asked to leave him a sip, but Xu had already drunk everything to the last drop and ascended again. Lu Qingshan whispered that he was one step away from becoming a martial arts emperor. There was some thick healing broth left in the pot, and Lu swallowed it. This grounds also turned out to be very useful. The pink golden rays lit up. Qingshan had reached the level of a martial arts emperor. The disciples opened their mouths in surprise when they saw their master ascend. The whole clan was happy. The gods blessed the Green Mountain clan. Even the elder, who had not moved for many years, was able to stand up upon learning that the clan leader had reached the level of emperor. The founder of the clan heard good news from the grave. Having risen from the dead, he greeted his descendant. The martial arts pavilion was in a state of unbridled joy. The clan's disciples abandoned their usual routine work. The delighted monks followed the clan leader in Shui. Those who drank Yifeng's healing drink rose above the clouds. Everyone understood that their next stop was the Sea of Stars. Yifeng, having given everyone work, decided to return to his music studies. He picked up the guitar again, strummed the strings, and began to sing. Music poured from the roof of the school, and the old masters began to dance. With each pluck of the strings, the level of mastery of martial arts increased. Suddenly the young man caught the stench of manure. Dasheng tried to remove the manure as quickly as possible in order to capture the amazing sound waves. The guy saw that everyone was dancing like crazy. Apparently he was that bad at tuning the guitar. Yifeng announced the next song. The masters and the cow started dancing, and the healer ran even faster. And only Wang Chai, amidst the general merriment, slept peacefully. The demonic wolf saw his past in a dream. His father announced to him that he was stripping him of his title of prince and banishing him from the clan. The boy shouted to his father that he had been deceived and that he was not guilty of anything. But others confirmed that the prince broke into the saint's chambers in the middle of the night, breaking the law. The chained prince shouted that he had already explained everything, and then Saint Qingcheng entered the hall. The prince asked Qingcheng to tell everyone how much they loved each other. The saint addressed the king of the heavenly demonic wolves. She said the heart of the third prince, the son of fortune, was dishonest. He entered her chambers and tried to defile her. In the hands of the saint is the clue, the key that catches the wind, which was given to Prince Ao Qing. The young man cried out to the saint that she, a dirty creature, had deceived him. The king said that the son of fortune was making excuses for himself and did not deserve to be the keeper of the key. As punishment, the prince's father ordered him to spend 10 years in the body of an animal. The youth turned into a young wolf and was forever banished from the clan. He swore that he would not forget the humiliation and would take revenge on Qingcheng. Yifeng was surprised to see his dog crying in his sleep. The young man thought that the race was not over yet and decided to find him a girlfriend. When he woke up, the wolf felt that someone from the clan was sending him signals. Ao Qing couldn't ignore his clan's signal. While he was with Yifeng, he had unknowingly reached the level of a demon lord. After passing Jiang Ping, the wolf stopped. In front of him were indeed members of his clan. The detachment was led by the hated Saint Qingcheng. Frowning, the prince asked her why she was there. Smiling, the girl said that it seemed the prince was still obsessed with her scent. The wolf bared his teeth and asked what she wanted from him. The girl asked if he knew why she had set him up and taken the key that was chasing the wind. Because it is the key to the secret realm of the heavenly demon wolf clan. The prince was surprised. He didn't know this. The clan elder gave it to him, the third prince, and sealed it so that only the prince could use it. Ao Qingcheng asked the prince where his luck was now. The wolf frowned and growled menacingly. Xing remembered how he, as a boy, fell in love with the clan saint. How she approached him herself, saying that she noticed his sympathy. Qingcheng said that she would be happy if the prince gave her the most precious thing as a sign of their love. The wolf's anger did not frighten the saint. She asked him not to make such a face. She offered to help her open the secret kingdom, and she would help him remove the seal and clear his name. Qing looked at the traitor silently. The saint understood that he did not believe her, or that these conditions were not enough to interest him. Opening the chest, the girl said that this pill would help him reach the level of a demon lord. Many people from the clan dream of this pill. Instead of answering, Qing laughed loudly, and the saint asked what he was laughing at. Suddenly the atmosphere changed dramatically, and the saint's companions became frightened. Lightning danced around the wolf, and his body noticeably grew larger. Xing replied that he was laughing at the woman's ignorance, and then everyone saw that the third prince, the son of fortune, had already reached the level of a demon lord. Qingcheng was stunned. How was this possible? The wolf replied that he was not at all concerned about such an insignificant thing. The saint doubted that the prince could survive in the body of an animal, but to reach such a level, the girl thought. Smiling, she said that she would make him another promise. If he helps her open the secret realm, she will help him reach the level of demon emperor in 10 years. Qing laughed again in response. Qingcheng frowned. This was definitely a good offer. The saint added that once the secret realm was opened, she would allow Qing to choose a weapon close to the divine artifact. She was sure that this loser would change his mind. But the wolf remained unperturbed. Qing casually scratched his ear and grinned. The saint frowned. He apparently did not understand what she was talking about. The third prince laughed again at the proposal. One of Ching Cheng's companions was indignant. How dare this wolf show disrespect to the saint? The girl said softly. She understood that Ching doubted her because of what happened in the past. She is even willing to let him join her Red Sun house. And although her house is not an imperial family, they are considered the strongest among the entire clan. The third prince, the son of fortune, listened silently to the clan's saint. Smiling broadly, she concluded that he had no reason to refuse her. The prince looked at Ching Cheng with disdain and asked why she didn't change her name to House Tyrant. The wolf added that she had too modest an intellect to be a patron. Having said goodbye, the wolf headed away. The enraged saint screamed at Ching not to dare turn his back on her. The girl demanded that he stop putting on a show in front of her. The wolf, without turning around, replied that her proposal was not at all interesting to him. He had already acknowledged the powerful man as his master. There are real divine artifacts in his house, which is what she treats him like junk. The saint clenched her teeth in rage. Ching said, even he would wipe his paws on the Nansha demon ancestor. No one would dare touch him. His patron was so powerful. Besides, she, Ching Cheng, was not worthy of being taken seriously. Removing the seal from the third prince of the demonic wolf clan no longer interests him. These dubious things are not even worth mentioning to him. He and Ching Cheng are already at different levels. As he left, Ching said that the saint would not be able to overtake him in this life. Ching Cheng shook with anger. The saint shouted after the prince, asking how he could recognize a man as his master. This piece of shit will never be able to rise to the level of a demon lord. Ching Cheng was sure that the wolf's owner was just a loser, just like Ching. But while the saint was screaming, the wolf had already left. The saint was furious. How dare this scum laugh at her? She screamed that she hated the arrogant prince. Ching Cheng decided to go after him and kill his so-called master, breaking Ching's heart. While Yifeng was away, a skeleton was in charge of the school. Sitting in the master's chair, he urged the old people on. The masters were horrified. This aura was simply impossible to resist. Seeing Qin running up, the skeleton asked what he could do for his little brother. The wolf said that people were coming here. They wanted to kill him and asked for help. Ao Qing told the skeleton about his meeting with the saint and the clan members. The skeleton said that they were all just a pile of trash, and that the owner could easily deal with such a problem. And he sent the wolf to watch the gate. The skeleton shouted to Da Sheng that he had not filled one completely with manure. How dare the old man shirk work? Having doused the healer with manure, the skeleton was ordered to be removed again. He told the old masters not to worry. They were doing a good job. An enraged Yifeng shouted at the skeleton, "This scum is causing trouble again." Having given the skeleton a kick, the young man forbade him to make a fuss in the house. The skeleton ran away with astonishing speed. Throwing a stone after him, the guy asked where the bastard was going. Seeing the old people's fear, the young man reassured them, saying that they were doing well. Da Sheng and the manure horrified the guy. He decided to pay him 20 gold pieces more as compensation. The young man was stretched out in his favorite chair and eating noodles. The worried wolf was restless. Ching wondered whether he should report his skirmish to his master. The prince of demonic wolves was torn by doubts and howled softly. Yifeng stroked his pet and said that he knew he was having a hard time. The guy, looking at the wolf, promised to solve the problem that was causing him so much concern. Ching shed tears. He wanted to follow his master for the rest of his life. And Yifeng wondered where Wang Cai could find a female. Ching Cheng stood on the roof. Ao Qing in such a small martial arts school. Smiling, the saint decided that she had been too worried. She commanded that this school be destroyed, leaving no one alive except Ching. The wolves, on Ching Cheng's command, quietly approached Yu Fen's school. The skeleton followed them like a shadow. The skeleton found all this very funny. Whistling a tune, he floated unnoticed among the enemies. The school's defender quietly said "Abba Abba." At that very second, a scarlet aura covered the uninvited guests. The saint of the clan looked at the paintings on the walls of the school with surprise. She asked what these strange drawings were. There was nothing special about them. She couldn't wait to see how Ching would act when she exposed his lie. Ching Cheng ordered the school owner to be killed, and she would deal with Ao Qing. The skeleton laughed quietly. Suddenly, Ching Cheng and her companions felt a powerful impact. Instantly, the warriors turned into dogs. The saint was terrified. On the wall hung a divine artifact, a mirror that suppressed demons. Unable to resist the powerful influence, the saint turned into a dog. Looking down from the roof at the pack of wolves, the skeleton laughed at them. He told the crowd of little henchmen not to stare at him like that. Deciding to have some fun, the skeleton went down and kicked the dogs. The saint was horrified that the little man dared to spank her. Taking out a whip, the skeleton said, "This is not the end." With these words, he struck Ching Cheng on the bottom with the whip. The skeleton, its eyes flashing, lashed at the wolves with a whip. Yifeng asked what that noise was in the yard. The skeleton heard that the owner was about to arrive. Throwing down the whip, the cunning man allowed the wolves to grab his arms and legs. The enraged dogs immediately attacked their offender. As soon as the young man appeared, the skeleton began to cry out, begging its owner to save him. The guy asked what the hell this was and grabbed a stick. Where did wild dogs come from here, and how dare they come to his school, and even bite someone? As Yifeng dealt blow after blow, he said that he would not spare the vicious wild dogs. After kicking the skeleton, the guy asked whose side he was on. Aoqing waddled towards the carnage. Among the beaten dogs, the prince noticed a crying saint in the body of an animal. This is how it should have been. Qing can't be bullied. He's the owner's pet and the skeleton's little brother. Looking at Wang Chai, the young man noticed a cute little dog. Just in time, and they are of the same breed, so a friend was found. Lifting the beaten dogs by their paws, the young man checked their gender. He threw all the male dogs out of the school gates. Of the whole crowd, there was only one female. The saint was shaking with fear. She did not understand what this man was going to do. Yifeng locked the cute little dog in the barn. Turning to his pet, the guy winked and told the dog that his heavenly love was already here. Qingcheng was horrified to hear that the master ordered Qing to climb on top of her. The wolf looked at his master with devoted eyes. No one in the whole world could have done more for Qing. Now the arrogant Qingcheng is in his power. Yifeng asked what Wang Cai was waiting for. Hadn't he wanted this for a long time? The wolf didn't think that his master even knew about these thoughts in his head. That's right. Only by doing this to Qingcheng will he, Prince Qing, get rid of his hatred. The saint in the dog's body whined pitifully. Aoqing jumped high in the air with satisfaction. He was happy. Qingcheng fearfully asked how the noble prince could force her. But Qing cheerfully replied that the high-born saint would not be able to understand the dirty mind that was eager to reproduce. Ah, sweet smell, the wolf licked the white dog's ear. Tears flowed from Qingcheng's eyes. This couldn't be. She was a saint, and this scum had defiled her. Aoqing was at the height of bliss. The saint repeated, "All these people and this scum Aoqing must die." Qingcheng's retinue lay outside the gates of Yufen's school. The mirror's effect ended, and they began to turn into humans again. And then the clan members heard the cry of their saint inside the school. They have to save the saint, but this door won't open. The clan members heard Qingcheng's groans and screams as she cursed Aoqing in horror. They couldn't believe that she was corrupted by Aoqing. Qingcheng had already imagined herself as a true demon lord, but everything was ruined by Aoqing. Her faithful followers rushed at the gates, but the gates remained motionless. They could only listen to the cries of their goddess as Aoqing feasted on her. The grief of the saint's companions was immeasurable, but the third prince finally received satisfaction. With tears streaming down their faces, Qingcheng's companions whispered, even if this were the case, they still loved the saint. When the pet was full, Yifeng threw the female out of the gate. Seeing the saint in such a state, her companions shouted that they would avenge her, but Qingcheng stopped them. Crying tears of blood, she asked to be returned home. Aoqing stretched contentedly. He was satisfied. He took Qingcheng's virginity. This will cause a terrible commotion in the clan. And all these opportunities were given to Qin by the master. Yifeng winked playfully at his contented pet. And then the wolf heard the skeleton's voice. He told Qin that he was weak. The elder said that so little time had passed, and he was already exhausted. The skeleton asked to tell him how it was, what it looked like. The wolf was telling the story, and the skeleton, frozen, listened. He had no such experience. Qingcheng and her companions returned to the Nansha Plains. The gatekeeper of the main hall of the House of the Red Sun reported that the saint had returned with a gift. Ao Bifang ordered them to let her in quickly. She must have succeeded and brought Aoqing. Seeing the girl, the head of the house asked why she was so pale and where that scum Aoqing was. Qingcheng looked down and remained silent. Ao Bifang told Qingcheng not to worry. She was the hope of the entire Red Sun house. Taking a closer look at the girl, the head of the house asked with concern why she looked as if. The saint began to sob. Ao Bifang understood everything. Horror. She is no longer a virgin. The head of the house jumped up from the throne and angrily asked how this happened and who did it. Qingcheng said through sobs, "It's Aoqing." Ao Bifang couldn't believe his ears. How could this be possible? The saint repeated through her teeth. Aoqing dishonored her. Everyone was shocked. The saint was deprived of her innocence by an outcast from the clan of heavenly demonic wolves. Ao Bifang asked how this was possible. Qingcheng told him about the school, Aoqing's patron, and the mirror that suppressed demons. The head of the house was furious. Aoqing and the mortal must be dead. He called the demonic founders Fu Dao and Xu Luo. The leader ordered them to bring Aoqing, raze the school to the ground, kill the people and bring their heads. Ao Bifang called the rest of them to follow him to the main heavenly demonic hall. In the main hall, the emperor decided the clan's affairs and also lived there. Emperor Aozhong pestered his wife, persuading her to have another child. In response, the lustful ruler received a slap in the face. Qin's mother reminded her husband that their youngest had been set up, but he still punished him. Aozhong sighed. The Red Sun House has been trying to destroy them for a long time. He swore to his wife that as soon as he had the opportunity, he would bring Qing back. But doesn't she want Qin to have a brother or sister? The wife agreed with a sigh. The pleased emperor instantly threw off his clothes. Then Ao Bifang's voice was heard, asking the heavenly emperor to come out to the people. Aozhong was incredibly angry to ruin such a moment. Unwilling to give in, The emperor rushed to his wife with lightning speed. As a result of the haste, the empress was not satisfied. The angry head of the House of the Red Sun waited for the emperor. The clan leader asked Ao Bifang why he came here with such a crowd and distracted him. Bifang stated that the most important problem was Ao Qing's treacherous actions. The emperor chuckled, saying that it seemed Bifang had nothing better to do. But the head of the Red Sun House declared that the emperor's treacherous son had taken the clan's saint's innocence. Ao Zhong froze for a moment. Turning to Bifang, the emperor asked if he was talking about Qing Cheng. Suddenly Zhong laughed. Did Bifang really expect the emperor to believe that his loser son had sex with a saint? Bifang shouted that he was not joking here. The emperor was surprised. Could this really be true? The head of the Red Sun House clenched his fists angrily. The emperor laughed again. Qing has the true legacy of his father. Enraged, Bifang asked the emperor how he could laugh at taking her virginity. His son had destroyed the clan's hopes. The emperor frowned. He was still alive, and Bifang was already talking about the future. Bifang replied that since ancient times the place of emperor was reserved for those who were worthy. Zhong chuckled. Let Bifang wait until this emperor dies. The members of the Red Sun House demanded an explanation from them regarding the scoundrel Ao Qing. But the emperor objected. Perhaps it was Qing Cheng who seduced Qing. Bifang was furious. Why would she do such a stupid thing? The saint ignores everyone. How could she be carried away by this trash? Zhong smiled. It turns out that Qing Cheng was carried away by Qing's incomparable beauty. Besides, she was so strong. How could Qing possibly fight her? Bifang shouted that the emperor was trying to make it look like an insignificant situation. Zhong frowned, remembering the day his son was exiled. Qing then spoke of deception and his innocence. But the emperor then exiled his son so that the family could retain its imperial status. He had no choice but to do so. He couldn't protect his son that time, but now he must. The emperor asked Bifang what of it. He also didn't like his Red Sun House. But he is the pillar of the clan, and he, as an emperor, turns a blind eye to many things. He didn't investigate that matter for the sake of clan unity, even though his Qing had suffered terribly. Bifang was ready to burst. The emperor was really annoying him. But the head of the House of the Red Sun decided to endure it today in order to repay it twice as much later. As he left, he told the emperor that he would remember everything he had done to them today. Zhong laughed. Roasting Ao Qing Cheng is really cool. This time, Qing completely thwarted the plans of the House of Red Sun. Behind the emperor's back appeared his middle son Ti, hugging girls. The father contemptuously called him trash. The prince was indignant. Zhong said that Te should learn from his younger brother. The prince was indignant. Qing is trash, an outcast. How can he compare to him, Te? The father slapped Ti, saying that if his brother was trash, then he was worse than trash. The prince, rubbing his cheek, wondered if Qing could really return. Yifeng was thinking that life was a kind of salted fish, when suddenly the wolf sneezed. The young man noticed that the dog was sneezing, which meant it was going to rain. He got up from his favorite chair and approached his workers. He quoted the legend of the white snake, saying that rain always starts unexpectedly. The masters saw a suspicious cloud above them. Yifeng gave the old men an umbrella, a raincoat, and rubber boots. But the masters asked what he would wear if they took it. The young man said there was no need to worry about him. He would find what he needed. The old masters were shocked by such words. The old men wondered if Mr. Yi knew that there were two powerful masters upstairs. Bifang's messengers watched the school closely from the clouds. One of the wolves said thoughtfully, "The place seems ordinary, but it is better to take the enemy seriously." Yifeng picked up his guitar again. The rain was making him sad, so he decided to sing. The young man announced that this song was called Farewell. The old people reverently imbued themselves with the spiritual essence of music. Lu Dasheng shed tears, his soul cleansed by the music. Bifang's messengers couldn't understand what the hell was going on down below. What are the three founders of martial arts and the emperor of martial arts doing here? The wolves decided that people always do strange things and that they shouldn't pay attention to them. The most important thing is that Ao Qing is really here. After the song, the old men stretched out on the ground to rest. They were happy. Each of them had a divine artifact in their hands. They were drowning in gifts. Lu Dasheng looked at the three friends with envy. But the feeling of purification brought the healer so much joy that he was ready to burst into tears. The system congratulated Yifeng on improving his guitar skills. Ao Bifang's envoys prepared for the attack. Only the three founders are equal to them in strength. But they, demonic monsters, are stronger than people. And with the semi-divine umbrella artifact, they were absolutely confident of victory. Opening the umbrella, the wolves ordered the entire school area to be sealed. The old masters became worried that this umbrella was suppressing their cultivation. Grabbing his weapon, Chu Shikulang was ready to rush towards his death. But Old Man Wu stopped his friend, suggesting that he take a look at Yifeng. The guy was playing the guitar calmly. Perhaps he has his own plan. The young man paid no attention to anything, arguing that it was worth changing genres more often. The demons realized that the cultivation of their main opponents had been completely suppressed. If so, it's time for them to attack this pathetic school. The masters looked up in horror. They could be seriously injured by this force. The demonic wolves have indeed already begun their attack. Chu Shikulan called out loudly to Mr. Yi. The young man replied that he knew everything. To strike a spark, the guy decided to play a guitar version of Ambush from all sides. Pointing to the sky, Shikulan asked the young man how he could be so relaxed. Bright music poured out over the martial arts school. Yifeng plucked the strings harder and faster. It seemed as if everything around was spinning in a mad musical whirlwind. The young man played with particular inspiration now. And suddenly the sky cleared. The effect of the dark umbrella seal has dissipated. The three founders of martial arts greeted the elder with tears in their eyes. Da Sheng was stunned at how the sound of a broken string could destroy the attack of the two demonic founders. The healer, distracted, fell into a pit of manure. The young man apologized, the string broke, but the guitar can play. The demons were terrified, their attack destroyed. They realized they had been careless. The real monster here was this guy with the guitar. Yifeng stretched out his hand, and indeed it began to rain. An umbrella, an artifact of the demonic wolf clan, fell right into his hand. The young man smiled. He said he would find what he needed. The old men looked at the owner of the school with awe. Now everything became clear to them. It started raining heavily, and the young man invited everyone to sit in the martial arts school. And then the guy saw Da Sheng emerging from the manure pit. He sent him out into the rain. Ao Bifang didn't know what to do. Qing Cheng was supposed to be the next heir to the Heavenly Emperor, but now she might not be able to break through to the level of a demonic founder. The elder of the house said that they had a way out. We need to force Ao Qing to confess in front of the entire clan that he desecrated the saint. Bifang was jubilant. Yes, this was their chance to force Ao Zhong to give up the throne. A messenger ran into the great hall of the House of the Red Sun. He informed Bifang that there was trouble with the founders Xu Luo and Fu Dao. Their tablets of heavenly command are broken. Everyone was horrified. If the planks were split, it meant their owners were dead. An enraged Bifang killed the messenger. He clenched his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. Why was this happening? The leader ordered all the members of the Red Sun House who were demon emperors to follow him. He wanted to see for himself whether the dragon or tiger was lurking near Ao Qing. The rain stopped and a bright rainbow appeared in the sky. Yifeng was drinking tea in the company of old people. Lu Qingshan appeared at the threshold and bowed respectfully to Yifeng. Since so many people had gathered, the young man suggested making hot pot to drive away the cold. Taking out the measuring ring, Yifeng suggested that they decide which meat they would eat first. They can cook roast lamb, or boil an eagle, or bake porridge with wolf meat in a pot. Old man Wu whispered, "It's a dawn eagle." Chu Shikulan recognized the land serpent. Sun Zhug stuttered, and said that what was in front of him was a flying wolf. Yifeng was surprised that these little animals had such cool nicknames. The young man added that he had something else, but he was going to make soup from it for Zhongqing, and he would only give them a sip. The old men saw with horror that the demon lord Bogu appeared from the ring. This guy was going to boil the demon emperor. Yifeng's guests were at a loss to understand how he came to have the demonic monsters, and why they were dead. The guy said that these were excellent products. Wu suggested making eagle soup and roasting a wolf. The young man ordered that the animals be plucked and the vegetables washed. Chu Shikulan took on the task of plucking the great eagle prince. The owner of the school went to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Centipede Ye Feng hurried out of the school, thinking that he was very lucky to still be alive. The turtle soup gave off a pleasant aroma. It was already ready. The old men were confident that their cultivation would increase even if they ate just a little bit. Yifeng shouted at the guests, and they all started drooling. He ordered everyone to bring a small bowl. He would give them a sip. The delighted old men began to sing. The young man was indignant. What kind of crap is this? And then Wu noticed that the ladle was also a divine artifact. Qingshan reassured the founders, "Mr. and all that." The elders thanked the head of the Green Mountain clan for the reminder. The young man asked where they were, whether they wanted soup or not. The masters took a sip of the demon lord god's soup. Fire erupted from Wu Yang's eyes as his cultivation leaped forward. Old Wu couldn't contain his delight and shouted. The young man angrily shouted at the old men to stop making noise and not disturb Zhongqing while he was resting. Old man Wu bowed low, asking the master for forgiveness. The angry young man told the screamers to get out of here. Lu Dasheng was pleased that the old men were running away, and he would be left alone with the school owner. But the healer decided not to bother Yifeng until he had moved all the manure. The masters hurried to break through the levels, so as not to keep Mr. Yi waiting for long. The young man didn't understand what was wrong. Their stomachs suddenly twisted. Yifeng offered the dog some turtle soup to drink. The wolf took a few sips with pleasure. Ao Qing's eyes flashed as he felt an explosion of power inside him. The guy was confused. Couldn't they really keep this concoction inside themselves? Oh my god, Yifeng got Zhongqin to drink it. He won't make a mess in bed. An hour later, the four masters completed their breakthrough in cultivation levels. They were happy. Not everyone gets to experience this. And it's all thanks to Mr. I. A dark rotating sphere appeared in the distance. She approached the Yufen martial arts school at lightning speed. Ao Bifeng led his best warriors to a small school in Zhangping. "Here are the school gates," the head of the house said. "One step forward, and they will enter into a fight to the death." Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhongqing didn't shit himself. Da Sheng looked at the returning old men in confusion. They had changed so much in just an hour. The healer was at a loss to understand how they had reached such levels. Wu looked at Da Sheng and said that he was so strange and pathetic. The masters decided to encourage him, telling him not to lose hope and to believe in himself. Qingshan quietly told the healer that he had better take care of his manure. The old rogue couldn't figure out what he had missed. Yifeng ordered the tables and chairs to be moved to the courtyard. Their lunch was already ready. Demon eagle soup was bubbling deliciously in a large cauldron. The owner of the martial arts school and his guests had a great time. The young man said that since they all knew each other, there was no need for pleasantries. At this time, a crowd of demonic monsters flew over Zhangping. One of the fighters reported to Bifeng that Ao Qing was not currently at the martial arts school. But he replied, "Ao Qing is nothing. He came this far thanks to this school." The masters became wary. Enemies were approaching them. Sun Juk said quietly, "They are here." Chu Shikulan added that we must prepare for battle. Wu supported, "Now it's their turn to intervene." A satisfied Lu Qingshan devoured the meat with gusto. Bifan was surprised that the people inside the school didn't notice anything. The head of the house ordered to disperse and prepare for battle. Ao Bifeng was sure that all these little people would soon die. Raising his hand, Bifan was ready to give the command to fight. But suddenly he saw 3 respected founders of martial arts at the school. The head of the Red Sun House was stunned. Such enemies were beyond the strength of either Bifan or his fighters. In addition, there is a founder of martial arts who is equal to him in strength. A frightened Ao Bifeng shouted at the soldiers to retreat. The demonic wolves looked at the master in surprise. He barked that they had frozen and needed to retreat. The fighters had awakened their powers, and now they were turning against them. Drops of demonic blood poured out from the black cloud above Yufen School. One of the drops fell on Yifeng's face. The young man wiped away the drop and called on everyone to eat, drink, and have fun. The outraged fighters asked Bifan what the hell was going on. The head of the house frowned. None of his subordinates understood the seriousness of the situation. He explained that if they had fought, their home would no longer exist today. "We must stay away from this school, but they will capture Ao Qing. Moreover, now he is on Mount Shivan, far from school." The clan members headed towards the mountain. Upon arriving at the place, they felt some kind of pressure. Bifan noticed that someone on the mountain was breaking through to the level of a demonic venerable. The fighter asked if they would retreat or go forward. Ao Bifang decided to be careful and not interfere with the master's completion of cultivation. At night, the powerful aura of an unknown master spread throughout the mountain. Bifang asked Ao Qing on the mountain. The scout confirmed. The ranger sniffed the younger prince's panties. He said their target was in the valley ahead of them. The wolves rushed into the valley trying to capture Qin. When they got down, they saw Ao Qing sleeping on the rock. Bifan laughed, the little wolf cub pretending that he was not afraid. The head of the house ordered that the prince's arms and legs be broken, but that he be left with enough strength for one breath. And at Yufen School, the host and guests were playing 5 chiefs. A tipsy Qingshan talked about his adventures in his youth. Yifeng thought that as soon as the old man drank the wine, he was carried away. The moon had already risen, and the friends were still listening to Lu's stories. Shikulan was surprised that all of Qingshan's stories were about women. Chu wanted to talk about cultivation, but his friends shushed him. Qingshan asked if Mr. Yi had any stories. The young man replied that he had no special stories here. If even one were found, it would be from another world. The old people were shocked, which meant the guy was from another world. Now they were sure that the owner of the school was immortal. Only a legendary immortal can cross worlds. Meeting an immortal is a great honor for anyone. The old men vied with each other to ask Yifeng to tell them about his world. The young man said that the people there were smart and strong, and destroying Xianjiang would be a piece of cake for them. They can make all life on the continent disappear. The elders understood that the higher world is on a different level. Wu was confident that Yifeng occupied a good position in that world. The young man shocked them by saying that he was an ordinary average student. Apparently, for those living in that world, their life is like that of cattle. Lu asked what kind of legends there were in his world. The guy replied that there are no legends in that world, but there are different stories. In his youth, he interacted with different girls at the same time, who were thousands of li away from each other. The old men opened their mouths in surprise. The guy smiled sadly. His world still lived in his heart. The guests were sure that such possibilities were frightening. It became obvious to the masters that all the inhabitants of that world were immortal. Yifeng said that at that time he was considered an asshole. All night long he did not let go of his phone, waiting for a response from the girl. Wu asked what an asshole is, and the confused young man replied, "It's a compliment." The guests murmured their approval, and Yifeng felt as if he had dropped a cobblestone on his foot. A skeleton was watching the feast, and suddenly he heard the word asshole. His eyes sparkled. What a good word. He searched for a long time for a word to define his character, and now he found it. The skeleton decided that from now on this word, and he would complement each other. At this time, Ao Qing was still on the Great Shiwan Mountain. Ao Bifang ordered the soldiers to capture the prince. There shouldn't be any surprises this time. Suddenly, Qing jumped up and growled menacingly. Bifang was stunned when he saw the third prince's blazing aura. The head of the Red Sun House cursed loudly. It turned out that it was Ao Qing, a demonic venerable. But how is this possible? Gritting his teeth, Bifang shouted at his warriors to retreat. The wolves were shocked why they were retreating again. Obeying the elder, the House of the Red Sun retreated. Bifang looked at Ao Qing with eyes widened in horror. So the master who was cultivating in the mountains was him. The young prince's pursuers fled in terror. Qing growled, "Now he will play with the guys." The wolf attacked his pursuers, scattering them across the mountain. Ao Bifang sat among his bloodied relatives and couldn't believe it. Could it be that this monster in the valley is the emperor's weak son? But he is trash, so why did he become a demonic reverend? A long, sad howl erupted from the old wolf's chest. The world is truly unfair to him, Ao Bifang. The old dog hysterically asked the space what the hell was going on. And then Qing appeared menacingly in front of Bifang, his aura blazing. The young wolf raised a strong paw. Bifang screamed in horror he could not fight the prince. There was a deafening explosion. When the smoke cleared, the head of the house broke out in a cold sweat. Of the large detachment, only a few people remained alive. Ao Qing did not lag behind. He wanted to finish off his old enemy. Bifang quietly took out the scroll and hid it behind his back. The third prince growled menacingly. As he disappeared, Bifang shouted to Qin that they would never forgive him. Ao Qing asked Bifang if he really thought he could escape from him. The wolf smiled. His master truly loved him, since he gave him this magic soup. It seemed like the owner had foreseen everything, including Ao Bifang's attack. There was a time when the entire clan despised him, Ao Qing. But now everything has changed. And all this thanks to the owner. A magic circle lit up in the hall of the House of the Red Sun. Everyone was talking happily when Mr. Bifang returned. But no one understood why there were so few people with him. The most talkative one was hit with his fist by an angry Bifang. No one understood what had happened or why Ao Bifang was so angry. The leader said, Ao Qing forced them to use the movement scroll. Ao Bifang ordered everyone to return to the main hall of their house. Bifang ordered someone to bring him the heavenly opening pill. He said that if they wanted to survive, they had to destroy the imperial family before Ao Qing returned. Bifang needs the pill to defeat the heavenly emperor. The elder objected that their house only had one pill. The leader shocked everyone by saying that Ao Qing had reached the level of demonic venerable. Qing Cheng listened to the chapter silently and couldn't believe her ears. Soon the House of the Red Sun waged war against the emperor. The vast territory of the heavenly demon wolf clan was divided into two parts. The heavenly emperor summoned the elder fortune teller Jin. The imperial family was in danger. Ao Zhong asked the elder how to stop the disaster. Jin fell into meditation. The emperor waited patiently for the prediction. 3 hours later, the elder returned to the real world. Turning to Ao Zhong, Jin said that he knew the future. There is only one person who can save the imperial family, and that is Zhong's son. The emperor was surprised and asked if this was his first son. If not him, then probably the second one. Jin shook his head. Zhong jumped up and clenched his fists. Could it really be Ao Qing? The fortune teller confirmed that it was him. The emperor decided that the elder was making fun of him. He shouted at Jin to stop the old fool from talking nonsense. Everyone knows Qing is useless, but the fortune teller claims he is their savior. The elder calmly replied to Zhong that he was mistaken. The enraged emperor ordered the fortune teller to be thrown into prison. Jin shouted to the emperor that he would still beg him for forgiveness. Another elder told the emperor that Qing should return and help his clan. After thinking for a while, Zhong agreed. Yifeng didn't want to lose the school, so he tried to complete the system's task. He carefully wrote out the hieroglyphs. He still has to improve in chess and calligraphy. Suddenly, a modifier appeared with a new task from the system. The young man frowned. This did not bode well. The modifier was offended when he saw the sour expression on Yifeng's face. The guy needs to improve his skills in cooking, winemaking, tea, and sculpture. And as a reward, he will receive an aura. And if he fails the task, he will lose the martial arts school. Yifeng shouted for the modifier to roll away from here. The young man clenched his fist. This time it was about the aura. It sounded tempting. The system notified the guy of his current levels. Frustrated, Yifeng took a pack of sharp chopsticks and called Wang Kai. He decided to treat his pet with a tasty, spicy stick. The satisfied wolf grabbed the treat on the fly. Ao Qing devoured the spicy delicacy with relish. Suddenly, the wolf felt that his strength had improved. A brilliant idea came to the young man's head. He decided to use his culinary skills to spread these sticks across the continent. Someone knocked on the school gate and asked if anyone was there. Yifeng opened the door and asked the elderly man who he was. Xing recognized Uncle Yun and said that they would see each other later outside the city. The prince's uncle apologized, saying that he had the wrong door. The young man told the wolf to go about his business. After leaving school, Qing was instantly transported to his uncle. Yun was the only one who always treated Qing well. The prince asked why his uncle had come. He told about the Red Sun Rebellion and asked the prince to return home. The wolf replied that now this school was his only home. The father knew he was being set up and still banished him. That's why Qing has long ceased to consider the palace of the Heavenly Emperor as his home. Yun insisted that now Qing had no need to live in that worthless martial arts school. The wolf growled to make his uncle shut up. If he says another word about this school, he will die. Uncle's jaw dropped when he saw the prince's cultivation level. Qing sneered, "He is just a demonic venerable." Yun whispered that the prince had become the strongest man in their entire clan. The wolf said that he wanted to be like his master and his brother Skeleton. The uncle persuaded the prince to return and save his family. Qing frowned. He had already said that he would not return. But Yun knew that the prince had a kind heart and cared about the clan. Qing was always different from other wolves and loved his mother. The wolf said that he would bring something that would help them survive the trouble. Qing ran back to Yufeng school. Yifeng realized that Wang Cai was asking him for more sharp chopsticks. The young man threw his pet a bunch of tasty snacks. The guy shouted after him that the sticks needed to be packed into a bag. Yun looked at the strange sticks in surprise. The wolf told his father to eat 2 of them when difficult times came. Uncle took a stick in his mouth. Would this really help them in the war? When you're sad, you can always eat a hot stick. Yun closed his eyes in bliss. What a pleasant taste. Uncle Yuno immediately broke through from the demon spirit level to the demon king level. The old man burst into tears. He holds the future of his people in his hands. He hurried to return to the clan to his emperor. Aozhong asked with displeasure where Qing was. Yun said that the prince was very busy, but he asked for the treasure to be handed over. The emperor became interested in whether this was really the incredible treasure. Seeing the chopsticks, Zhang frowned. Yun was lying to his emperor to support Qing. A loser's son cannot possess an incredible treasure. Yun countered, Qing is not a failure. He has reached the level of demonic venerable. Zhang laughed. Yun was pouring out more loudly than old man Jin. But Uncle Yun insisted that the emperor try these chopsticks. The emperor promised to execute Yun if this turned out to be untrue. Shin's father immediately took a bunch of sharp sticks into his mouth. An incredible stream of energy burst from the emperor's eyes. Aozhong felt like the universe was spinning before his eyes. The heavenly emperor sighed, feeling hot inside. He screamed that he could not resist this powerful energy. Yun whispered, "A wondrous dragon is circling in the tent of the heavenly emperor." Zhang asked where his wife was. The astonished courtiers watched as the emperor soared into the sky. The emperor burst into his wife's chambers like a hurricane. Surprised, Yun Wangking asked her husband what was the matter. Zhang whispered for her not to ask questions and to lie down. In the middle of the night, the entire palace of the heavenly emperor lost its peace. After some time, the emperor sighed blissfully. Qing's treasure helped Zhang reach half the level of demon venerable. How strong is the master who prepared such food? Zhang shouted for the doctor to save the empress. Soon the doctor reported that Her Majesty was fine. She just needed to rest. The emperor ordered Yun to be called. Zhang praised Uncle Yun. He did a great job. A messenger ran in and reported that the House of the Red Sun was approaching. The emperor's eyes flashed. The traitors were rushing to kill him. Aozhong commanded everyone to prepare for battle. 2 warring houses, each with its own army, prepared for battle. The heads of the houses rushed towards each other. Bifan noted that if the emperor had surrendered, he could have saved his life. The emperor realized that the enemy wanted to kill him in one move. Bifang was taken aback. How come Zhang also became a half-demon venerable? Zhang chuckled. If Bifang could do it, then why couldn't he? Even as children, they did not give in to each other. But a pack cannot have 2 leaders. The emperor reminded that he was born a ruler, and Bifan a servant. The head of the Red Sun House took out a small box. Zhang asked his opponent what it was. Fierceness pill. Is Bifan really ready to give up half of his life? The head of the house replied that if it would help to win, he would accept death without hesitation. A giant black shadow appeared behind the emperor. The warriors shouted for the lord to turn around. Bifang dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. The emperor flew back and hit a rock. Aozhong cursed and whispered. It was painful. The heavenly emperor deployed a protective shield. But Bifan broke the shield and struck the heavenly emperor again. Zhang asked his opponent where his fighting ethics were. Bifang replied with a grin that the emperor should go to the underworld. And then Zhang remembered the gift from his youngest son. The emperor put up the shield of Vajar for protection. The head of the Red Sun House laughed. Vajar's shield is useless. He shouted at the emperor to make him feel the pain. Those who do not know pain will never know what true peace is. The clan members scattered, trying to avoid the blow. Bifang gathered a giant fireball in his hand. With each passing second, the fiery sphere became larger and more terrifying. Soon the sky above the battlefield was ablaze. A wave of fire descended upon the earth, but the emperor did not run away. Bifan rejoiced. Today the House of the Red Sun would become the new imperial family. Yun suggested that the emperor flee. Vajar's shield would not protect him from such an attack. But Zhang didn't leave. He silently ate the spicy stick. And suddenly the emperor's aura changed dramatically. Bifang couldn't believe how Zhang had reached the level of a demonic venerable. Now Ao Bifang is unable to defeat the heavenly emperor. What kind of treasure must one possess in order to immediately become a demonic venerable one? The head of the House of the Red Sun, his mouth open in surprise, looked at the ruler. Bifang screamed in horror that it was impossible. Zhang chuckled. Nothing is impossible. Today the traitor Ao Bifang will die. The emperor raised his hand and attacked the enemy. As he was dying, Bifang asked what the emperor had just eaten. Zhang smiled. This is the treasure that Qing asked for from the powerful master. These are sharp sticks. Bifang's followers whispered in horror that not even ashes remained of him. For the House of the Red Sun fell on its knees, begging the emperor to have mercy on them. Ao Zhang chuckled. He who can correctly understand the situation is wise. The civil strife ended. The clan became united and strong again. Qing Cheng thought, everything shouldn't have been like this. The saint of the clan couldn't understand where they had gone wrong. Yifeng posted 2 couplets at the school gate. One said, to the light long sword of the snow jade dragon. The second was that in every breath of air there were new trials. The old masters approaching the gates recited couplets. An amazing energy filled Wu and his friends. Yang exclaimed, Mr. Yi's calligraphy is a masterpiece of sincerity. Shikulan noticed that those who have good intentions will come out on top, while those who are evil will go crazy. Now Shikulan's mother will no longer have to worry about his studies. The young man suggested that the old men write a couple of couplets. But they objected. They had not yet finished work on the vacant lot. They did not have time to read. The old men had not yet comprehended what the boy had already given them. Yifeng didn't insist, because their powers were limited. And then the young man saw that Zhongqing had gotten out of bed. He said that he was already fine and could help with the work on the vacant lot. But Yifeng had other plans. He wanted to make Zhong an outstanding martial artist. The young man decided to start with sword training. He told Zhong that there are only 3 styles: stabbing, hacking, and slaughtering. The student thought in confusion that there was no difference between them. Zhong must memorize the changes in these styles so that he can swing the sword freely. If the boy is fast enough, his opponents will not recognize his movements. Zhong considered his teacher to be the fastest man in the world, and strove to become second. And then Yifeng heard familiar voices. He asked the girls why they came, if they really wanted to play dodiju with him. But the girls shouted that they came for money. The great skull from their school got into debt at the Yihun Entertainment House and ran away. The guy asked, and they didn't get anything mixed up. The girls were angry. This skull itself called out the name of Yifeng. Zhong was surprised that these beautiful girls were swearing so loudly. The young man said that there was no such person in their school. The girls asked if Yifeng was trying to renounce his debt, and suddenly the beauties turned into bald, muscular guys. Yifeng was stunned. Holy shit, this is witchcraft. Suddenly the guests from the Ikon house saw the skeleton and shouted, it was him. The great skull took to his heels. Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot. This time the skeleton was definitely dead. So this asshole with broken bones is the great skull. The angry school owner threw his shoe at the skeleton. But the nimble skeleton jumped onto the roof and disappeared from sight. The boys turned into girls again and asked what was going on with the money. He had to pay up, and Yifeng's money was cut in half. The young man cursed and asked where his shoe had gone. The frightened Yifeng's heart sank into his farthest paw. The centipede burst into tears, its paws scared to death. And then he noticed that there was an independent space inside the shoe. A satisfied Yifeng climbed inside and jumped out with the shoe. Half an hour later, the skeleton was in tears and begging to beg him. An angry Yifeng lashed him with a whip and asked if he would do that again. The old men sympathized with the skull and admired the strength of its spirit. Suddenly, Wu Yong noticed that the sky above them had turned bright pink. This meant that either the palace of a very talented person had been discovered, or the greatest treasure had been born. The masters did not know what to do. There could be a lot of treasures there. But Wu asked what treasure could compare to the Yufen school. At the mountain estate of Chuichui, there was talk of the discovery of the palace of a martial arts genius. Young Master Du Changkun decided to go there personally. The villagers greeted the young gentleman with enthusiasm. The Heavenly Sword Sect was also discussing the discovery of the palace. The head of the sect sent his most gifted disciple, Peng Xian, there. The news also caused excitement in Fengyun Valley. Uncle Lin reported to the sect leader that they had notified the Green Mountain clan and were expecting a response tomorrow. Fengyun Valley decided to send its saint there. Zhu Yun reported the situation to the head. The masters are arriving in Zhangping to get into the discovered palace. Among those to be wary of are Diwu Changkun, Yun Xiangkui, and Peng Xian. Zhu Yun said that Yun Xiangkui was suggesting that they act together. Qingshan knew that if they were not careful, they would be destroyed. The clan leader decided to consult with Yifeng. Looking at the scarlet sky, Yifeng thought that Jiangping had been a bit unsettled lately. He heard that the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth was some kind of palace. Seeing Qingshan, the young man asked him what he thought about this. The clan leader said that he would like to know Yifeng's opinion on this phenomenon. The young man remarked that it would probably be quite lively there. Lu admitted that he wanted to go there and asked Yifeng what he thought about it. The young man shook his head. Lu Qingshan asked Mr. Yi to explain everything to him. Taking the wine, Yifeng said that Lu had better forget about it. If he went there, he would die. The guy was surprised that this old man was so stupid that he was going to mess with the cultivators. Qingshan thanked the young man for the advice, and he thanked the old man for the wine. Outside the school gates, the faithful Shui was waiting for Lu Qingshan. The girl quietly told the teacher that Feng Yun's envoys had already arrived. The clan leader and his disciple were transported to their sect. As soon as they landed, they heard a cheerful greeting. Yun Xianghui said that she was here to make a deal. Valley Saint Feng Yun suggested getting straight to the point. The head of the clan suggested going inside and sitting down, then he would give an answer. The saint's companion asked sternly whether the Green Mountain clan really wanted to reject the kindness of Feng Yun Valley. The clan members recoiled from the aura of the venerable martial artist. Lu Qingshan smiled and said to Elder Lin, "No need for ceremony." Lin was surprised when he saw Lu's aura. Could he really be a half-venerable? The guests realized that this place was not so simple, and they should be more careful. Lu noticed that no one here dared to bully others without Mr. Yi's permission. The saint noticed that they had much more chance to capture the palace than others. Qingshan stated that their clan would not get involved in this matter. Yun Xianghui asked, so they had already united with others. Lu objected. His clan decided to stay away from Zhang Yu's palace. And as a thank you for their past services, Lu advised them to stay out of this matter as well. Having spoken, Qingshan left the guests. Yun Xianghui proposed increasing Green Mountain's share from 2 to 3/10. Lu didn't react. She offered 4/10. Qingshan remained silent. The saint advised the old man to think carefully about the proposal. The clan leader invited Yun to come inside and drink tea, but it would be better for them to simply forget about Zhang Yu's palace. The guest snorted. Lu is just a coward, a redneck, they leave. Yifeng realized that there would soon be a bloodbath here, and decided to get away as far as possible. Suddenly, the centipede saw that the ground beneath him was burning. He screamed not to be involved in this matter. Cursing, Yifeng saw Zhang Yu's palace in front of him. The little demon gritted his teeth. Many cultivators are approaching here. The frightened Yifeng activated the earth elusiveness technique. The centipede looked down cautiously. He realized with horror that he was inside Zhang Yu's palace. Yifeng carefully jumped down. Numerous arrows rained down on him. Running into another room, he sighed with relief. Phew, I almost died. The frightened Yifeng decided not to move any further and stayed here. Yun Xianghui and Elder Lin arrived at the palace. The saint noticed that it was unexpected. They came first. But the others had already appeared behind. Peng Xian was surprised that the saint had secretly come here in person. Companion Peng laughed. The saint is only interested in treasures. He advised her not to pay attention to the saint. Elder Lin's aura flared menacingly. Changkun noticed that everyone had started having fun too early, and the doors of the hall were still closed. The saint was surprised. Even Du Changkun arrived. People from the Yujin sect appeared behind them. Yun Xianghui looked at her opponents carefully. Peng Xian assessed their strength and her capabilities. Du Changkun smiled. It looks like it will be fun. The treasure hunters kept arriving, and soon a whole army had gathered in front of the palace. Elder Lin asked the saint when they would begin. Yun suggested not to rush and to cede danger to the impatient. One of the arrivals tried to open the doors. Despite the powerful technology, the door did not budge. Others also wanted to try their hand. Yun realized that no matter how many people approached the door, it would not budge. Peng Xian suggested inviting Elder Diwu Zhen. Changkun approached the elder from his mountain estate, Chuichui. Du Zhen approached the stone doors of the palace. The saint impatiently asked the elder how the matter was progressing. Diwu Zhen replied, "If they want to go through this door, it will be quite difficult. This is the seal of yin and yang. Since the heavenly gates are open on earth, there must be earthly gates underground. The seal was placed by a martial arts genius, and no one present will be able to break it. By infiltrating the earthly gates, the mechanism can be turned off. But to get there, you need to master the technique of earthly elusiveness. Few people master this secret art." Meanwhile, Ye Feng lay in the palace, crying and talking nonsense. Peng Xian turned to Yu Wuji and reminded him that he possessed the earth elusiveness technique. Everyone started making noise, sending the young man down to the gate. Yu fell to his knees in front of Peng, begging her to intercede. The guy cried, saying that he would never go underground. Peng flared up. She liked the young man, but now he behaves like a worm. Yu Wuji was surprised that Peng Xian still loved him. Taking the young man by the chin, Pan said that he could not let her down. If Yu wants to be a Peng man, he must go. The guy's head spun, and the girl put her finger to her lips, signaling not to ask questions. The young man agreed with a sigh and dived underground. Peng asked Elder Zhen what the probability of success was, and he shook his head. Diu Changkun realized that the guy didn't have enough strength, he would die as soon as he entered the gate. The saint sighed. At least someone decided to try their luck. Yi Feng came to his senses and crawled on. I wonder what those tomb raiders will do with him. The centipede clones began pressing buttons simultaneously to disable the traps. Ye Feng was in a hurry to get out of this hall as quickly as possible. Finally, the seals and traps of the treasured chamber were disabled. Suddenly, the huge stone doors swung open. Pan couldn't believe that the young man had really succeeded. The treasure hunters rushed inside. Changkun asked the elder whether they should wait or go. Shen replied, "It doesn't matter, there are no big traps here." Inside the gates of heaven, the massacre for the treasures has already begun. Changkun knew that only by passing through the line of traps could one see the real treasures. The saint suggested that the three of them work together, and Pan agreed. Diu Changkun suggested that the allies move forward. The three strongest ran through numerous traps. Finally, they found themselves in Zhang Yu's treasury. Changkun recognized an amazing sacred artifact. In front of him was a spiritual rope of heaven, capable of binding even a martial arts god. The saint exclaimed, "This is the scepter of the wind-driven clouds. It was the treasure of the wolf clan. And here are the divine magic scissors, with which the head of the god of martial arts was cut off." There was another door in front of the allies, apparently. The heart of the chamber was located there. The two treasure hunters rushed to the door. But the elders stopped the young people, saying that there was no need to rush. Peng Xian was in no hurry either, she had her own plan of action. Suddenly there was an explosion, and the hurried searchers screamed in pain. They asked what it was and asked to be saved. Zhen explained that the treasures had absorbed a lot of yin energy, and it was released when someone approached them. The saint asked what they should do. The elder answered, "Wait." Pan knew that when the energy dissipated, the fight would begin. Ye Feng found himself in the hall of the earthly gate, with a huge number of buttons in front of him. He was tired and decided to lie down and rest on the buttons. Suddenly, arrows flew from the ceiling and the floor slabs broke, releasing a stream of energy. The centipede saw that the arrows were flying straight at him. An arrow was reflected in Ye Feng's eyes and he whispered, "Mommy." A powerful golden beam burst out from the chamber. The energy was of such terrifying power that it seemed the palace was on fire. Li Qingshan was stunned. What a big mess. What the hell happened here? Juwen told the teacher that it seemed like most of the people had died. Suddenly the head of the clan saw a giant scary shadow. The monster aimed at the four cultivators who flew out of the hall. Elder Lin shouted at the saint to be careful. Yun called out to Uncle Lin with tears in her eyes. The elder fell to the ground after a fight with a giant monster. Lin was bleeding, his left arm bitten off by a huge snake. Elder Zhen died while shielding young Changkun. Peng Xian's senior companion lost his leg. The monstrous shadow began to disintegrate. Lu was in shock. Mr. Yi's prediction was absolutely accurate. The saint asked Qingshan if he knew that this would happen. The girl wondered how he knew about the danger. Lu replied that the elder told him. After a terrible battle, everyone retreated for a while to recuperate. Despite the danger, more and more cultivators arrived at the hall. Ao Qing asked his brother, "It seems like it's quite dangerous inside." The skeleton replied that there was so much gold there that the two of them could drink themselves into oblivion for at least 3 months. Suddenly a terrible shadow appeared nearby. The monster growled, "They do not value their lives, and he will devour them." The skeleton raised his hand and directed a stream of energy at the monster. The monster dispersed, and the skeleton said that money is the most important thing. Chatting with each other, the wolf and the skeleton quietly entered the hall. Entering the treasury, the friends were stunned. Before them were mountains of gold. The skeleton was delighted. It was the first time Qing had seen so much money. And then the wolf noticed a divine rope flying towards them. King warned his brother that it was dangerous here. The cheerful skeleton asked how the frayed rope dared to stop him on his way to the treasure. He instantly tore apart the divine artifact. The wolf was delighted. His brother destroyed the sacred weapon with his bare hands. The skeleton cursed, "These protective artifacts are endless." With one hand, the great skull bent the scepter. With his other hand, he crushed the divine scissors. Ao Qing never ceased to admire his brother's strength. Skull was very flattered by the wolf cub's constant admiration. The wolf looked around. It seemed there was an impressive seal here. Apparently it was difficult to break. The skeleton thought, "This is really not easy," because he knows little about seals. But nothing is impossible. Skull's technique worked. The seal began to dissipate. The wolf barked with delight. "This is amazing." With tears in his eyes, he looked at his older brother with admiration. The satisfied skeleton ordered Qin to put every last coin into the bags. The wolf instantly filled the bags with gold. Now the friend's motto was to bravely cause trouble. Skull found the vessels with elixirs and treated Qin to some, saying that it looked delicious. The wolf licked his lips, and it really was delicious. The skeleton allowed him to fill 2 bags with these goodies. The contented skeleton hummed. Their expedition had been a great success. Qing asked what about the books. The skeleton replied that they were a pile of trash and should be burned. The skull snapped its bony fingers loudly. The treasury was engulfed in flames. Qing asked what was behind that door. The skeleton replied that there was a dead man and all sorts of junk there. It was time for them to leave. Meanwhile, the 3 great sects sent their strongest cultivators to the hall. The great battle for Zhang Yu's treasure is about to begin. Lu Qingshan came to Yifeng again with his favorite wine. The head of the Green Mountain clan needed the advice of an elder again. Yun Xianqi continued to persuade the sect leader to cooperate. Conquering the palace was very tempting, and Lu decided to talk about it with Yifeng. The system congratulated the young man on his achievement in calligraphy, and then Yifeng noticed the guest. The guy was surprised. The old man brought something again, and he, bowing, thanked him for the last hint. Lu said that many people died in the palace, but thanks to his warning, he saved their lives. Yifeng winked, understandably. Qingshan sighed and said that he still wanted to go there since the danger inside had already passed. The young man sighed heavily. The old man was still thinking about profit. The guy said Lu can't enter this hall. If Qingshan goes there, he will die. The old man was terrified. The owner of the school sighed and advised the old man to forget about it. Even if there is no danger inside, he will not be able to get even half of the treasure. The young man was sure that someone had already gotten there first. The clan leader bowed and thanked Yifeng for the tip. Skeleton and Qing were in a hurry to hide the gold, but Skull had a bad feeling. The friends made their way into the barn containing the artifacts. Having broken the floor, they decided to bury their wealth. The curious wolf finally dared to ask his brother something. When Skull visited the funhouse, how did he solve his problem? The tailbone or the toes? The skeleton threw down the shovel and looked reproachfully at Qing. The wolf smiled mischievously. The skull told him that if he exposed other people's weaknesses, he would have a son without an anus. The skeleton said he wanted to feel surrounded by girls. Qing sighed. He knew this. The skeleton was hurrying the wolf with the pit. Suddenly, the friends heard footsteps. Yifeng kicked down the barn door and it hit Skull hard. The skeleton asked who this brave freak was who dared to hit him. Seeing the owner, the skeleton grabbed the bag of money in despair. The young man heard a noise and decided that there were rats there, so he threw the skeleton aside, telling it to get out of the way. Yifeng demanded that Skull quickly explain in human terms where he got this money. There are several bags of gold here. They probably contain tens of thousands of coins. The skeleton said that he picked up the coins in the mountains. He did not steal them. Yifeng replied, it would be better for the skeleton if he didn't steal them. Ao Qing closed his eyes and shook in anticipation of punishment. The young man took the bags and thanked the skeleton for his contribution to the family budget. Yifeng tossed the skeleton a coin and told him to be thrifty and buy a treat for his brother, the dog. The skeleton whined. Was it really just one? The guy frowned. What is this? Isn't this enough? As he left the barn, Yifeng was overjoyed to have found the money. The saint and two elders came to Old Man Li for an answer. Qingshan said that the Green Mountain clan was once again forced to reject her proposal. This time the danger is more terrifying than before, and besides, someone has already taken the treasure. Yun was surprised. The past danger almost buried the venerable three great sects. Elder Yang Sen said that the old man was trying to fool them. Yan Mu supported his brother. Last time everything happened by chance. No one was prepared. The saint agreed that maybe Lu had an ulterior motive. Qingshan stood up and said that if his good intentions were taken for a hidden agenda, then he had nothing more to say. The head of the clan calmly headed towards the exit of the hall. As he passed by Yun, he reminded her of the lesson and hoped that she had learned it. The saint lowered her head, but the elders reassured her. They were confident that they would have sacred treasures in their bag. Unexpectedly, Yun Shankui said that they would not go. In half a day, the rest will enter the hall, and they will stand outside and watch. The saint was puzzled as to who the man in Jiangping was, who could predict the future. Soon a huge number of people rushed towards the stone door. The cultivators killed each other without even entering the hall. Dujin told the young master that there was no need to rush. Changkun was surprised. The people of Fengyun Valley decided not to go, unexpectedly. The saint replied that the chamber hid a danger even more terrible than the last time. Changkun laughed. Peng Xian chuckled and decided to go forward. Young Du decided that the saint did not have the strength to obtain the treasure. He folded his fan and followed after Peng of the Heavenly Sword clan. The elders were indignant, but Yun ordered them to wait a little longer. She didn't know whether Lu Qingshan's words would come true. The treasure hunters turned around in horror. People from the Zuixue and Heavenly Sword sects rushed forward. Pan shouted, "These sacred treasures will belong to them." The competitors drew their blades. Peng Xian and Du Changkun fought for the right to enter the treasury. Du said that the main thing this time is to get the sacred treasures. Peng chuckled. The sacred treasures will belong to the Heavenly Sword sect. Representatives of the strongest sects continued the fight. Changkun sent heavenly feathers to Peng. The girl repelled the attack with astonishing speed. The elders of the sects also arrived, rushing to help the young masters. Each one used their most powerful techniques. Balls of heavenly wrath, thunderbolts and sword techniques rained down. Elder Zhen felt the swords penetrate his defense. Young Du Changkun was wounded. Pan exclaimed that they had won. The sacred treasures were now theirs. Changkun cursed. They had lost too many people. The elder told Yun that she had missed a golden opportunity. Nothing was happening in the hall, but Yun firmly said that they would not enter there. The elders were horrified. The saint lost her mind. The Heavenly Sword sect stormed into the empty treasury. Peng commanded the elders to get stuck in the treasure. Suddenly, the girl saw that the priceless artifacts were broken. Xian screamed in horror. How could this be possible? She stuttered and asked what the hell had happened here. Changkun appeared from behind and demanded that Peng place the treasures on the floor in front of her. Peng Xian and her companions stepped aside. Delighted, Diu commanded to follow him and seize the treasures. Now Changkun screamed. He also saw that the treasures were broken. Young Diu and his companions landed with a bang. A stunned Changkun asked Peng what the hell was going on here and how it happened. Everyone was puzzled as to who could destroy the sacred treasures with bare hands. When did the unknown person enter here and why did he destroy the treasures? Peng added, books, pill techniques, everything turned to ashes. Changkun, seeing a fragment of a brilliant book, burst into tears. The young man asked what kind of crazy freak did this. Yun and her companions saw that people were leaving the hall empty-handed. So many people came, but no one got even a small coin. Yun asked where the treasures were. The seeker replied that they had long been destroyed and had become pieces of trash. The cultivators added that there was a pile of dog shit there. The saint realized that what Lu Qingshan said was true. And then everyone felt the earth shake. Something strange was happening in the palace. It began to collapse. All the cultivators rushed to the exit. Soon a powerful blast wave tore the palace into pieces. Changkun said that this wave is emitted by Zhang Yu's tomb. The saint realized that the powerful key was the martial arts genius Zhang Yu himself. The master of the hall said that the younger generation is truly good for nothing. Yun was at a loss to guess what the danger would be if the master of the tomb himself had appeared. Zhang Yu said that he hoped to find someone to whom he could pass on his legacy today. Changkun asked the elder how to become his heir. The master of the hall smiled. It's not difficult. At the end of his life, he became a genius of Qinai. If someone finds notes that touch him, he will receive the inheritance. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought? Notes. Diu frowned. Even if you find the notes, few people know how to play the qin. Zhang Yu reassured Changkun. He only needed to look at the notes. As a bonus, the owner of the chamber will also present a divine artifact. Yun Xianke took a step back. That man's predictions turned out to be completely correct, and this matter inspires boundless horror. The saint told the elders that they would stay away from this place. Zhang Yu announced that everyone would have 3 tries to play the melody. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, the person withdraws. Soon the first woman willing to try her hand appeared. Peng asked to send a letter to the sect so that they could send her the best notes. Diu Chengkun sent the same message. Several days passed, but not a single melody made Jing Yu open his eyes. More and more people arrived at the palace. Yifeng also listened to the music of the cultivators. The young man noticed that there was no soul in their music. While carrying out the system's task, the guy experienced something like this for the first time. It turns out that being a street singer is so much fun. The old men sighed as they listened to Yifeng. His playing skills were superb. Yu Wuji stood to the side and wrote down the melody that Yifeng played. He got stuck in a crack when he fell underground, and now he accidentally heard this melody. Entering Yufen's school, Yu shouted at Dasheng to get the mortal out of the way. An indignant Lu Dasheng grabbed the impudent man by the hair. A little more, and the healer would have killed the uninvited guest. Dasheng lifted the impudent fellow and said that he was lucky that these manure buckets were empty. As he fled, Yu Wuji vowed to kill the healer when he came to rule Jiangping. And at the palace, the struggle for Zhang Yu's legacy was still going on. To everyone's surprise, Yu Wuji asked permission to try. Pan angrily asked the guy where he had been. The elder said to Xian, maybe Brother Yu has a chance. Yu Wuji chuckled and said that he wouldn't let Peng down this time. The new contestant was given an instrument to play. Along the way, he learned the notes by heart, and he really wants to receive the legacy. The melody that Yifeng composed flowed upward. The martial arts genius Zhang Yu listened. This fiery music made him open his eyes. The cultivators were shocked. The master of the hall opened his eyes. It looks like the legacy of the martial arts genius will go to Yu Wuji. Zhang exclaimed, this is a perfect composition, truly amazing. Music helped Zhang break through, and now the legacy of genius will be passed on to the young man. Yu Wuji laughed. He will receive the legacy of a martial arts genius. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect happily congratulated the guy. Peng Xian frowned. She never expected that this loser would become the successor of a martial arts genius. Peng announced that Yu Wuji had become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. The guy said he agreed on the condition that she became his woman. Zhang Yu asked the student if he had the musical notes with him. Wuji confirmed and handed the notes to the teacher. The young man bowed and said that he had been composing the melody for several nights. The master of the hall called the disciple so that he could pass on the legacy. The happy guy flew to Zhang Yu. The martial arts genius placed his hand on the young man's head. Smiling broadly, he said he would now share his legacy. Yu Wuji screamed in horror. He didn't understand what was happening. The cultivators realized that this was a transmigration into another body after one's own death. Changkun screamed. They had all been deceived. Zhang Yu was not looking for an heir, but a suitable vessel for himself. The elder told Peng that he had to get out of here quickly. But it turned out that the place was sealed. No one could escape. Zheng Yu laughed. He had planned this game for a long time in order to get today's result. He lacks vitality. They will serve as fertilizer on his path to becoming a god of martial arts. Pulling the cultivator over, Zhang said that he would become his food. In a matter of seconds, the master of the hall sucked the strength out of the venerable martial artist, turning him into a corpse. Wuji shouted that he didn't want to become a corpse. Elder Zhen said sadly, Zhang's strength is now invincible. The martial arts genius laughed. It will all be over soon. He held the young scoundrel tightly by the throat. Suspicious, Zhang asked Wuji if he really wrote the music. The boy begged for mercy. Yu Wuji admitted that he did not write that melody. A Peng thought she was mistaken, but Wuji was still the same worthless thing. Zhang Yu demanded that the young man give his answer to the composer of the music. Jin realized that the dead man wanted to take possession of the body of the author of the melody, but it was not clear why. The girl explained that cultivation with Qin is different from others. Such talents are more important than ordinary cultivator abilities. If you take possession of a body, you can take over the gift of the previous owner. Yi Feng and Li Qingshan were playing chess. The clan leader said, Mr. Yi won, and he lost again. The young man, who was planing a piece of wood, said that he didn't blame Lu, he was just learning. Looking at the paper, Yi Feng decided to cut out a chessboard. He asked Lu to find him a square board or stone slab. Qingshan realized that the boy wanted to make a chessboard, but finding an item of that level would be difficult. Meanwhile, Zhang and Wuji were flying towards Yufen's school. The martial arts genius and the imposter were in a hurry. Zhang's aura was blazing as he rushed to obtain a new body. Qingshan glanced warily at the front door. Looking out the window, Lu saw a powerful aura. Yifeng, while polishing his pistol, asked Lu where he was going in such a hurry. The old man is so strange, he is getting ready to go out just before it starts to rain. Lai was stunned. Mr. Yi is incredible. There is a strong enemy outside, but he is calm. I wonder how Mr. Yi will deal with this enemy. Zhang Yu and Wuji landed near the gate of the martial arts school. But unexpectedly, 3 masters blocked the way for the uninvited guests. The old men demanded that Zhang get out of there or he would die. Du Zhen was surprised where the 3 venerable martial artists came from. But unfortunately, even they won't be enough against Zhang Yu. Zhang chuckled. 3 nobodies dare to stand in his way. Shouting at the old men to get away from the chase, Zhang attacked them. The old masters flew back to the school gates. The martial arts genius laughed, just a handful of ants. The uninvited guests' eyes widened in surprise. The old masters continued to block his way to school. Despite their wounds, none of them even flinched. An angry Zhang shouted, "Yes, they are looking for death." Suddenly, buckets of manure were thrown at Zhang Yu. He was forced to retreat a little. The old men thanked the dung man. Chang Kun gasped, another venerable martial artist. This martial arts school is not as simple as everyone thought. Zhang Yu was overcome with anger at how a bunch of bugs dared to block his path. The aura of the martial arts genius flared as he attacked the recalcitrant defenders. The whole area saw a bright flash. Qing noticed that there was some noise outside. The skeleton reassured him. The little wretches were causing trouble. There was no need to worry. Lu was shaking with fear. A demigod had flown into the school and was attacking. Yifeng asked the old man why he was looking at him so strangely. Maybe Qingshan felt uncomfortable because of the gun the young man was pulling out. The guy jokingly fired a wooden pistol. Lu jumped, and invisible energy burst out of the strange thing in his hands and flew out the window. Shouting to the young man that he would leave early, Lu ran out into the street. Lu Qingshan was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Those who watched what was happening from the roof were also shocked. Young Diu Changkun screamed in horror, asking what it was. Shu Qinzhu from the Moin clan was stunned with surprise. Zhang Yu's attack suddenly dissipated. The martial arts genius looked down in confusion. One of his legs was torn off by an unknown force. The invincible Zhang Yu screamed in horror. The divine artifact fell from his hands and landed on Wuji. Zheng realized that some monstrous force had just attacked him. The martial arts genius decided he had to flee immediately. Pushing off from the ground, the master of the hall flew away. He had been waiting for this moment for 10,000 years, and could not believe that it would all end like this. Cultivators from various sects watched the strange battle with frozen eyes. They couldn't believe that the demigod of martial arts was simply defeated. This martial arts school is home to an unrivaled master. Qingshan never imagined that Yifeng would destroy the demigod by sitting inside and simply raising his hand. This is the first time Lu has seen Mr. Yi in action. It's terrifying. Seeing Zhang stand, the clan leader decided that this was exactly what the young man had asked for. Lu told Yifeng that the ancient palace beyond Jiangping had been destroyed. The young man flared up. Why was the old man telling him, a mortal, about this ancient halls and cultivations were of no interest to him at all? The frightened Qingshan bowed and said that he was so stupid. By the way, he will now bring the board that Mr. I needs for carving. Yifeng smiled and asked Lu to carry her to the backyard. The masters asked Qingshan. Just now it was Mr. Yi. The clan leader confirmed and asked if his friends were okay. Lu warned them not to talk about cultivation. The young man was already a little angry. The old men took hold of the stand and carried it to the backyard. Diu Changkun asked the craftsmen what they were doing with the stand. Everyone looked silently at the strange young man who entered the school. Changkun decided that the honorable ones were ignoring him. Having bowed to his elders, the young man introduced himself and his companions. After this, the young man asked the elders what they were doing. Wu replied that Mr. Yi was going to cut the stand into a chessboard. The guests were horrified. This was a divine stand for Qin. The saint of the clan asked if it was their master who struck just now. Lu confirmed. Yun Shanke appeared at the threshold and greeted everyone. She asked Old Man Lu if this was the same elder. All the guests wanted to meet this elder and asked Lu to inform him about it. Qingshan smiled and instructed the guests on how to behave. Mr. Yi does not associate with cultivators, and it is better not to mention them at all. Everyone thanked Lu for the warning, and he went to Yifeng. The young man heard the old man come in again. Qingshan bowed and said that his fans wanted to meet him. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the unrivaled master. Xu Qinghua dreamed of seeing the person who wrote that melody. Diu Changkun thought that he was a refined and dignified elder. And then Yifeng came out into the courtyard. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. Could this really be him? This guy wrote that divine melody. Xu pursed her lips. He was different from the image she had in mind. Saint Qinghua blushed. He was so handsome and attractive. Yun was confused. She thought the master would be an old man, but he was so young. Everyone bowed in unison and greeted Mr. I. The young man asked if they were looking for him. Xu Qinghua said they came to bow before his musical talent. Yifeng was delighted and said that this inspired him very much. He told the guests to come in and sit down. Wuji, who had miraculously survived, peeked out from around the corner. It turns out that the mortal from childhood, Penin, is actually an unrivaled master. Even the head of the Green Mountain clan addresses him with respect. Wuji recalled how he tried to attack Yifeng in Jiangping. The guy realized that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. But then Lu Qingshan noticed him. Lu's aura was blazing. He had saved the life of the clan's traitor, and he had once again caused trouble for Mr. Yi. The head of the clan told the scum to repent and go to the underworld. The guests cautiously followed the owner into the school. They looked around in surprise. There were treasures everywhere, and the owner kindly told them not to stand, but to sit down. And then Yifeng felt that he urgently needed to go to the toilet. He asked Yun to hand him the piece of paper lying behind her. The saint looked at the leaf. It was a Qilin. This image contains spiritual consciousness and life. The young man apologized, saying that he had a slight stomachache. Having torn the sheet, the guy said that they should not be shy. They could look around here. The guests were in tears, wondering how he could tear up the drawing. What a stupid thing to do, wiping your ass with a godlike design. There are a lot of pictures on the shelves. The eldest himself told them to look around. Changkun unfolded the drawing and whispered, "This is an unprecedented design." The guests felt as if they were inside a painting with sacred animals. Everyone could choose their own animal. Everyone looked at the painting as if spellbound. Elder Zhen suggested looking at another leaf. After reading the poem, the guests decided that this was a description of the master. The sect representatives were stunned, but then Yifeng returned. Seeing the sheet with the verse, the young man said, "This is what is needed." To the horror of his guests, he crumpled the sheet of paper and wiped his hands with it. The owner crumpled the used paper and threw it in the trash. Seeing the surprise, Yifeng explained that he would have thrown away this sheet anyway. Changkun thought, "This man wipes his butt and hands with priceless artifacts every time. All the treasures of their sect are worth as much as 1 or 2 sheets of this paper. When this guy goes to the toilet, he wipes his ass with the legacy of their sect." Yifeng asked Zhongqing to bring some sharp chopsticks on a plate. Everyone was confused and asking each other what kind of sharp sticks these were. A recovered Zhongqing entered the room with refreshments. When the boy appeared nearby, the guest's blood seemed to freeze. Changkun gritted his teeth, the boy's blood circulation suppressing them. Yifeng introduced Zhang, saying that he was his only student. Young Du was terrified. At 16 he was still playing with lumps of mud. The owner offered everyone a snack of homemade appetizers. After trying the sticks, the guests felt an explosion of energy inside them. Everyone felt the effect of this snack, but out of politeness, they did not dare to take another piece. Yifeng noticed that no one was eating anymore, and the taste wasn't as good. The young man apologized. The taste of the chopsticks was not so good anymore, and called Wang Kai. Soon Aoqing ran into the room. Xu felt an overwhelming demonic aura. The guests were horrified. This was a heavenly demonic wolf of the rank of venerable. Yifeng took a plate and chopsticks from one table. Then he went to the second one, and also took the remains. He threw the sticks to the wolf, telling Wang Chai to help himself. The young man praised the dog for eating everything. The guests reproached themselves. If they had known, they would not have been so polite and would have eaten more. Yifeng felt that the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Oh yeah, they're music fans, but the strings on the guitar broke, so they can't play. The atmosphere became even more tense. The saints are upset. Everything seems hopeless. And then the guests realized that they were behaving incorrectly. Everything was not so simple. This house is filled with treasures. Is there no instrument to play with? They burst into the party, ate some chopsticks, looked at the pictures and didn't express their attitude in any way. Shu told the elder that she had a spool of silk and was ready to give it to him. Yun was surprised. This silk is the treasure of the Moin sect. Yifeng thanked Shu and offered to paint a picture for her as payment. The girl can choose anything, and he will draw it. The other cultivators clutched their heads. A satisfied Shu Qinghua went to buy silk. Yifeng thought, this little Shu is so cute, it would be nice to make a new friend. Changkun told the elder that they would not detain him any longer, and the guests said goodbye. The saddened cultivators wandered through the forest. A wonderful opportunity stolen by the Moin sect. What a shame. Changkun asked why they didn't live near the school and become the master's neighbors. Dujin was amazed. The young master was a true genius. Yun and the elders looked at each other. This is quite feasible. Uncle Wang, Yifeng's neighbor, was feeding his cows. Suddenly someone knocked insistently on the gate of his house. Van asked the gentleman why they came to the humble old man. Changkun greeted him and offered to buy his house at any price. The old man laughed. His house is not suitable for noble gentlemen. Wang waved his hand and said that the guests could forget about it. He is already old, money means nothing, and many of his memories are kept here. Changkun and Yun exchanged glances. Van looked at the guests in surprise. They had changed. The cultivators offered a potion that would prolong life and a new estate, but Uncle Wang replied that they had better leave. Yansen said that the old man had better do as he was told, otherwise his life might end right now. Wang placed his hand on Elder Sen's hand. He told the boy that he might be old, but he still had some strength left. Confused, Yansen was thrown out of the gate by the blow. The guests shied away. This old man was hiding his cultivation. The strongest elder of an influential clan crashed into a tree. Van's aura flared. He said that it was not right to offend the elderly. But Van became normal again. He laughed. He was old enough to be their grandfather, so they needed to show a little respect. The cultivators were at a loss, and the plan to buy a house seemed to have failed. But Elder Mu suggested simply choosing another house. Opposite is the house of Zhu Rozhong, a pork seller. You can go there. The large man asked. He thought he heard his name. Coming closer, Zhu asked if the gentleman wished to buy pork. Van invited his neighbor to come in and not pay attention to these people. Yun asked if they felt the bloodthirsty aura of this butcher. And his knife emits an aura of death. Perhaps it is a sacred treasure. Judging by his appearance, this guy is even stronger than Grandpa. Creatures, each stronger than the other, gathered in tiny Jiangping. The cultivators decided that Yifeng's neighbors had become so strong thanks to his blessing. Changkun, seeing the inn, went to talk to the owner. Suddenly, the companions of young Diu heard his cry. Yun Xiangkui asked what happened. Changkun whispered tearfully, in Jiangping, there is a martial arts god at every step. Shu Qinghua begged her teacher to believe her. Sect leader Moin was dissatisfied. Promising silk was a rash decision on Shu's part. The girl convinced her mentor that the elder was more than a god of martial arts. His painting and calligraphy are incomprehensible, but despite this, he uses them as toilet paper. Besides, she, the saint, had already promised the elder a spool of silk, and the elder one promised to draw them any picture. Shu asked with a bow, because the teacher had brought silk. But the teacher demanded that she be taken to this elder first, and then she would think about it. If they don't give him the silk, will he destroy the Moin sect? 3 days later, there was a knock on the gate of Yufen School. Opening the doors, Yifeng asked Yun why she came today. He invited the girl to come in and sit down. Yun handed the boy a box the last time she heard it. The strings on his guitar had broken. She found a silk junta at home and decided to give it to Mr. I. The saint asked to accept the gift as a symbol of her warm feelings. Yifeng smiled. It was very sweet of her. Taking the girl's hands, he said that he accepted Madame Yun's kindness. The young man was touched. Yun was happy, the elder liked it, it's wonderful. And then a terrible guess flashed through the guy's mind. Could it be that this girl fell in love with him, with this look? In his past life, Yifeng had seen this before. The young man thought about it. He really was quite attractive. Shenke bowed and said that she would go. But Yifeng stopped her. He felt a little awkward. The young man handed Yun a package, saying that it contained a good set of calligraphy and painting, and that he was giving it to her as a gift. The saint could not believe such luck. Bowing, she thanked Mr. Yi for his great mercy. She came only to improve the relationship and did not expect that he was such a noble person. Having said goodbye to the guest, the young man went to tidy up his guitar. At lunchtime, more guests arrived at the gates of Yufen School. It was Shu and her mentor Xue Qinju. Shu was very sorry that they didn't bring silk. It's not good. Sect leader Moin was very skeptical. Judging by the combat nature of the tablet, this man is truly a master. The teacher suggested going inside and taking a look around. Yifeng opened the doors and looked questioningly at the guests. Shu said that it was her aunt. She came to visit the elder with her. Shu was surprised there was no strength in his manner. The young man said that it was cool outside and invited the guests to come in and sit down. The mentor noticed that he did not look like a master. Shu warned that Xue must curb her cultivation. As she passed by the paintings, the Moin clan leader felt pressure. All the paintings featured the most powerful fighting entities. They grabbed Zhui, who in horror asked the student what was happening. Shu reminded them that they needed to curb their cultivation, otherwise the consequences would be dire. The teacher gritted her teeth and asked her student to take her inside. Sect leader Moyne noticed a broom in the courtyard. The almost finished chessboard also caught her attention. There was a demon-suppressing mirror hanging on the wall. All these things are either imperial or heavenly treasures. This is too much. The owner of the school invited the guests to sit down. The young man said that his hands were a little dirty and asked permission to wipe them. Shu was shocked. He treated the valuable landscape like a piece of toilet paper. The teacher whispered that Shu should apologize to the master, and that they would urgently deliver the silk to him. The girl apologized with tears. The silk would be delivered to him as quickly as possible. Yifeng said they were so kind and he appreciated their kindness. But he's already found replacement strings, so there's no need to worry. If the silk had been brought earlier, he would have used it. Shu was sure that the master was scolding them for their slowness. The young man said with a smile that he was invited to visit. If the girls don't have other plans, maybe they'll drop in on him another time. The teacher and student went outside the gate, and it started to snow. Xue Qingzhu said thoughtfully, it was cold, but her heart was even colder. Yifeng's guests heard someone cursing the winter and asking why Mr. Yi had not come. The young man's neighbor, Uncle Van, was walking towards them. He silently walked past the head of the Moyne sect, and suddenly Xue recognized him. Turning around, she called out to Wang Daotian. Yifeng's neighbor asked if it was Xue Qinzhu. It had been many years since their last meeting. Wang never thought he would see her in their little Jiangping. The renowned cultivator was Zhu's sworn enemy and suddenly disappeared several years ago. Xu shouted that she would not let Wang escape. The old man clenched his teeth. The Moyne clan chief's deadly aura flared up above him. Zhu screamed in horror. What an overwhelming effect. In front of Qinzhu stood the god of martial arts. Van noted that it is not so easy to meet an old friend when you live to a ripe old age. Yifeng's neighbor said that he was busy now and didn't have time to fool around with Xue. Shu tried to help the shaking mentor. Ji refused to believe what had allowed Wang to surpass her in cultivation so far. This Yufen martial arts school is to blame for everything. It's because of the mysterious young man who lives there. Wang was a half-genius of martial arts, but in just a few years he became a very powerful immortal. Shu decided to return to the sect and go into seclusion for a while. Yifeng tearfully asked why this was happening to him. The skeleton held the centipede by the tail, and it whispered that it should be underground. The skeleton asked Qin what gender this centipede was from. The wolf believed that the captive was male. Skull sighed. What had he come to? He, the asshole, was having fun with the centipede. Qing asked what an asshole was. The skeleton replied that he had heard this word from the owner. Apparently it was something like a handsome guy. The wolf reassured his brother that they would definitely find a new place where they could get rich. The miserable Ye Feng wondered when this day would end. Peng Xian landed in Jiangping with one of the elders. According to the reports of their spies, an unrivaled master lives in this city. But their spies were never able to find out who he was. The other sects have already met him, so they have to catch up. Suddenly Pan saw a body floating in the gutter. The girl asked who it was. He seemed familiar. The elder replied, "This is the corpse of the young man Yu Wuji." Xian, after a pause, said that he deserved such a death. His body means that the master who killed Zhang Yu must be somewhere nearby. Then Peng saw Yifeng and shouted at him to stop immediately. The young man asked the strangers who they were. Taking off her mask, the girl reminded him that she was Penin, he should remember. Now the boy recognized his childhood love. He casually asked if it was her. Looking at the one-legged elder, the young man noticed that things were apparently not going well for her. Yifeng asked worriedly. She wasn't trying to get back together with him. The young man declared that he would rather eat grass than have sex with her. Pan's eyes flashed with anger. Who here even wants to get along with him, the goat? The guy sighed with relief. His heart felt lighter. That meant he was going. Penning drew her sword and shouted, "She wants Yifeng to die!" But the elder stopped her. He is only a mortal. But one must not forget what kind of place this is. This may displease the master. You need to continue searching. The skeleton sighed heavily. It seems that finding money is not as easy as they thought. Pan and her companion never found the master and decided to ask one of the locals. Seeing the skeleton, the elder shouted to the short man to stand up and answer a couple of questions. But the skull continued to play with Yefeng. Peng was indignant. Some mentally retarded person doesn't take her seriously. Taking out her sword, she asked. Apparently the man wanted to die. The skeleton grinned. The asshole was depressed, and then someone came to entertain him. Seeing the skeleton's aura, Pan and her companion were scared half to death. The skeleton's eyes flashed and he asked how he could deal with them. The elder shouted that this guy was not human. After whispering an apology to the elder, Peng and the elder ran away. This is shit. They've picked the wrong one. They need to run away. The skeleton told the wolf who had come up to him to quickly catch those two. Qing saw two cultivators running away. The wolf's eyes sparkled. He was not averse to hunting. A second later, a flaming demonic venerable man stood before the boors. The frightened cultivators heard the eerie laughter of a skeleton behind them. Pennon asked the elder what they should do. He told the lady to calm down and trust him. Falling to his knees before the skeleton, he begged the elder to spare the invalid. The elder quietly asked Peng why she wasn't kneeling. Did she really want to die? There's no one here, so they won't bring shame on the Heavenly Sword sect. The skeleton told the two to give all the money they had. But everything the elder had turned out to be useless junk. Peng gave the holy maiden special sword, but the skeleton broke it with his fist, saying it was tasteless. Aojo took the space ring from them. The wolf said, "No luck, these two are poor." The skeleton decided not to waste his time on them. The frightened members of the Heavenly Sword clan asked what the two were doing.